sure.
Yeah. K. Parker. It's you, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. God's existence. Do you believe in God? Which why? These are my questions. Uh,
Okay, but before I answer mine, I would like to know what you have. What is
okay.
your opinion?
But I will do
Yeah.
that. I will do that. But
Sure.
you should see what you're doing right now, okay? What you're doing is you see someone, and that someone is, you know, someone that you know, okay? Comes and says, "Hey man, how are you?" And you're saying, "Wait a second. Before I answer, I should know how you are, then I'll answer."
No, no, no. I'm just making clear what your thoughts on are on your own topic,
Yeah.
and then I'll give you mine as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like if someone says, "Hey, how are you?" and then you say, "Hey, wait a second. First, I should know how
No,
you are
but
right
this is
now.
more than how
Then
are you.
I'm
This is
gonna
more
ex-
than how are you,
doesn't
right?
matter, man. Doesn't
This is
matter.
like
Doesn't
no,
matter,
no.
man. Like I ask the questions first. Okay, this is my room. I created the room. I ask the questions for the people who join into my room. Okay, and then you say, "Wait a second. I want to ask the same questions. You should answer first. Then I'm gonna answer." Anyway,
No.
I will answer. Don't
Wait,
worry.
wait, wait, wait.
Don't worry.
Let me just
No,
clarify myself.
no, man,
Uh,
man,
like
man. You made it so boring in the first place without by not answering my questions. I said okay, I'm gonna answer. Don't worry, okay. But you should understand it
at
was so
least I
weird.
tried to start a conversation.
Yeah.
See, let me just clarify one
Oh my
thing.
God, you're
I
wasting my
asked
time
you to
here.
answer the same question just because I
Without.
wanted how you want it to be answered. Because when
Uh,
you answer this question, I'll know what is the pattern you want the answer in. So when you answer the
you're
question,
just bullshitting right now,
I'll know how
man.
I have to frame my
Man,
answer
you're
to
just
this question.
bullshitting, man. These questions are clear. Do you believe in God? So, what kind of frames you want to hear? That's so weird. Either you believe or you don't believe, right? Which God? If you believe, like they're gods that we know, right? They're Jesus, Krishna, Vishnu, Allah, Ra, Thor, Odin. Then you can say why you believe in that God. So it's simple, man. Like why you're making it very complicated.
All right, I kind of get an idea. Yeah.
You got an idea. Like if you read the questions, you could get the idea already. So because they're simple. But anyway, I'm gonna answer. Do you believe in God? I answer my own question. No, I don't believe. That's why I can skip which God because I don't believe in any God. Why I don't believe in any God? Because I don't see good evidence to believe in any God. That's why. Are you happy? You made me answer my own questions.
Why are you so pissed about it?
But
Why are
it's
you so
just
pissed about
weird,
answering the
man.
question?
That's it. It's just weird. Okay, that's all.
It's not weird. It's
Okay.
just normal.
It's not normal, man.
All
Again,
right,
like
I'll answer
when
as
someone
well.
says, "How are
I'll
you?"
answer as well. I'll answer as well.
Hmm.
I also don't believe that God exists, but I follow Hinduism, and I think that that is uh, I follow that because in Hinduism, you are judged on base of your karmas, and that's why I have my faith towards this particular religion.
You're judged by your deeds according to Hinduism.
According to your deeds, yeah,
According to like, this is what you believe, right?
yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But so, which God do you believe in exactly?
Uh, there are no particular form of God. There are different type of gods that we have.
Yeah, but which
That
gods?
we follow Lord Krishna. We have
Mm-hmm.
Shivji, and there are more and more.
Okay, so you believe in all of them?
In Hinduism, there's a thing that there is only one supreme God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
like uh, how do I explain it to you? Flaw, bro, why are you doing this? Car.
Folk you. Folk you too, man. Folk you too. Good, good. Eh,
Yo, I'm sorry to interrupt that. Like, he has lot of thoughts. What does it mean?
Mr.
Okay.
White, you're breaking a little
They're
bit.
just, I don't know. They're just dumb.
What is
Oh,
dump?
okay. Okay.
What is dump? Anyway, you don't want to proceed. Hey, Parker, you don't have to go in detail about your gods, okay? So there's a supreme god and there are other gods. I understand that. This is not the first time that I'm talking to a Hindu person, okay? My
Yeah.
question still stays there, okay? Without good answers. Why do you believe that there are those gods? Because when you say, "Oh, I will be judged based on my deeds," this is another
I have,
belief.
see, I have very different kind of theories. There's a part
Hmm.
of me that also says that there is no God, and humans themselves just created God because they wanted someone to blame, and yeah, that's
Okay.
why they created God.
I'm confused right now. Like, what's your belief right now?
I'm a very complicated person, you know.
Confused. Believers say this is confusion.
Yeah, you can say
Just
that.
just probably say your opinion. Like, do you believe in a God or not? Like, if you believe in a God, just tell us about your God. His exist or not? Why do you believe? So we're just no, we just want to know about you know.
Yeah, seemingly he's confused. That's okay.
No, the thing is that I've
You
never
know,
like talked about this.
Parker. One thing that yeah, you listen to me. That philosopher. I wanna say something that I'm living. I think Parker is my neighbor. Actually, I think so. Next to my area, there is a they live
Hello,
a
hello.
what should I
Can you
say
hear me?
Hindu. Actually, they are to
How are you?
us, and this is really trouble.
What was the trouble
It's
again?
crazy. Like women, yeah,
Man, you're breaking.
they're
That's
just
another
dancing
trouble.
together
Voice is
and
breaking.
watching.
That's another trouble that you're breaking a lot. I don't understand what you're saying, Mr. Wiley. If you are hearing me right now, you were breaking a lot. Okay. Don Khan has blocked Flo Sober. That's weird. Let me block you also. That was weird. Jeff Ramsey. Ooh, what a name. Hey, Jess. Welcome.
How's it going, Mr. Fellows Sober?
It's going okay. How about there?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Man, doing pretty good. Just chilling. So, what was the conclusion that you came up with
We don't have conclusions yet.
yet?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I came to a conclusion that people don't have really good evidence for their gods.
Hmm, that is weird. How so?
Okay, Jess, it was in the comments. Yeah, I called him either you are delusional or a liar because he claimed that he can talk to God, he can separate his soul from his body, and he can see the God.
But what do you think, Fellow Sober,
About what?
about the existence of God?
Oh, Still, it's a mystery, but I'm day by day leaning towards probably there's no God.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is uh wow, a fascinating conclusion. Okay, so if we I mean, if we follow the how do I put it, the philosophical approach that every made thing needs a maker, right? Am I right, or
What did you say
that,
again?
doesn't it make sense? Like every made thing should have a maker,
Okay,
doesn't it?
but how to understand if something is made, was made?
Okay, so mm, the universe, the planet Earth that you're living on, the skies, the land, mountains, clouds, atmosphere, all of the things that exists should have
Should
a
have
uh, a reason or a maker.
should have a reason or maker.
Yeah,
Like when you say should have, that doesn't mean it has. Okay.
I
If
mean,
I say
okay,
if I say let me
like
finish,
if
man. Hey, man.
yeah,
Okay.
okay,
Just wait a second.
okay, go
So
ahead.
you say that there must be a maker of this universe. Let's
Yeah,
accept that. Okay. Let's accept that. If I
yeah,
say there should be a
yeah,
maker for the maker of this universe,
yeah.
then it will work. You can accept that?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, let's say the phone
Okay.
that you're using right
No,
now
no,
is
no,
a
no. We're
part of
not
me.
talking about phone. We're talking about the maker of
Okay,
the
I
universe.
just want you to answer this question. The phone that you're using right now
Mm-hmm.
to talk to me right now.
Man, your audio
Do you,
sometimes going and coming back. I don't understand. Like, are you close to your mic?
uh do you can you hear me now?
Look, the level of your audio is changing a lot.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So like for example the phone that you're using right now, is it doesn't make sense if I just told you I don't know who made this phone, so that doesn't necessarily mean that this phone has a maker. I mean, did it just come magically like that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't see the maker that made the phone that you're using at the moment.
I've seen. Don't worry. I have seen. That's how I know that phones have
No, you
makers.
didn't. You didn't go to the factory that produced
How
the
how
phone
how
that
do
you're
you know?
using.
How do you know that, Jeff?
It's because
What do
that's
you mean?
rational. Nobody go visits the the product line.
Jeff, are like you now? You sound very stupid. You should know that, okay?
No,
Because
just wait,
Jeff,
wait, wait, wait.
Jeff.
I,
You should wait.
I want.
You should wait. You should wait. Like, do you think that phone factories are magical places that no one can go? What a stupid claim is that? Like, it's unbelievable claim, man. Like, phone factories are magical places that no one can enter. Oh, really? Why should I believe in such a stupid claim? And the reason why we know that phones have makers because we know phones are created by humans. We know that there are phone factories and only humans are working in those phone factories. Okay. We know that those devices are only created by humans and we have great evidence for the humans' existence. Okay. Humans exist, period. Humans creates phones, period. How we know that? Because we have evidence. We have never seen monkeys creating phones. We have never seen other animals creating phones before, or we have never seen phones appearing in the nature magically. Yeah, that's what you said. That's how we know that phone has a maker. But that doesn't mean everything has a maker. Which God you believe in? Let's suppose you believe in Jesus. It's your God. If I say, hey man, like things don't appear magically, therefore Jesus has a maker, has a creator. And then let's call it X. Hey, okay, X exists and things don't appear magically, then therefore X must have a creator. Okay, let's call it B. Okay, B exists, then therefore there must be a creator of B. We can call it M. We can go like this. But it's because of your claims. Like you say X exists, therefore there needs to be maker. I don't know that, man. Like you need to prove it. We have great evidence for the phones, for the laptops, for other machines, cars, planes, any object, okay? We have, but not other things, okay? When we go to nature, we don't know whether they have makers or not. We don't know that. And you cannot assume that.
But you've just proved it yourself that that like you didn't go to the factory that made a phone, but you know for a fact that there must be a factory that made the phone.
Because
So
I
there's a
know that
maker
there
for the
are
phone.
we know that there are factories like man, like you have never
You
seen a
know for a
phone
fact.
factory? Like you have never seen phone factory before?
But I have the phone that I'm using is the evidence that there is a factory that makes phones. Doesn't
No,
it make sense?
no, not the phone that you're holding. Okay, the
Okay,
phone that you're holding, man, the
how
phone.
did the
Oh
phone
my
come?
fucking
Where did it
god!
come from?
It came from the fucking factory.
Awesome. so
Yeah,
where did the universe come from? It
we
it
don't
it
know.
was made by God.
It was made by God. Okay, where did God come from?
well,
It was made by
if,
another God. God factory.
if it worked that way,
Ah,
if
oh,
it
now it
if it
doesn't
worked,
work. Jeff. Like, well, why the
it,
hell
it-
you're making an exception? Like, according to your stupid argument, there must be God factories, which creates gods.
well, that does not make sense
It makes
because
sense. Why? Like, your phone has a maker, it has a factory. It makes sense to you.
that
You believe in
that is
that, and your God doesn't have a God factory. Why? It doesn't make sense.
of course because that is if you use that analogy,
Hmm.
you will go in an endless loop.
It's not my fucking problem, Jeff. It's your
It,
problem.
no, it is not my
It is
problem.
your problem. You created that problem because you are the one who came here and who
I,
claimed that if X exists, there
I
must
didn't
be a
claim.
maker.
I didn't claim, first of
You
all,
you you did. You
and
bring.
the second thing that there are people like there are tons of videos of people answering the same absurd questions that that you just asked.
Yeah, the way that you answered in a
Uh,
stupid way, and another
maybe
stupidity about your answer is phones are made by many people. Okay, not only by one person, and you believe that the universe has been created by one person, God. Okay, that's another stupidity in your argument because according to your example, there should be a lot of creators of this universe. Because phone example doesn't have one creator; it has a lot of creators. And followingly, you should accept that there must be at least many creators. If you want to bring a good example, that should be the conclusion that you're deriving from that example. Okay? And then again, it's not my problem to have an infinite regress problem. It's your problem. Okay? Because you believe that X exists, therefore there must be a creator for it. Okay, no problem. Your God exists, and therefore your God must have a creator. Voila. Great. You created a problem for yourself. Anyway, let's change the room. Let's change the room. Let's change the room. Let's change the room. Okay, we have something here weird on Free for Talk today. I don't know.
Hello,
Hello,
hello, how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
Yes, I'm good, brother.
Cool.
Brother, my question, brother. I am one who was connect to you people, but not connect this website through any person. I am facing problem. Hello, brother. You are suggest me this website future. Hello,
And I'm listening you. At least I'm trying to listen you. Why you keep
brother.
saying hello?
Yes, it's my problem. I am connect to people. This group, this group, but I am not connect through not connect my uh, person. So I am facing 1 hours this problem. So can you suggest any? You are facing this problem?
I don't understand your problem, man. But I think you're in the wrong room.
Yes, yes.
Yes. I'm not sure that you realize that you're in the wrong room, but I'll just repeat. I believe you're in the wrong room.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay, brother. And second person mute my third. Hello, hello. Open mic, all brothers.
That's so weird.
Brother, where are you from, brother?
Okay, I'll meet you
Hello,
just once.
hello, philosopher. How are you doing?
Hello, professor. I'm doing okay. How about you?
Okay,
Oh,
a real I am from heaven.
oh,
Okay,
Hello, guys.
I'm
okay.
never a philosopher.
Good, good.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Okay. Someone has music, someone has background
Guys,
noise.
I want to improve my languages.
Okay. What's your level?
My level is B1.
Okay. I set the room as B2, and there's a
Oh,
specific topic right now, and I'm really annoyed by your music in the background, okay? So you should know that this room is live on YouTube and we have a very specific topic, okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Brother, you just all brothers repeat your country name.
Okay.
Hello, hello, brother.
Okay. I'll meet you one more time. And the third one, I'm gonna kick you. You should know that, man. I don't understand what you're saying, okay? You just say brother, and that's all.
Okay, okay. My question, brother. My question. All people. Where are you from?
Good, very good.
Hello.
Very good. Oh, the music guy is still here.
Okay, hey bro.
Hey, Socrat.
Yeah, how are you
Okay,
doing? We
Socrat.
can meet another philosopher. Yeah, we can meet another philosopher. So
Yeah,
this
good.
kind of
I'm so
consequences,
happy. So happy to see
That's
the
great, man.
Socrat. Huh?
What's your day, man?
Hey man, like we're doing bad so far because like in the previous room I had a small chat, but that didn't go well. I
Mm,
don't know.
why?
Somehow the guy made me so angry. Uh, with the stupid
That's good.
arguments.
So actually, yeah, I'm not here for putting in an argument. Just I want to hear your thoughts about this topic you already
It's okay.
advocated for the people. So, are you believing in the God, or you literally kind of agnostic person or atheist? Just I'm curious to know.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Agnostic atheist. So how you
Agnostic.
define yourself in these terms?
Does God include
Simply, I define myself as someone who doesn't know whether a God exists or not, but at the same time, a person who's not holding a belief that a God exists.
Like you putting to yourself like a 50 to 50% that if he is exist or
like
not exist.
And I don't have any numbers for God's existence. I don't know how to
Hmm.
calculate those things. Just I don't know. Maybe God
Okay.
exists, maybe God doesn't exist.
What's driven you to say that actually? What is the point made you think that okay, the God maybe does not exist, or maybe the God exists?
A
Um, like, are you having like we can say a physical proofs about that, or like you studied kind of mathematics and physics
physical proof for
to
what?
level with you for the existence of the God? I mean, everything in the
Man,
universe
like
has an
when
evidence.
not to know something, you don't have to study anything, and especially when you don't study, you don't know much things, and you don't need to study when you don't know, or at least you don't have to prove it or study for it. Like ignorance. This is ignorance. You understand that? I don't know God exists or not. That's all.
I know that I understand you. I'm totally understand
Yeah.
you. But my point is, one of the things that I always believe in my life, with anything we need to believe in or to not believing in, if you will be agnostic with this thing, is more about that you need to look from the perspective of what is the evidence about these things. So for me, I guess if I'm believing in God, so actually I saw kind of an evidence for the proving that's proof that the God is exist. If I will speak about my major a little bit, which is astrophysics, currently I'm someone who is curious about the universe and the creating of the universe. So when you go deep with the science of the astronomy and the physics, and you learn about the beginning of the universe, I guess we cannot just say it's more about the consequence, or it's kind of a consequence that all this happened suddenly without no one was a reason to make all this happen. And from the other perspective that actually all the things is not just a part of random things that happen or random events that going on. I think more about that even the smallest atom there is something behind it make it move or behave in this way. Even the black holes in the farthest part of the universe
Okay, Socrates,
still behave
I
the
have
same.
to I have to stop you here because I don't understand what you're saying. You're speaking so fast, your audio is not very clear, and you speak a lot of things. So I cannot deal with this situation. Okay.
No problem. I'll just try to slow
Okay.
myself.
And let's be
um,
clear. And can you be closer to your mic also?
okay, is it better?
A little bit better, I feel.
Okay, as I was telling you that
Okay.
my
No, no, no.
major is
Socrates.
astro.
Socrates. Like, first of all, do you believe a God exists?
I'm kindly,
Yeah. Okay. Which God you believe in?
I believe in the God that exists. Actually, not related to the religion itself. I believe in that the God exists. I'm not believing in religion. That's so far.
Okay, it's not a religious God, but when you believe a God exists, then there must be something about this thing, right? What's that thing? Like you think this is a cause for the universe?
Not like that.
It's not a cause for the universe. So it's the universe itself.
Okay, what do you define this to me? I mean, it's all
You
about the
should define
definition.
me your God. Like you believe a God exists. You should define me what you believe in.
Mm, First of all, actually, if we will talk about the existence of the God or the God does not exist, we need to think about this perspective that if the God exists, that there's something behind everything that's happening in this universe.
Okay,
So
look, but
this is how I'm
as I
defining
said, like, do you think God is the cause of the universe? You said no.
no, it's not like that actually.
What do you
It's
mean it's
more
not
about that.
like that?
Look, if we get in this loop, which is that there is a cause for the universe, you will tell me this question, which is okay, if there is something that causing everything in the universe, so even the God, there is a cause to exist of the God itself. You got me about this point?
I don't
Okay,
get
it's
you.
infinitely
I don't get you exactly. But
like
you should be
like
clear about your
a
God.
little
What is God for you then?
something that created everything in the universe and it is not created.
Something created
Created the universe,
the universe
the
and it's
universe, but
uncreated.
the God. Yeah, that
Okay.
the God itself not created, because I don't
Okay.
want to hear this
Okay.
conclusion.
How,
Who
how can
created the
how
God?
can logically how can you reach that conclusion that the universe has a creator and it's uncreated? How can you reach this
No, no, it's
conclusion?
yeah, it's let's I will repeat my conclusion again for you. I'm telling you that I'm believing that God created everything in the universe, but the God itself, nothing created the God. Okay,
That's
because
a belief
I
we
know this.
understood that.
Yeah, I don't want to get in this conclusion or in this debate about that. Okay, the God exists, so who created the God itself? I mean, it's kind of an endless loop, because you're putting the God in the same level of the human beings, because or the other species in the
No
universe.
problem, no
So I
problem.
feel,
But you are the one
yeah,
who's you are the one who's creating this problem by saying that there must be something that create things but it's uncreated. You are the one who's
it is.
causing the problem, and you're complaining about other people when they ask, wait a second, who created your God? It's not
By the
me
way,
creating the problem, you're creating the problem. Like, why you're not saying that the universe is uncreated?
yeah, because actually we are speaking about, as I told you, if you will look from the perspective of you studied something, you will understand the behavior of the universe, so you will know that it's not some kind of a
There are many
consequences, sorry.
atheist astrophysicists. You know that, right? So you think
And there is
they're
many that
stupid, they don't understand that?
no, and there is many that they are believing in God. So why should be in the team that they are atheists, that they
There are
decided to
many
say that
they
God is?
don't believe in a God. They don't think that the universe
Can you
came from a
name
God.
can okay? Can you name some of this astrophysics?
There are many out there. Like, you think
Yeah, can
all
you name
do you think all
no,
astrophysicists are believers, Socrates?
without shouting? Can you name some of these
Do you
astrophysicists?
think all astrophysicists are believers?
And why did you generalize your talks about that? Okay, all of the astrophysics physicists that they are not believing.
I didn't say all of them. Come on.
You said it, all of them or
No,
most of them actually.
no,
You
no. Don't
generalized
lie.
your talk.
Don't lie here. Don't lie here. Okay, that's not good.
I'm not lying,
So,
dude. I'm
no,
just
it's a
I'm
fact
just
that there are many astrophysicists who are non-believers. That's a fact.
the word.
So that means
By the way,
studying the topic doesn't lead you to a conclusion that, oh, there must be a God. No,
but have you spoken with every astrophysicist in the world to say many of them? It's
I don't
generalizing,
need
dude.
to. I don't need to, man. It's a clear thing.
Not clear at all. By the way, if you will put some stats, you need to
Socrates. So
at
you have a
least to have
belief
that.
that all astrophysicists are believers. Do you have such a
I didn't
belief?
say that. I didn't say that. I
Okay,
said that actually didn't study these things, you will not understand what is the behind of these things. This is my point and this is my conclusion. As I'm
that's a
telling you,
stupid
can you name some
conclusion because there are many astrophysicists. Many, they're not believers. Okay, so that means it's not
many
about studying.
many is a generalizing. So actually, you're generalizing your talks about some people that you didn't spoke with them about that. Even you didn't hear their conclusion about the existence of God or not. Can you tell me your major at least, so I can know from what is your perspective about?
What a waste of time. So studying fucking astrophysics doesn't prove a God exists, okay? If that was the case, that would be Nobel Prize something, issue, topic, whatever. There are many they believe a God exists. There are many they don't believe a God exists. Okay? That tells that studying astrophysics doesn't make God clear to all. Okay? So if there are believers and non-believers in the same subject, that shows us, okay, so it's not about this. But he kept just beating around the bush. He was speaking as if all astrophysicists are believers. When I asked the question, he said no. Okay, if no, then logically reach the fucking conclusion. That means studying that doesn't make it clear. Simple. Very simple. Okay, did I mute the old room? Nope. Okay. Why do you believe that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, There are eyewitnesses, accounts of Jesus Christ and his fleshly body being risen from the dead. That's what you believe. That's what some people believe, Thomas. Okay, by saying that someone had seen, that doesn't mean someone had seen. Okay, some people had seen. Okay, this is the belief itself. 500 people saw him is just a claim of one person. Okay, if I say, you know what, aliens came yesterday and 1,000 people had seen the aliens, but it's only me who's claiming that. Okay, that doesn't mean 1,000 people had seen it. Then you have people who died for the fact that he rose from the dead. People can mistake, okay, make mistakes. People can understand something in a wrong way, okay? They can believe, but whatever they believe, it might be false, but they don't realize that. Many people died for Muhammad also, but that doesn't make Islam true, okay? There are many ideologies out there. People die for those ideologies, but that doesn't make them true also. Okay. And what else? Roman historians like Cornelius, okay, and the other dudes who are non-Christian Roman historians who are about this man who lived a sinless life who died because they're non-Christian. They're not going to say Jesus rose from the dead, but they say his tomb was empty on the third day. Okay, having an empty tomb doesn't prove that he had risen from the dead, also. Okay, it's just an empty tomb. That's all. In the descriptions, these guys write about the crucifixion is unreal. If you guys get the chance after this, you guys should go read a historian. I don't need to read any history, okay? Especially if they have supernatural claims in it, Thomas, okay? Because if you go read Islamic history, you will find similar claims, but you reject all of them. If you go Hinduism, they have also such claims. And why we should believe in it? No good evidence for it. Like people just claim things, okay? And people can write the history and we write the history, but we miswrite the history also, okay? If something is very important or powerful, then people will add more things. Sometimes something supernatural, okay? I know that even right now, like people think that their presidents are magical or some prophets or messengers, whatever. They're just humans, but they believe, okay? Why? Because there is this power. Those people are powerful, or the ideologies are powerful, doesn't matter. And when people are around those kind of things, they exaggerate, they lie. Some people intentionally do a lot of additions into those things, and some people just don't know what they're doing. They just believe, they just speak. Their intention is not lying, but they say a lot of things that is not true. People tend to do all those things. And again, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, these religions are big and powerful. And that's why people may create a lot of stuff around these religions. Anyway, I'm gonna change the room. Let's fix this. Okay. Hey, Mr. Parker, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Are you Mr. Parker?
No, I am somebody.
I don't hear you very well.
Actually, I'm from India, and I have some opinion about the topic.
Okay, I'm here to talk about the topic.
Yeah, I believe in God, and like I believe in formless God, and like in Advaitic perspective, Brahman, which is perfected through and through, and just
Hey,
like
I'm sorry. Hey, man. Your audio is not very good, okay? Like, I'm not able to focus on what you're saying.
uh, actually I believe in God, but from Advaitic perspective, like Shankaracharya's Advaita Vedanta,
I don't know what's that.
a philosophy.
A philosophy, okay. So, like, which god you exactly believe in?
Formless God, like Brahman,
Okay,
and
its name is
I think
Brahman. Like, do you believe in other gods also?
yeah, like Brahman means all like um,
I didn't say
any
what does it mean, Brahman. I said, do you believe in other gods?
no like other. It doesn't mean other gods. Like a supreme power. Like saying Brahman just, but it is no name. Like it's all so consciousness.
I'm sorry, man. Like, I really like. I'm suffering while listening to you. Okay, I don't
I think
understand
it's
exactly what you're saying. Like, here's the link. Okay, maybe I am too judgmental. Oh, sorry. Um, yeah, I will send the link. You can listen yourself, and you can understand how you sound. Okay. Hey, who's that person asking you? How's everything? Hello. Okay. Hey, Paul, welcome. Okay, I think there's a problem here. There is a problem here, I think. Let me do it again. Guys, before you start meeting, I'll stop that. You should know that, okay? Oops, we have another problem. Why it's not working? We have a specific topic here in this room. So, yeah, what we want
Well,
is.
yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I think this is the day that I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, Crisp, welcome. Long time no see, and we were worried about you, especially Scamchan. He missed you a lot. Yep. Frank, welcome, Frank.
Thank
I,
you, Phil.
I believe you can help me today because I don't know. I'm very hot today.
You're very what?
Hot on topics.
Oh, you're hot.
Yeah, I need to cool down. Okay.
Oh, you want to improve.
Yeah, he might be in the wrong room. He might be in the wrong room. We have specific topic. I'm not even able to talk today. But anyway, I'm not gonna explain. To improve, not for improve. Okay. You're on duty, Frank. You immediately helped him to improve his English.
I used to do that for a bunch of years along when I first came on Free for Talk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're here from the very beginning?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Actually, before Free for Talk existed, there was another website called Verbling.
I know.
I started in Verbling.
All people came from Wordlink.
Yeah, a lot of people came from Berkeley.
Not me, but I was also here from the very beginning. Okay, so uh,
This somebody named Kumin or something like that also made a correction for that
okay,
um, Arabic.
good, good.
So, is there any before I came in? Was there any discussion about
Yeah,
the topic?
we had two, and I got so angry about the situation. I think I kicked two of them. Yeah, last one I kicked definitely. The first one, I'm not sure. Probably I kicked him also. Uh, yeah, like someone was claiming that he's not aware of phone factories, and he thinks that it's just a belief to believe that the phone has a maker. And I was explaining him
Wait,
like
wait, wait, wait. Let me make sure I understand that the phone has a maker, but does not is not made in factories. Did I
no,
understand that
no, not
correct?
like that, not like that.
Oh,
So, like when someone asked that stupid question, "Hey, you think your phone, you know, came into existence magically?" Definitely, answer is no. Sure, someone made it, but how do you know? How do you believe? You didn't see your phone while it's being made, right? Then how can you believe that your phone has a maker? So that's the stupid question.
yeah, it is. Yeah,
And I was trying to hey man, like the phone has a maker. We don't understand by just looking at the phone, okay? We know that we create those things. We have great evidence about that. We have phone factories. We can go, we can see while phones are being created. We have never seen animals creating phones. We have never seen phone trees like they're not,
right,
plants, right? Or
right.
other things, or it's not raining from the sky like magically. So that's how we know phones have makers, but that doesn't mean everything has a maker. We are able to say that phones have makers because we know we have evidence for it. Yeah, that's why it didn't go well. And the second guy, he nearly claimed, he was saying, no, I'm not claiming that, but he nearly claimed that all astrophysicists are believers. And I wanted to confirm, hey man, are you claiming that all astrophysicists are believers? He was saying no. And I was just thinking, then why the fuck we're talking about this? Or being an astrophysicist. He said that he's in that field and he knows, he understands that the universe must have a cause because he studies astrophysics. And I said,
Mm,
okay, like you don't know that there are many astrophysicists who are non-believers. And he said, name me one, give me a name. Like, come on, I don't remember their names. You can check it easily, and like it's you don't even have to check it. It's obvious that in every field, just pick any branch of science, you will find believers and non-believers. So studying that subject doesn't lead you to a concrete conclusion.
right. What part of the world was that person from?
I don't remember.
Oh,
Don't remember.
I mean it's a ridiculous statement.
It is. And
Yeah,
it's more ridiculous when you accept that not all astrophysicists are believers. So why you don't reach the simple conclusion, which is studying the subject, like it doesn't make it clear. If it was the case, then all scientists would be believers.
right.
Anyway, no, it didn't go well. I got some of angry, and I couldn't tolerate. Anyway, maybe we can have better ones today. It's nearly 1 hour so far. Welcome, Harry and Marino. Okay.
Do you usually come every day?
Yeah, nearly.
Hi, Mario. Marino.
Yeah. Um, yeah, but I will try to make some breaks.
What discuss tonight?
Are you looking at your device right now? Probably no. Anyway, anyway. I don't know. Frankie, you want to go another round with the soul topic?
Oh, you mean the topic we were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could talk about it if you want. Because, like I said, I realized I was not really explaining myself very well.
Okay. If you
Um,
feel like you can explain yourself better today, here we
let's
go.
see. Basically, we're talking about my belief that I have a consciousness that's separate from my body, that inhabits my body and animates my body, what I call the biological computer. Um, and you were questioning that, I think, but I don't remember what your questions were. Um,
I also don't remember clearly, but like I can just proceed from where you just left just, a few seconds ago.
okay, if you could challenge my statement,
Yeah.
about consciousness and a biological computer, a
Yeah.
body, go ahead. I mean, that'll start it off.
Yeah. So how do you know that it's separate from the body? Because we see the very connection between consciousness and the brain activity. If no brain or if brain doesn't function properly, then no consciousness. It's very
Oh, no,
related
wait,
and
wait, no, I
interconnected.
disagree. Just a minute. You made a statement that I'm not too sure I know I disagree. You said if the brain doesn't function correctly,
Hmm.
then there's no consciousness. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No, if the brain doesn't function correctly, that it doesn't follow that there's no consciousness.
but
It
do
just
we observe?
it seems to me that you have that the individual whose brain
Wait a
doesn't
minute,
function
Mister.
correctly, the individual has a defective brain, but the consciousness doesn't. It doesn't mean that the consciousness is defective.
What
Uh,
discuss tonight?
okay.
Okay, somebody wants to know what we're discussing. Go ahead. Let you handle that, Phil.
No need to, no need to. Like if he listens, he can understand. If he's not able to understand, then there is no need to explain.
You could
Uh,
also read the topic. It's right on the screen.
but we are a little bit off the topic. So, but again, like we just clarified that, and it's unnecessary to explain more and more for him. So, but do we see consciousness like in a heavily damaged brain?
I don't know if you. I don't think consciousness can be seen. You can only see the effects of consciousness.
Okay,
You
do we
can't see.
see the effects of consciousness if someone is in a coma?
Well, I don't know. With proper instruments, you might be able to.
With
I
proper
don't know. See,
instruments?
I'm not being a scientist or a biologist. I cannot answer that question, but I'm I would assume, maybe incorrectly, but I would assume that if a person is in a coma, and that's of course an extreme example of a lack of consciousness. Um, I would assume that it could be measured. The consciousness, the activity, brain activity could be measured.
Okay, brain activity equals consciousness?
Well, it 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 is an indication that consciousness exists if there is brain activity. Now, what
Okay.
brain activity is defined as, I can't really say because, again, I'm not a biologist.
Okay, good. No problem. Me also. But like I'm trying to find something that we can agree on. Okay. So here's the second question. If the brain is dead, brain dead situation, what about that time? Like, still there is consciousness?
Wait. I started to read what Space Research was writing in the chat box, so I missed your question. Please repeat, Phil.
Okay, like brain dead scenarios.
Yeah.
So, like in that situation, do you think there is consciousness?
I don't know. I don't think so. But uh, if consciousness is um, a spiritual thing that exists separate from the material of the of the body, the consciousness could be in the area. It could be present, but not necessarily in the body.
Yeah, but you like realize what you start your statement if it's separate from the body. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean
and
it's
that's
separate from the body.
no. Of course, that's what I believe. Though it's a separate entity. It's an entity that possesses a body in order to operate in this reality. That's the
But
way
but
I define it.
yeah, that's you how you define it, but that doesn't mean it's the case. So what if
Of
it's
course.
just emergent? Like, it emerges from the active body, and when the body is not active, then it's stops emerging.
I can't dispute what you're saying. It's just not the way I view consciousness and body.
Okay, but to be able to see the way that you see, what kind of evidence you have?
Oh,
Well,
I don't necessarily have any evidence for it. I came to it's a conclusion that I come to
based on what?
by based on my long life, by study, in other words, reading what other people say about it, um, and it's simply a what I would call a conclusion of my common sense. Now, my common sense may be completely defective, but it's not defective to me. So as you know, I do not believe in God, but I do believe in spiritual entities called souls, which I'm equating with consciousness.
But do you realize that this is not different than what religious people are doing? Like they also say, this is lifetime investment. I studied, and I think this is a common sense for me, and that's why I
Sure,
believe a God exists.
sure, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
They simply add a god to their description. I leave out the god. I do not believe the god is there. But some people put the god in because they in for me they seem to have some need to have a god in their calculation of reality and who they are in reality. They seem to need this god. I don't see a need for God.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but still, like Frank, like if you try to prove that you know there is soul or consciousness is separate from the body, you're not able to prove that. Like when you
No,
say,
I can't prove it. I can't prove it.
yeah, mm, okay,
No, and I don't attempt to. In other words, I would never. Um, I would discuss the subject like we're discussing it now,
mhm,
um, but I would never attempt to uh, convince you or convert you to my belief with so-called proofs. I do. I first of all, I don't try to impose my belief on anybody. I just explain my belief if a person asks, and you're asking questions in a way that you're saying, "Well, Frank, explain your belief." Prove you. But once you get to prove your belief, I can't prove it. I can only say, "Well, this is what my common sense leads me to believe." And when I die, I'll find out more.
Okay.
But
Okay,
but I
guys.
totally reject people who throw in a God that will punish me for not believing, um, and in other words, for not submitting to Him in this reality, for not believing in this reality. I totally reject that, and I think it's a ridiculous kind of belief. So, space research is trying to take part in the conversation, as is Hari Sav, maybe, but they're not opening their mics.
Okay,
This
let's
means
give them
people
money.
believe in accountability as well. Yes, it's true, Hari Sav.
Mhm.
You are the consciousness of space research. Well, I don't know what that means.
When if when you are not dreaming, then you can see there is no feeling, and you said that where like consciousness is not a part of the body. Then a doctor, I think in America, researched about that, and is he made an X-ray of his body and see just bones there and other body parts, but he says, "Where am I?" So from that and other things from your from your own experience, like when you sleep and you have a deep sleep, no dreaming, nothing at all, and when you are dreaming, then your mind is working, but when you are not dreaming, then your mind is not working, then you are experiencing the no experience there. Just you can understand that something at that time I was not experiencing. So in the deep sleep, you can feel that you are not a part of that body. You are the consciousness itself.
You're very difficult to understand, Mr. Space Research, because your microphone, number one, your microphone is not clear. And because it's not clear, your accent is difficult to understand.
Actually, sir, I wanted to say that we everyone we dream, like in our dreams, our mind is working, but in sleep when we are not dreaming, then our mind is not working. Then after waking up, we remember that we were not experiencing at all.
Sorry, but my statement still stands. You are difficult to understand. I cannot reply to you because I cannot grasp your point.
I think he's about to prove at least one statement that he made, which is he's
For that reason, I have written in the chat.
in a dream. He's not even replying to those statements. But anyway, I gave a chance the second time. Anyway. Okay. Welcome, Newsin and Vampire's Blood. Ooh. I remember this nickname. Okay. Just one more thing, Frank. You
Yes.
said that it's ridiculous to put God there.
No, I didn't say it's ridiculous. I don't think I used the word ridiculous.
Oh, you
I
used.
Did I use that word?
Yeah, you used.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. I mean, when I think about people who believe in God and how they rationalize it, yes, I do actually think that their belief is ridiculous.
Okay,
So
you're.
I accept that I did say that. I don't remember saying that, but
Oh, we can prove that easily. I mean, if you really need the evidence.
no, I don't need. I accept what you say. If you
Okay,
remember my using the word,
I remember.
I that's all. I just didn't remember using the word. But if you pin me down, yes, I do accept. I do think that the belief in God is ridiculous.
But if you remember, Harry said this is what we do also. Like we use the common sense. That's how we believe a God exists. So when you answer in the same way for the soul belief, like, do you think it's not in the same category? I think you already agreed that, yeah, like I believe in it in the same way. But you call for one of them, now let's say something doesn't make sense, but the other one, it's your belief. What happened to you doesn't make sense. Okay, this is another topic, I think. Kill as many people as you want and nothing going to happen to you doesn't make sense. Harry, like, there's no rule that it should make sense. Okay, I think you're falling from those stairs. Be careful, man. That's a nice room. But be careful about the stairs. Okay, I still don't understand what he's trying to say. Space research. I don't know how many times we should repeat it. We don't understand you. Even when you're typing. Maybe we are so stupid. Okay. But if that's the case, we should assume that you have some intelligence that can allow you to make it simple. If you can do that, maybe we can have a conversation. But when there's this gap of not being able to understand each other, we cannot communicate, okay?
The problem is that I may be the only native speaker in the room. I mean, your English is native speaker level film, but
Thank you so
um,
much. No, it's not.
but the problem is people are trying to communicate in my language, and sometimes that's difficult because if they were communicating in their own language, saying the same thing, they would be understood by other people in their own culture.
I think I have some advantage because I practice my English with people from different countries, like mostly India, Arabic speaking countries, or other countries. And I think I understand sometimes better. But here right now, no, I couldn't. Couldn't. Anyway, hey, Zebra, welcome. I was an atheist until 2000 when I became a Christian. The evidence for a creator is overwhelming. Okay, let me share the link with you. Zebra, maybe you can share those overwhelming evidence for me. I also see a lot of evidence, but I don't think there's so powerful evidence that can convince me that a God exists. And you can join the link if you want the conversation. And Paul, how did it go yesterday, James' stream? I've seen it's more than 4 hours. And James was here just an hour ago, but I couldn't ask him. And I don't know if you were there all the time. Oh, good, good, good. No, that's great. Ba, 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 ba. Divine punishment. Yeah, James is a cool guy. Yeah. Okay, he sent the link. Oh yeah, there was this claim coming from Harry. So nothing going to happen to you. Okay, yeah. So what? Like, there's no any rule that there will be a judgment after we die. You may see a lot of injustice, but there's no any rule that dictates that there should be, there must be. We can desire for it. We want it because it's good for our well-being. But that doesn't it's going to be the case. For example, I can wish for wings like birds, okay? Real ones, not some tools. I can desire for it because I like to travel. I want to see places freely. But that doesn't mean that's going to be the case. If I wish for the case, okay, if I pray for the case, that doesn't make sense, okay? And just because I have the wish to fly like that, again, that doesn't mean it's going to be the case. So when you say, hey, justice must be completed, or there should be the perfect justice, that's your desire, that's your wish. I understand that because it benefits you and other people around you. Because it's making you so sad that people do whatever they want and they just go with it. I understand that this is upsetting you, but that doesn't mean it's going to be, compensated or someone will punish those bad guys. No, it doesn't mean that's going to be the case. And not making sense is just something that upsets you, okay? And I understand that. Okay, Zebra doesn't want to talk. Okay, no problem. He or she's engaging in the chat box on YouTube. That's also enough. Vincent and Sebastian. Okay. Welcome, people. Okay. It isn't going to be bad. No, it's bad for me. A genocidal maniac gets away with his crimes and never gets accountable. Doesn't make sense to me. Harry, like the reality doesn't work based on your way of making sense in the life. Okay, it doesn't make sense to me that there's too much evil on this planet. But that's the case. Like this is the case. We cannot change it magically. There are a lot of things that don't make sense, but that doesn't mean they will make sense in the future. You can't claim that. And again, the reality doesn't shape according to your wishes, desires. I mean, some of them, sure, but not all of them. And justice is one of them. People did a lot of bad things and they just died. That's all. And what doesn't make sense to me more, Harry, when you see these problems and when you do not act in a good way in this life. And when you say, hey, don't worry, God exists and God will punish those bad guys, don't bother yourself. This doesn't make sense to me, Harry, okay? That's why maybe that there's too much injustice in this life. Because people are too lazy, because people created all those stories and they say, don't worry, God exists, God will do whatever is needed. Okay? And He's the just. This doesn't make sense me more and more. Okay, like to want to believe in God is a different thing. Like I can understand it can make you feel good because you want justice. And what can bring justice? Not humanity? Okay, let's create a God. God exists, God is powerful, and He's gonna bring the justice after we die. And that kind of helps you mentally. I understand that. But that doesn't make God real. That doesn't make a rule that justice will be, provided. No, none of them. Okay, this guy's just preaching this other guy from YouTube. Savami. Wakanda. Okay. It's not Wakanda, but I'm not able to read. Vivekananda. Okay. Okay. Uh, Frank, I'm gonna recreate.
Okay,
Um,
I'll follow you. I've got time to kill this morning.
okay, cool.
Go
See you
ahead,
there.
recreate.
Jumping. Okay. Yep. New room, new chance. Welcome, Julie. Welcome, Julie. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
I
Raptor.
bookmarked those two Swami lectures. When I have time to spend 3 hours watching videos, I'll
Ooh.
watch them. You may have something worthwhile to say. We'll see.
I hope you find something beneficial.
Mr. Space Research, I bookmarked those two videos, but they're 3 hours long together, so I'm not going to watch them now. Maybe I'll watch them when I have time.
No, actually, I didn't say to watch this now, but actually, as I'm Indian and I have a few very low stock of English words, so I can't explain it well.
Again, I could not understand what you said.
Actually, as I am Indian, so and my word stock is very low, so I can't explain it in a good way. So I have sent you those two videos, and it's like
I understand that Space Research. That's why I bookmarked the videos. Maybe the Swami has something worthwhile to say. I will examine them when I have time. Bill, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you didn't set the guest issues.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I will do that. Anyway, let's see. Z stuff. Bob Chandra? No, it's not Chandra. Chandana. Okay. Empire's Blood is back. Serene. Pollock Kumar. I have seen him also in the previous rooms. Okay. Okay. No, Zebra, we don't know. We just label those things. Come on. I'm happy that you became a believer, Zebra. Seeing such atheist people is kind of making me even, let's say, more sad. Our topic is God's existence, guys. And this room is live on YouTube. And we have the specific questions related to the topic. Do you believe in God? Which God? If yes, then why do you believe in that God? Tanya raised the hand first, Jamani. And then we have Helmington. Okay, guys, you can talk.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, you raised the hand just to say hello. Okay. Let's wait more. That's tiring.
Hello there.
Hello.
I do believe in God actually, and there are many reasons, like philosophically, logically, you have to believe in God because there must be a necessary being that caused everything, like the first cause. Are you familiar with the Kalam cosmological argument?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, that's actually my basis of believing in God.
Yeah, but that's a really bad argument.
Why do you think so?
Because it doesn't even say God exists. The argument doesn't say God
It
exists. It
does.
says therefore there is a cause for the universe. And it doesn't say how many causes, what kind of causes. It doesn't say anything. That's why it's a terrible argument for God.
No, I'll tell you why. There must be an existence that is necessary for everything else to exist because the universe or like the creation, whatever you want to call it cannot pop out from nothing. We must agree on that.
Maybe it didn't pop out from nothing. Maybe it was
So how
always
did it come?
something and it just began to expand. And then we say, oh, look, it began to exist.
No, if it's expanding, it was like nothing at some point. And
You can't say
all
that.
the people they say,
No, you can't say that. It
sorry,
was nothing. It's a statement that you cannot prove. And scientists don't claim that it was nothing. They say it was just a singularity and it began to expand. That's all.
no, it was the material and the opposite of the material. Like they were negating each other. Yeah,
What was negating each other?
the material and the like anti-material, two entities. I mean, physically.
I like that. I don't think any physicists speak like that about singularity and Big Bang.
What do you think?
Now again, like I say, what I learned from scientists when they describe what is Big Bang. Big Bang is just all
Mhm.
matter energy in a single point, just hot, dense, infinitely. They don't say zero, nothing. They don't say those words. They say just it began to expand. We don't know what is prior to that. Maybe there's no prior to that because time also began to exist after or with the expansion. So they don't
What is
have
time?
what?
What is time? Is it even a real thing?
No, this is not our topic, man. We don't need
Okay, no
to
problem.
discuss about
Let's not
that.
delve into that.
So, yeah, but again, this
Well,
is Big Bang that we learn, and singularity is timeless, according to what they say. Just expands. We don't know how and why exactly, but if you
I
think there must
understand.
be
No problem.
something necessarily existing, maybe that is the thing that necessarily exists. Because whatever that thing is, singularity, okay, all the matter. So it's the universe, okay, like just changing form, shape, and
Okay, I understand your position. But do you think scientists, I mean the majority of scientists, do they believe this universe is eternal?
oh, some of them they speculate that it might be eternal. Yeah, but they
But
don't
the
have great
majority are
evidence for
saying
that.
they
Yeah,
don't have basis yet. They don't have
they
like
don't
proof to
have good
back their
evidence.
claim.
Yeah, yeah, and like the way
Yeah.
that you don't have proof, to back your claims also. So
Yeah.
someone exists beyond the universe and created the universe is baseless also.
It has to be that way. I'll tell you why.
Has to be.
Because if the universe is not eternal, it has to like exist in order to create itself. It cannot create itself because it has to exist first in order to create itself.
Okay, what if it's eternal?
I don't think it's eternal.
But based on what?
Based on what the scientists are saying,
The
physicists,
scientists,
like
they don't
majority.
say that it is finite. They don't say that also.
I
They
mean, like the
speculate about that.
majority.
Did you count them, man? Come on.
Sorry.
Did you count the scientists who says what about singularity or universe or Big Bang? Did you count them?
No, I didn't count. But
Okay,
I
then
mean,
bring me the numbers that suggest that the
no,
universe
I
is
don't have the
finite.
statistics.
Then
I
why
don't have.
you claim that majority of the scientists believe that the universe is finite?
Yeah, because that's the most common opinion in the like
Based on
scientific
what? Based on what?
community.
Give me evidence. Like,
I think you already know that. You're
no, I
already
don't know
like
that.
familiar with what they're saying.
I'm familiar about what they say,
I don't
but
have the statistics.
yeah, they speculate about it. They don't conclude that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, so basically, we don't know anything. So if we don't have like facts to start with, then we cannot discuss anything. We can
Sure,
just
we
like
can
talk
discuss.
for no reason.
No, we can, because like if your suggestion is true, which is there must be something necessary, since we don't know whether
Mhm.
universe is finite or not. If universe is finite, okay, then we need to explain it with other things. But if it's infinite, then we can say that okay, look at the universe. Maybe that's the thing that you were searching for, which is a necessary existence. Maybe universe necessarily exists.
Yeah, I understand, but there is also the fine-tuning argument.
Okay, well, that doesn't work. It creates an infinite loop.
No, it doesn't.
It is. Let me
Because
explain. Let me explain how
okay,
it creates the infinite loop. If you believe that the design that you see from the universe requires a
mhm,
designer, that is
mhm.
creating the infinite loop, because whatever the cause of the universe must be designed also, because like there is an order, and like I don't know your religion. By the way, which God you believe in?
I'm Muslim.
Okay, Muslim, perfect. So Muslim God has specific properties. Okay, your God is not random; it's not chaotic. So there is an order in your God also. Your God doesn't act randomly, chaotically. So there is an
I'll tell
order,
you
and
about.
then this order must come from somewhere else or from someone
No,
else.
I'll tell you.
So you see,
I
like
think you're wrong.
you caused the infinite regress. Congratulations.
No, it's not an infinite regress because we believe God is uncreated, is eternal. I'll tell you why. For example,
No, no, no.
if
Stop,
there is
stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I'm not going with your definitions. Okay, your definitions doesn't make
one,
something real
I'll prove it. I'll prove it like logically.
logically.
Let's say, yeah, logic. If there is like an infinite amount of people between me and you, yeah, an infinite amount of people.
Man,
I
you man, I don't have problem
just
with
follow
infinite regress. You are the one who has the infinite regress problem, and
No, I
you
don't
are
have.
the. Uh, hey man,
I'll tell you why. You're not
oh my
following.
fucking god, man! Just let me, man. Let me.
Okay, no problem.
You created the problem, not me. Okay,
No,
so don't try
no,
to
no.
bring solutions.
It's not a problem.
You created it.
It's not a problem. Let me
Okay,
explain.
okay. Then why you're suggesting that there can't be infinite regress, and why you're trying to give
I'll tell you
examples
why.
to prove?
You're not letting me to explain.
First, they answer the question. If it's not a
What question?
problem, oh, you're not even listening my questions. I beg
There is
you.
no infinite regression.
There is no infinite regress.
Yes, I'll tell you why.
You created.
No, I didn't.
You did, and I explained you how you created.
You're wrong.
Then you are wrong.
No, I'll show you why you're wrong. You're not letting me explain.
Like, I'm wrong about what? Like, did I claim anything?
About Yeah, you claim there is an infinite regression problem. There isn't.
Oh, there isn't. Like, I know your answer
Yeah.
because you were saying that my God is uncreated. That's how you solve the
No,
problem.
no, I'll tell you. Let me speak, bro. Just give me 1 minute.
If you say the same thing that we just
You're not
claimed
letting me speak.
here, I'm not gonna let you anymore. Go on.
Okay, if there is an infinite amount of people between me and you, for example, I have to pass something that has to go through all of them. Will it ever reach you? An infinite amount of people. It will never reach you. I'll tell you why. Because it has to go for an infinite amount of time. It keeps going, keeps going. People will never end. That's the creation. If it started from a certain point, the creation will not come into existence because there is an infinite chain of causes, like this one caused this one, this one caused this one. It started from the other side. So therefore, there will be no infinite regression. If there is an infinite regression, the point of the creation will not occur.
Wilmington, you just wasted all of my time.
No.
Yes, you did. You're
What do you
basically saying that it must start from somewhere. And
Yeah.
yeah. And why it's not the universe? Why it's not starting from the universe?
Because the universe didn't exist at some point.
You don't have evidence for that.
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, I can claim that. And you also
You
don't have
can claim
evidence that
that.
the universe
You cannot claim that you don't have evidence, okay? So if
You also don't
universe
have evidence.
somehow always existed, then it's a good candidate for the starting point. If you think that there must be starting point, then say, okay, since I don't see any good evidence for the universe, then we can start from the universe. We don't need to go one step further. Because if you do that,
Do you have,
Pilmington, as I explained you that you didn't accept, you are the creator of infinite regress. Okay, I, you just do it and you say, oh no, like it's not logical. But then why you create an infinite regress? You even don't understand that you are the one who's creating such a problem. And then you are saying that, oh, infinite regress doesn't make sense. Why? Because there are infinite number of people and blah 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 blah. I understand that. Okay. So if you have a
and
problem with it, if you have a problem with infinite regress, then don't create it. Okay. Then just accept that the universe is the only thing that exists. It's the starting point of everything.
why do you believe that, and do you have an evidence that the universe is eternal, or is the only thing that exists? Do you have a proof of that?
So far, that's the only thing that we see, observe, and that doesn't mean there's nothing beyond, and that doesn't mean there's something beyond. I don't know.
Well, basically, we are like deaf and blind because
You
the
should accept
frequencies
that.
of sound we can hear.
Pilmington, you should accept that. We are blind to beyond of the universe.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's
Yes,
why you
we're
shouldn't make
blind. I'll tell you
claims.
what we're blind. There are a lot of things we cannot see. There are like a lot of frequencies we cannot hear. We can only hear like a little bit.
Yeah, there are a lot of
We can see
creatures.
only
There are a
a
lot
little
of
bit.
creatures that we don't see. For example, unicorns.
No, I'm talking
No.
about scientifically. Can you see like infrared and ultraviolet? You cannot.
Pilmington. There are things that we don't see. Yes, that's true. But that doesn't mean everything that we don't see is real.
Yes,
Can
I
you agree
agree
on
with
that?
you.
So do we see God?
Yeah.
Do we see God?
No, we don't.
No. So
If I see God,
what does
I'll not
that
believe.
mean? So what does that mean? God is real or not?
To me, God is real.
Based on what?
based on both arguments I presented, like the fine
But
tuning
yeah,
argument
but
and the
I
elaborate.
showed you that they're very bad arguments because the Kalam doesn't even say that God exists, and that the other things that they don't make sense because you are making special pleadings. Like you say, wait, not the universe. My God must be the first thing that exists. And by the way, that there's an even bigger problem that I didn't mention. How they know that if we go one step further, we reach your God. You don't know that. You just assume that. What if the universe have two causes? And then what if those two causes have five causes and that's the end? No infinite regrets because it should start from somewhere and it starts from five things, creators, whatever you call, doesn't matter. You don't know
I
whether
mean,
this is the case or not.
philosophically, why do you have to explain something with something more complicated? You usually
Yeah,
philosophically go for
exactly.
like the
Yeah,
simple solution.
exactly. Why
For
you're doing
example,
that? Why you're doing that then, Pilmington? Again, if you
I'll
complain
give one
about
example.
something, don't do that. Okay, you are the one who's trying to
No,
explain the universe with something more complex, which is your God. Then don't do it.
no, I'm not saying. I'll give you one example. If you hear your doorbell ringing, yeah, do you expect like a football team on your door? You don't expect that, right?
Yeah, I don't expect that. Yeah.
So
So what?
why do you like go for like this
Okay.
argument?
Yeah. Oh,
Because
good, good. So if like, here's the thing: like, if I bring you a phone, why do you think that there's only one creator of this phone? If I bring you a phone, why do you think it's just one man built the phone? Why do you think like that?
well, because I know how the phone is made.
Oh, how do you know how universes are made?
No, I don't.
Then why the fuck you claim that there's only one creator of this universe?
Because it makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense because you didn't observe.
No,
We observed that, like the people coming at our doors. We observe the phone makers. That's how we know what we are gonna see. Okay, behind. But you have
no,
never
why do I?
observed while universes are being created. You have never observed. That's why you can't say that there must be only one cause of the universe.
I'll tell you one more thing, yeah?
Ah, I will give you just some seconds or minutes, okay, to
No
elaborate
problem.
on what I said, like on my points that I made. Then we can engage again. I also have to chill down. So, Frank, how are you so far? Oh, he disconnected. Okay. Let's see. Like we have Jobran. What a name. We have Jin. That's another. What a name. Arthur. Welcome. Okay. Yeah. Frank, welcome back. Maybe connection problem. I'm not sure. But anyway, I think that was enough for me. And maybe it was enough for him to elaborate on the things that we mentioned. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Frank, I
Yeah, I
think.
had a problem with I was not hearing the conversation.
Okay. You're
I
audible
had
right
a,
now.
yeah, it's clear. I mean, now I hear. I don't know what happened. I
Hmm.
didn't even move in my chair. Just was sitting here.
Okay. By the
And
way,
everything stopped.
sorry.
Go ahead.
What's the brand of your mic?
Oh, it's a cheap brand. It's I don't
It's a
I
cheap
don't
one.
yeah, just a minute. Maybe I have it here.
I feel so stupid right now.
No, I'd have to go find the box. I don't. It's
No, no,
very
no. Don't bother yourself. No, no, no.
no. Normally I don't have a problem, but I'm just sitting here without even moving. The sound stops. So I think it was a problem with my connection to Free for Talk.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't
No,
think
it
it
has
was
nothing
because
to
of the
do with the
mic.
mic.
Yeah. No. I was just asking because it sounds very cool, man. Like it's.
Yeah, it's a good mic for the price I paid for it, but
Yeah.
somehow it just stopped, and it had to do with my connection to Free for Talk, not
Probably.
the
Yeah.
mic.
Yeah. Okay.
So did you and Mr. Boswalix finish?
No. I just like needed some time to cool down, and I also let him to think about our discussion so far. to be able to continue more if he desires to continue.
Well, it's always difficult to discuss the subject with a hardcore believer in a religion.
I like that. I like that. I mean, even if it's making me frustrated.
No, I know
sometimes.
you enjoy it. I'm just making
Yeah.
a comment about it.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. And that's a true comment. Okay. Mm,
And you handle it well, I think. I mean,
really?
you have a vast knowledge of things.
No, no. Like I'm very ignorant about many topics. I just I just want to question. Okay. But as I said, I don't know like whether the universe has cause or not, or finite or infinite. And I realize other people also don't know that. I realize scientists they don't know that.
Right, right.
Yeah. Like I watch them speaking, they don't have conclusions. And that tells me, okay, even they don't know. So what does that
That,
mean?
that's why I use the argument I'll find out when I die.
Hmm. But that like there's some logical problems in that statement because if no consciousness awareness, then you're not gonna find out.
Right, of course. But that if I wink out totally, yes, I'm not going to find out. But if I continue to exist after I die, then I'll learn something.
Oh,
I'm not. I
maybe.
don't know what I'll learn. Yeah, it's a maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe this or maybe that. I'll either
But,
wink out or I won't wink out.
yeah, Frank, but let me raise the bar one step higher.
Okay, go ahead.
Even if you will have some consciousness and a body after you die, maybe you will not be able to know that.
That's true. But that'll be learning something.
But maybe you will not learn. Maybe it will be like a reboot in your system. Let's say you're right. Like there is a consciousness which is not, completely connected to this body. But what if you rise in another universe, in another being, and that's only what you know? You don't have anything prior to,
Right. There's no recall of the previous
yeah.
life.
If you
Yeah, I
cannot
understand.
recall it, then even if you exist somehow in a different way, that doesn't mean like you'll find out something. Maybe every time you come back, you'll just try to investigate the universe
Sure.
that you're in.
You may be absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So all I could say is I hope I will learn something. And by the way, you have a question
Oh,
about your channel in the chat box.
channel's name is Philosober. Yeah, that's the
I
name.
got the answer.
Good, good, good. And here's the link for the live right now that we're having. Mm,
Much appreciated.
okay. I shouldn't be too lazy to advertise my channel. Sometimes I'm lazy.
Well, why don't you just put it in your welcome message?
Oh, like today, there's a problem, Frank. The full message isn't accepted by the AI. I don't know why, but I tried many times. It failed, and then I deleted some part of it. Voila, it worked. But yeah.
Okay.
Mm. Okay, nice to see Crisp in the chat box. Okay. Do you guys not believe that infinite regress is impossible? That's a question on YouTube. Do you guys not believe? I don't believe in that. Yeah, because I don't know like how things work. But accepting that there's no infinite regress doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't prove a god. It doesn't prove any cause of the universe. It doesn't even say that there must be a cause for the universe. So many problems, even if we accept that infinite regress is impossible. So I don't see a solution there. Sharat Sharma, that was his question. Hey, Stefan, welcome. I didn't see you. Sorry. Who else? Maybe I missed other people. Okay. Oh, he wants the link. Wow. Oh, Julie, thanks. You shared. And he joined or not? I'm not sure. Okay. And when
I
did you share
first,
the link, Julie? Is it you, Jabron? What did you say?
yeah, hi, brother.
Hey.
I just have a question.
Okay.
Uh, it's yeah, I don't know it's related to your topic or not. That it's about God and suffer. Do you believe in God, right?
You believe in God is the first question, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like the question is about God and suffering. Do you believe in God?
I don't.
You do not believe in God.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so the might not my question is not
Oh,
yeah might not be
you're an atheist.
yeah it's about the suffering
Problem of
that if
evil.
God is yeah so
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work for me, but maybe you can have the conversation with Pilmington. He's raising the hand. Man, you have the mic right now.
I just have one question because I need to go to pray. I just want to ask you if you can disprove the existence of God. Can you be sure of that?
I cannot do that, man. Like there are different kind of God concepts, and some of them are unfalsifiable. So you know what is unfalsifiable, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, we cannot prove and we cannot disprove. So that's why I cannot say I'm sure that there's no any God. I cannot say that.
Well, thank you so much. I have to go now. It's been a pleasure,
Yeah.
guys.
Oh,
Hopefully, you can talk another time. Yeah.
maybe, yeah, maybe. Thanks for this time. That was good.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Bye bye. Me too. Yeah, he was cool. Even I muted him 2 times, maybe 3 times. She was very cool. Um, I enjoy even the disagreements, Frank. When I see such kind of people, they're cool, even cooler than I am, and they can keep the conversation, and they do not rush out. They say thank you for the conversation, and they leave gently.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's very nice.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. I think I need to create another room. Okay. Anything you want to add, Frank?
No,
No.
nothing. No, go ahead, create the other room. I'll follow you.
Okay, thanks. I am on the way of creating and then created, then jumping right now. Oop. Okay. Ba-dum-ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Let me share the link on YouTube this time. There was a guy who asked the link and I just missed that. And Julie shared the link, but he didn't join, I believe. You had one fucking iota of real evidence. I would have stated that before your Jedi mind tricks. Oh. Okay.
Jedi mind?
Yeah.
Well, that's a person who was influenced by Star Wars and Western culture.
Well,
Jedi mind. Wow.
maybe it's not the influence, but he knows the movies. Maybe that's just all. Mm. God is the best explanation for the emergence of life on a primordial Earth. Mm. Since you cannot comprehend philosophy, let's get to the science. Oops, too much noise. There is the noise. X, Nafisa, and Lola. Guys, before you start, I should tell you that we have a specific topic in this room, and the room is live on YouTube. So whatever you say, whatever you type, it will be seen on YouTube instantly and probably forever. Forever is a big word here, but you know what I mean. Click, click, click. Here you go.
Hi,
Hi,
how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Yep, doing well.
Good.
So can I get the link of the live YouTube channel that you're doing now?
Sure, you can.
How to access that?
Here's the link.
Oh, that's a great one.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello again.
Yep.
Hey, John, welcome. Aster and Samir.
Am I audible, sir? Good
Yes,
evening.
good evening. You're audible, yeah.
You're audible.
Sorry.
You are audible, yeah.
Okay, okay. So, how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
Pretty fine so far.
Okay, Aster, have you seen the topic of this room?
Yeah, definitely.
Good, very good. So you know that
So,
this is on YouTube also?
could be. I have no idea about this topic on YouTube, but I can see the screen. There's a topic: God's existence. Do you believe in a
No,
God?
I think,
he said that this meeting that you're doing is going on YouTube live.
Really?
yeah.
Yep.
I'm glad to know that.
What?
So, okay.
So what you said, it will going to record.
Yeah,
That's good.
automatically. Thank you, YouTube, for recording it for me automatically. Uh,
Okay.
anyway. Okay, I'll
So
meet you, Aster, and while you can think about it, and let me send you the link, and you can also see it, how it looks. Then you can consider more and more about it. Here's the link. So, hey, man, like, what was your name? Yuga. Do you believe in God exists, Yuga?
how about you, brother?
But ask you a question. Do you believe a God exists?
Yeah, yes, I believe it. Like, how about you, yourself?
I don't. So, which God you
Okay,
believe in?
which God I'm believing?
Yeah.
Why? Like, does it require a name?
It would be better to understand what kind of a God you believe in, because when someone says God, it can mean a lot of things. So I'm
Well,
just trying to
let's
navigate.
say, like, can you able to see the hair, wind, oxygen?
We can go there. We can go there. But can we first be clear about which God you believe in?
I believe in God, bro. Like,
But which God?
why it is which God is what? Like, why the
I just
name is
explained.
matter?
You go. I explain you because there are many religions out there, and their gods are different than each other. For example, if I'm talking
No.
to a Hindu, Their
Hmm.
gods are different. If I talk to a Christian, their God is
Yeah.
different. If I talk to a Muslim, their God is different.
Okay.
So that's why I'm trying to understand which God you believe in. Maybe it's not from religions. Then I'm gonna ask, okay, what do you mean by God? Like it's a power. It's outside of the universe. Like, do you think it has intelligence and created the universe? To understand,
Hmm.
like, what is this concept?
So you want me to say which God I'm believing?
Yeah. Why?
So
Look, another example. Sorry, there are people who says that my phone is my God. Okay,
okay.
and they don't tell me that their phone is their God for some time. And then I learned that when they say God, they mean their phone. And that means I've wasted a lot of time because I don't want to talk about such kind of things. I don't want to talk about phones, okay?
Who say that? Who say that?
Some people. So that's why I want to be clear, okay? If something that I'm not interested in, then I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Good. So, which God do you believe in? Are you Hindu?
Who?
Me?
Yeah,
You're talking about me?
yeah, I'm talking about you.
Am I Hindu? Like why the religions matters on the God?
Because it
Like
helps me
like
to learn which God you believe in.
bro. First of all, I would like to say that how can you say how can you define the God by their religion? Like it's on their belief,
Yeah,
right?
because they define their gods, and when they say, "Hey, you know what? I'm Christian," then I know what
Mm.
kind of God they believe in. Okay, because I know Christianity and some Hinduism, Islam, and some other religions, so I understand which God they believe in, and I don't have to waste my time by asking, "Hey, man, what's your God? Who's your God? Tell me about your God." I don't need to do that. Okay.
That's a great one, bro.
Yeah, so you're gonna share. You don't have to share your religion. Okay, like okay, maybe you have some concerns. I'm gonna do it in a different way. Okay. So do you think
Yeah.
your God is separate from this universe?
No,
No. So
no,
do you think your God existed before this universe?
and after also,
Uh, and do you believe it existed before?
and after also.
I didn't ask about after.
Yep,
So the answer is yes. It existed
yep.
prior to universe. So like, do you think your God is the universe itself?
No,
No. So it's different than the universe, but inside the universe.
yep.
So it's something inside the universe. So is it visible?
You can feel it.
It said visible. So it's not visible.
Yes. No.
We
It's
cannot
depend
see.
on the person. It's depend on the individual. How
Mhm.
can they take it?
Okay. Do you think this God created our planet?
Not only planet, the whole universe.
The whole universe? But
Yeah.
so then it means it's separate from the universe. Like I asked this question, you said no.
Yeah, he is in the universe and he can be outside of the universe. It
But
depend on
in
the
the first place, he was outside of the universe. Then he created the universe, and it's like creating a house. He created the house, then he entered inside. That's
hmm.
what you believe, I think. Is it the
Like
same
white
case?
matter.
Is it the same case for your God? So your God
Yeah,
was
you can
outside
take it.
of.
Yeah, yeah, you can take it like that.
Okay, so your God created the universe, then he entered inside the universe, and he created everything inside the universe, like like the house. Like okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
And where is this God right now? Inside or outside?
It's depend on the person. It's depend on you. Like you
What
can
do you mean?
feel wherever you want. Yeah.
What do you mean
If
I
you
can
think
feel wherever
he's
I want?
If you think he is in the inside of the universe, yes, he is. If you think he's the outside, yes, he is outside. It's depend on the person.
Okay, but how we can change God's location just by thinking? Like, do you think we have magical powers? Well, if I think that God is in my asshole, that means He will be there.
That shows your intellectual. That's what you are. That shows that your thinking capacity. Yeah,
Okay, but like that's what you said, right? Like wherever you think
that's
God will
what
be
you're
there,
thinking.
that's what you said to me. Like wherever you think
What?
God will be there, you said if you think God is inside the universe, God will be inside. If you think God will be outside of the universe, God will be there. That's what you said. And I asked you, okay, I want to be like more precise about that. And I
What?
asked you a question and you didn't answer. And you kind of started being defensive about what I
Never.
said. But
Uh,
anyway.
philosopher, I think you're the world's biggest
Yeah, I know,
narcissist,
I
and
know,
you
I
are
know, I know.
gay.
I am
Yeah,
gay.
you are
Yeah, I'm
gay.
gay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it did.
God damn it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, like Jack is sending his terrorists here.
Who is
Okay.
the Jack?
Like another terrorist here.
Oh, okay, leave it, leave it.
Anyway, yeah, yeah. Like terrorists are not coming from only religions. You can see atheist people can be terrorists also. They do that. But anyway,
Mm.
maybe can't. Maybe someone. Yeah, but he is not lucky
Yeah.
because I'm straight. So,
Yep, yep.
okay. So, why do you believe that there's such a God? Is the last question. I learned enough about your God. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
why do you think there is such a God?
Like, like, how do you define the God first? I want to know that from
No, I
you.
don't need to. You defined that for me. I'm okay with it. Okay. So, why do you believe that there is such a God? Is my last question.
Because I'm going with an example.
Which
Okay,
one?
let's take the airport. So, in the single airport, for a single day, there's a n numbers of airplane will going to land and will going to take off. Right? Everything will
Sorry. I'm sorry. You said airport.
airport
Okay, and there will be planes taking off and landing on. Okay,
number of airplanes will going to take off and will going to land.
some number.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah, let's take a 20 to 30. Like
okay,
just for
okay,
an
okay, okay.
so
Let's proceed.
yeah. So for that, everything is going in a well organized manner.
Well
Even though,
organized.
yep,
But
well
wait a
organized.
second. Wait a second. Like that, I don't think it's well organized because I don't think it's the same amount of planes every day taking off and landing off. Like some planes have, what was the word? Retard, they say. In English, Frank, can you help me?
Uh, I didn't get the word retar.
I like when, they miss the schedule.
Oh, I don't know what the word is for that.
Uh, I think it's a simple one. Like like your plane will be taken off at 1, but there's a problem. They say it will be 3.
We just say it's
Delay.
Delay. Fuck.
delayed.
Yeah, yeah, delay. Yeah, I told you it
Mm,
was a simple word.
that's what I
So
say. You didn't even let me complete my
no, you
sentence.
go. No, 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 no. Let me correct you first, okay? Because you are spreading misinformation, okay? So
Never.
there are delays in airports, and the schedule is not very precise, okay?
Yeah, it's just happened by some lots of time by the passengers.
Doesn't matter
Which
by
is a,
who. So still, it's not
that's
very
what
well organized, right?
So everything is going, some expect exceptions are there, okay?
Mhm.
Like if you take full like thousands of airports, the average
Yuga,
is very
Yuga,
low.
you are making
So
me tired,
what
man.
I
Hey,
want to say,
Yuga. I accept what you say, okay? I accept you. There is an order in
that's correct.
airport. Okay, I accept. Can you proceed from this point?
Yep.
Okay,
So
let's go.
from there, the the thousands, like, okay, like the hundreds of planes will traveling day by day from that airport in the sky, around all the countries, over the countries. So yearly one or two, but every airplanes are reaching their destinations
Hey, we
in the
got
very.
that. Don't make it longer. You can make your point, okay?
So who is controlling that traffic? So who is
Oh,
not
humans.
letting that?
There are many humans. Yuga,
So they,
Yuga.
so
Oh my fucking god. Yuga, who is
no, no, you're
controlling
not letting.
is a question. You're not letting me the answer question.
I will, I'm doing, but you're interrupting me.
No. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. Silence. Good. So, who is controlling all those things was a question that should be answered immediately. Okay. That's why I'm interrupting you. And you're asking a question. You just let me answer. Okay. So, who is controlling all those things? There are many people on this planet. They're working for these things to be done. Many people is the answer. Now you can continue. I did.
So the position is called as an air traffic controller. You know that?
Yeah, controllers, not one controller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, bro, for airport, how many air traffic controllers that you find?
yeah, but there's not only one airport. Like the plane that is taken off is going to land on another airport, right? So that's why you need more than one air traffic controller.
So there is a person who controls that to
There are
going a
people.
very
There
flex.
are there are people who is
Oh my
controlling that.
god, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying something
That's
false.
never. I'm not saying
You just
false.
did, and I
No,
just corrected you. Like, tell me, there is only one air traffic controller on the planet?
for one
No,
for the airport.
no,
For the
no. On
airport,
on the
I say that.
planet. Hey, man, Yuga, I call you to reality. Okay, what is reality right now? There are thousands of airports on the plane, on the planet.
Mm,
That's
mm,
true, right? That's the reality.
mm.
And can you say that there is
Mm.
only one air traffic controller on this world, on this planet?
But the position is same that they are holding.
Can you say that there is only one traffic controller on this planet?
The position is same or
Fuck the
not?
position. Can you say there's only one
You
traffic
have to say.
controller?
Just
No,
you
you
have to
cannot
say the
say that.
position is
Let me
same or not.
mute you. Let me mute you again because you're being so stubborn. So the answer is no. There are many air traffic controllers on the planet. Okay, why? Because we have many airports, and that's why we need many of them. And I believe probably there are many, even one airport. You cannot have one person, you know, 24-hour in an airport to control all those things. You can't do that, okay? You cannot manage that. It's impossible, Yuga, okay? So we have many. Please proceed from this point because that's the reality.
So then you have to say like the position is same or not.
What do you mean the position?
The air traffic controller.
Like air traffic control is one label. Yeah, it's the same. So what?
It's the same, right?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe they have ranks. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not
probably
working in
no.
an airport.
S- for bro, I'm not diving into the positions they're holding inside that job. I'm just saying
And why the
the
fuck you're asking those details?
so you have to accept like the position is same or for
I
all
don't have
around
to
the world.
expect. I don't have to accept. I don't know it. How can I accept something I don't know? As I said, maybe their ranks are different. But let's say that it's the same. So what? So what? What's your point?
So so if you manage if you take into that into the god, so there is a god and who controls to for the ongoing everyday
I
process
understand,
to
but
make a
but but
smooth
that's
process.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. I just showed you that there's not only one air traffic controller. There
But
are
the
many.
position is same and you also said that.
Doesn't matter. Like so, that means there are many gods, and
What,
their
why it
positions are
doesn't matter?
okay. That means, according to your argument, there must be many gods, and their positions must be the same. Do you accept that? Like, do you believe that there are many gods and they have same positions and they're controlling the universe? Do you believe in that?
Do you believe there is a many gods?
I don't believe, but according to your argument, there must be many.
Well, then how can you say there is many gods and they have holding the same different position?
How can you say that
They
there's
are
only
all the same god.
how can you say that there's only one air traffic controller and there's only
I
one
said there
position?
is the same, bro. The but the position, the
You got
group of
you got
people
you
is
got
same.
you got like you're making it very hard, man. Like how
No,
many
bro,
how
you are
many how
making it
many
worse.
how many how many air traffic controllers exist in this world? Please answer me. How many?
But the position is
You
same. But
got
that
doesn't
what
matter.
they are doing.
Fuck. If they're all male, they all have dicks. So what? They have hair. All of them have hair on their skin. So what? It's not important. Still, it means there are many people. Many people. Do you understand? So if there are many gods, if someone says, but their positions are the same, okay. Still, it means there
But
are
the
many
work they
gods,
are
okay.
doing is the same. The
Okay,
work they are doing it's the same.
I'm done. Like, I'm not gonna continue because he's not making sense. He's just bullshitting. Like their position is the same. I don't give a fuck. They can have different positions. I don't give a fuck again. Doesn't matter. That proves that there are many, whatever they are. Okay. Yeah, I've lost a lot of time. You're right. Thank you. Okay. Let's see other people. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Astra is still here. I think she learned what we are doing here. Oh, welcome, we are DNA. We are DNA. And Justin Stafford, welcome. Yeah, check his guitar clips. He has a channel. We are DNA. He's on YouTube. In Christianity, there is Father, I guess. We don't need to guess. Hey, man, welcome.
I want to ask something to Dad.
To what?
Uh, in Hinduism scripture, it's mentioned that God is only one and only. Wow. I think in
Oh,
Hinduism, people worship a lot, different, a lot, I would say, variety of idols of gods. How could be there only one?
Esther, that topic is a little bit complicated. Some say there's only one God in many different forms, and some say
Yeah.
that there are different gods, but there's one which is controlling all of them. Like it's a little bit complicated. I'm also not sure about what they believe exactly. Maybe there's not one belief system, and they have different kind of sects. Maybe.
Oh my God. Okay, so I feel like, uh, the existence of God. Okay, my English is not well. Okay. The existence of God is basically just a belief that we have been following since the years to years. We didn't see it, we didn't feel it, I guess. And
You're an atheist, Esther.
sorry.
Are you an atheist? Non-believer?
Uh, uh, no. Yes. Good. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes. Before, you know what? Let me tell the truth. I used to feel there could be a God who will have me, who will support me, who will always love me. There wouldn't be anybody in my life, so there would be a creator, a God that will guide me till my last breath. But after when I started figuring out some facts that when I wanted to know, started wanting to know the true science of code, I didn't find any of them so far. So it lost my interest and also, I would say, broke my trust either.
I see. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for making it short. Yeah. Yeah, some people they search and they're not able to find. Maybe they don't see, or maybe they don't see because there's no thing to see. So
Okay. Mm. I would like to tell you one moment where I did debate with a Muslim guy. Are you like interested to listening that or not?
if it's not long, maybe you can share.
Huh, it is based on God, okay? God's existence. So
Okay.
yeah, there was a person, he is a Muslim, and in the Quran, okay, a particular book of Islamic religion, there's a Quran that is based on fact. Whatever has written into that book actually proved truly on this planet. So there is a particular messenger named Muhammad. Anybody knows? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Muhammad, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Muhammad, the last and final messenger.
Yes, final messenger. Yes. So he used to predict unpredictable things in his life. So because of that, he started considering God's messenger. And there was a Muslim guy. Then I raised a question that um, raised the question that uh, how did how was he able to predict the things? So he gave me answer like he might be met with angels in a particular cave which were sent by God himself to on this planet. So if there is any Muslims who can anybody give me the answer of it, is uh is there any existence of angels or like something like that? I want to know that since many months. Anybody uh Muslim over here? Angel Gabriel. I'm so sorry, I don't know the name, but whatever that
Yeah,
happened, not
Astro.
today.
They call it Gabriel in Arabic. They call it Jibril.
Gabriel. Okay, in
In Arabic, they call it Jibril.
okay, in
In
Arabic.
English, it's Gabriel, or maybe it's not English. Whatever. Like an English-speaking person says Gabriel.
Okay, okay. But in Arabic, it is pronounced as
Jibril.
Gabriel.
So
Gabriel.
they're the same concept, right?
Mhm.
Like the names are similar. Gabriel, Jibril, they're from the same word.
Okay, I got that. Thank you for the correction. Um,
It was
anybody?
not a correction, but anyway. So,
No,
but
no.
what do you want to learn exactly, Astrid? I couldn't understand your question.
I like, what, there's a Muslim guy, and I have seen the Muslim people who always consider themselves very superior because they believe that there is only one God, creator, who created the universe, and it existed before uh, even the existence of universe on this, not on this planet. Apologize. So, like, I just wanna know that if there's any Muslim can give me or give me the facts about one creator. I wanna know that.
You
Does
you
it?
you need evidence from Muslims to prove their
Yes,
gods and their
mm,
claims in the religion. Okay, okay.
definitely. This is what I wanted to ask.
Sure. Like, I'm sorry, like, to spoil the surprise, but I'm here for the same purpose. Okay. So, don't worry. Like, if there will be such a person, I'll ask before you ask. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Ye-
think
Yeah,
our
I am a
friend.
Muslim. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So do you want to help
Yeah.
our friend Aster
Ye-
here?
Yeah. Yeah. What is the question?
Oh, what kind of evidence you have to prove the angels and God?
Angels,
Well,
those.
there is no like a some. There is no like a such tangible um, evidence, but you can see the scriptures. For example, there are no scripture except the Quran that doesn't have any error, that stays in its pure form for 1400 years ago, for about 1400, and still. But for example, the Bible has so many contradictions, like 500 or 1,000. I don't know the exact number. The other scriptures. Um, and that's why we believe it's the only true religion, and there is nothing wrong. It's the final revelation. We believe in all prophets. We believe in we believe that Jesus is one of the mightiest messenger of God, and he was prophet, not a god. And Moses and every prophet that was before, and every prophet meant for a particular group of people. For example, Jesus for those people in Jerusalem, and Muhammad is different because he meant for the whole humanity, as it mentioned in the Quran. That's why you just have to follow the last and final revelation. It's like you have the updated version of the religion. That's it.
Don't you
You just
think?
had, yeah.
Don't you think we should also update Islam because it's old? And when you say it like still in the purest form, I don't believe in that.
Why?
Because I see a lot of problems in Islam. First of all, Islam is not only one religion, like there are sects in it, so like there are parts in Islam. And even when I read the Quran, I see
Yeah.
different Qurans. Like they have different typings, they have different recitations, even different meaning in those differences. So how can you claim that? How can you believe that
Okay.
it's purely protected so
Okay.
far? We can prove clearly that that's not the case.
All right. Listen, in the authentic hadith, the word of the Prophet, not the Quran, he said, "My ummah will be split into 73 sectors." Okay, and one of them will just enter the heaven. And they
So
told him, his companions told him, "Who are they?" He said, "The one who's followed me and the Quran and follows the true Islam, not just creating things from
yeah, but
non-existence." And as
what
you
if
said,
all those sects claim to follow the true
yeah,
Islam? So
no, but for example, a Shia, they believe that the Quran is corrupted.
they believe Quran is corrupted?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I've never seen such a Shia before.
Yeah, so that's why. So
Uh,
yeah, that's
okay.
why.
So
Mhm.
Shia is not following Quran? That's what you're saying?
I mean, some of them said that the original Quran is with someone called Al Mahdi, and he will come after whatever many years, and
Okay, so
they
that
believe
means
that.
that they're not reading Quran, they're not following Quran?
Yep,
Really?
they claim to be. That's what I see. I mean, if someone is here,
Later,
can correct me.
sure that they must correct you immediately, but I don't think
Mhm.
that's the case. That
No,
that that was a
because
very
they
bold
are
claim.
saying this. Because I've seen Shias saying this.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make this up. Yeah,
So they don't follow Quran. They don't read Quran. Is
they
is the
might do, but
they
I don't
might
know.
do
But
okay if they do that, so that means they're following that hadith that you mentioned because it doesn't say anything about what they claim about the Quran. So if they follow Quran, okay, that means that
yeah,
they
but
may enter heaven, right?
yeah, but if you say the Quran is corrupted, you're not a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you do, like
Yeah.
you're not a Muslim
Yeah, but
anymore.
but
You
but
know?
what about if you lie about the reality intentionally? Like, are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Really? So
Uh,
even if you're a Muslim, you can freely lie about things, even they're
no, no,
clear
no,
to
no.
you.
Wait a minute. What did you say? Repeat that
I
again.
said,
Sorry.
can a Muslim lie about things intentionally?
Such as?
Any example, man? For example, I know that. Well, let's suppose we're looking at the sky and it's
Yeah.
not cloudy; it's very clear, and we look at the sun.
Okay.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Mm-hmm.
say, "Hey, man, there's no sun."
Okay, I understand you. Well, that's going to be a sin, but
Okay.
that doesn't make you a non-Muslim.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
No, no,
but
no,
you
I'm
committed a
just
sin. Yeah.
okay. Good,
Uh,
good, good. So, like, do you think that like the Muslims who commit sin can enter heaven?
um, yeah, and they can repent.
They can repent. That means God will accept their.
Yeah, God will accept anything except if you
Oh,
make partner with God or you are not Muslim. Everything before you die, God will accept it.
okay,
And
okay.
second thing is
Yeah,
if you take.
but let's go back. I'm sorry, Bader. Like this is just the preaching part, which I don't like much. So, like I want to challenge it back again the claim that the Quran is still in the purest form, which I
Mm,
reject the claim. Okay, and the reason is we have good evidence to claim that the Quran is not in the purest form, and there are a lot of problems with the preservation of the Quran.
yeah, what is your claim?
We have evidence that that's the claim, and let me present the evidence. So
Okay.
we have different versions of the Quran, which Muslims call it qira'ah. They say these are just
Okay.
recitations. Yes, it's
Yeah.
true, but to be able to recite something differently, you need books differently, then you can recite them differently. So why they do recite them differently? Because they type it differently in those versions. That's why they read it differently. And even sometimes the meaning can be different. Like, let me give you an example, okay? So, like, the most common version of Quran, I think it says Maliki Yamiddin, which is the most famous surah in the Quran, and is the opening surah in the Quran. Yeah, like most people say Maliki Yamiddin, but in another version it says Maliki Yamiddin. Why? Because they type it differently, they read it differently, and the meaning is different. Okay, Malik and Malik are not the same words. That's fine. There's a big difference here. So if Quran has been protected in the purest form, then we shouldn't see such kind of differences. But we have evidence for it, and it's very clear. And when we have those differences, we shouldn't claim that Quran is still in the purest form.
Okay. Okay, I got your point. Well, Malik Yawmiddin means he's kind of like the owner
Owner. Yeah, I know.
of the day of judgment, and Malik means a king of the. It's different meaning, but
Yeah.
God is also the king of the day of judgment.
Doesn't
No, it's the
matter.
same.
It doesn't matter. So
Yeah.
like, but they're different. Like, even if like
No, that. Yeah.
they're not contradictory, yeah, they don't contradict each other,
Yeah.
but they're different things. So
But I don't see any like mistake here. I mean, it's the same,
oh, you
and
don't see
it's
mistake
from
neither. Like,
no.
then why we have different Qurans which say different
Not
things.
different Qurans. You
But it is
mentioned that it's
different.
different recitations.
Bader,
Different recitations.
but
Yeah. That.
Bader, it's not only
Mhm.
reciting something differently. For example, the word civilization. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. This is correct, Frank. The way that I type.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Thank you. So, there are two pronunciations that I know: civilization and civilization.
No,
Yeah,
you're
both.
wrong.
We could use either pronunciation.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
depends on the.
yeah,
They're
If
both
it's
yeah.
considered correct.
Good. But you see, when you type civilization or civilization, you type the same letters. You don't change anything. Only the pronunciation is different, and it's the same word, like not different words. Okay, not different meanings.
yeah.
But in Quran, it's not the same. You type differently. Okay, for example, ma leak. And I don't know even how to type the other one. Let's say this is Malik, and I think they make it longer like this. So when you type, it's different, okay? When you read,
Yeah.
it's different, and the meanings are different. And you're saying what? Like everything is different. Like you can't say, "Oh, this is just a recitation." You can't say that because if it's just recitation, only the sounds must be different, not the way that you type, not the meanings. But in this
Yeah, but
example, you type differently, you read differently, and the meaning is different.
it both have the same. I mean, it both
Nope.
is correct. He's the king of the day of judgment, and he's the owner of the day of
Okay,
judgment.
just because,
Yeah,
like, imagine, okay, if I
it's not wrong.
be-
That's my point.
better.
Yeah.
It's not about being like I'm not trying to prove that Quran is false. I was trying to prove that the Quran is not in the purest form. It's not well preserved. Okay, so that doesn't mean that information is false. Okay, so imagine that I send you a text, and I said, "Hey, you know what, man? I cannot come today for the meeting because I have headache." Okay, and if someone says, "Hey, wait a second, I see another message here," and they claim that you send it, okay, and they show me nearly the same message, okay, they say, "Hey, man, I'm sorry, I cannot come today because I have headache and I have pain in my leg," and that's also true, okay. That was also true, but that doesn't mean I said it, okay. I sent the first message. Someone just copy pasted and added one more thing because he knew that I had pain in my leg. He knew me. He was my friend. But that doesn't mean that was my message. Okay. Even if that's true. Okay. The second message, which I didn't send, even if that's true, that doesn't mean I send it. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, when you have different kind of messages, you can't say that, oh, they're all true. You don't know that. Like, and what's the point, Peter? God sends more than 7 books.
No, he didn't. He said just sends one.
Sends one, but why people give different meanings?
Not meanings, not different meaning.
But
No,
you
it's
just accept better. You accepted that Malik and Malik are not the same words.
yeah, I know. It's
Yeah. So
not
how can you
the
claim
same.
that not
Not
different meanings? They have different meanings,
yeah,
man.
but it both true. Okay,
Both
I
true
understand
doesn't
that.
mean they
I
don't have
understand.
different meanings.
Yeah, but they are both have the same goal. Okay.
Okay. So do you believe that God sent those different versions?
No, he just sent one.
Okay, if he sent only one message, like just go back to my example. Hey man, I'm sorry I
Yes.
cannot
Just
come
look
today because I
before.
have headache. So
You look before we can.
let's say God sent this, and then there's
Yeah.
another text which says this, nearly the same thing, but it says I also have pain in my leg, and this is also true, by the way. Okay,
Mhm.
so how can you deal with that? Like, and which one is coming from God?
Look,
Which one is coming from me?
yeah, so before I continue, I'm not a scholar, okay?
Okay,
So I won't say that I know everything. I might be wrong. I don't know.
good,
But
good.
as I told you, yeah, maybe some group of people, they um, they believe that Malik is the same as Malik. Malaka. They share the same um, goal. That's what I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, because I'm just a normal Muslim. I didn't really study all of the religious. To be,
Better.
yeah.
This is probably true.
Mm.
That's what they say. Yeah, the words are not contradicting. They complement each other. The words come from the same root, or blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
important. Better. It's not important. Which one is the original book? God. Tell me better. God said Malik or Malik?
I don't know what God said,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay.
But
So if we have two books, one says one word, the other says the other word. How can I know which one came from God?
well, I have to do the research and
Please do the
do,
research
but
before claiming
yeah.
that the Quran is on its own purest
No,
form.
it's pure form, and I told you that
It's
they share the same goal, but I have to check that which one is which. But
sharing same
yeah,
goal.
but that doesn't mean that doesn't make Islam is false, okay? If it has the different readings, because some peoples might pronounce each word
Either
different, and something.
that was not the claim. Okay, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make Islam false, but it makes
Yeah.
false your claim, which is Quran is in its purest form. Okay, if you have
No,
multiple
listen.
Qurans, that doesn't mean Quran is its in purest form. If you cannot know
So,
which one is the original one, and if you cannot show
so
me how it's well preserved, like you cannot do that.
John is back. What do you want?
Nothing, nothing. Like I just wanted you to type Malik and Malik. Okay, Frank, thanks for being here. Have a good day, man. Thanks for being here.
You want it in Arabic?
Yeah, like that's not very important, but like maybe people can check it if because these are Arabic words, and I don't think there are many Arabic speakers who's listening right now. So this is Malik, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
let's
other one you wanted it?
Malik King.
Basically written the same.
The same.
Malik. No, King Malik.
Yeah, like you know the difference, right? Okay, this is the difference.
Yeah, as I told you last time, Arabic, you can write it same and it would make another meaning and another sound.
We're not debating that, but anyway, so like I think people cannot understand from this text. First, a small and nearly there's no big difference for their eyes, probably. I can see the difference, by the way. But anyway, but at least that they can know that there is a difference when they type, when they read, and the meaning is different. Anyway, so look, that was the only argument, by the way. Like Quran is in a pure form, has never been changed. Therefore, it's from God.
Yep.
Let me make a like weird claim. Maybe you'll not understand in the first place. Even if people change the Quran intentionally, that doesn't mean there's no God. That doesn't mean Quran didn't come from a God.
Yeah.
So I will just repeat that for people. So even if there are changes in the Quran, even if people changed it intentionally, that doesn't mean it's not from a God.
No, but God clearly mentioned that it will be preserved
Yeah,
by Him.
that's why that we have a
Yeah.
problem because we don't see a preservation. We see differences, and when there's a difference, we tend to think that okay, that's a violation of the
Okay,
preservation.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me tell you something. I just searched it out. I'm telling you, I'm not a scholar, so I might make mistake. Here's saying that Prophet Muhammad said the Quran was revealed in 7 different letters. Okay, so it can
Hadith,
be read. Yeah,
hadith, right? Hadith,
No,
right?
no, 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 not hadith. The Quran itself.
Oh,
It
who says
revealed
that? Who says that?
Prophet Muhammad
Where?
and the hadith.
I said in
And
Hadith,
the,
you said no.
no, yeah, yeah. I'm
Oh
telling
my
you
God,
that
you
Prophet.
still say no. Yeah,
No,
sure, he said
listen,
it in the
listen,
Hadith.
listen.
Better, I think you should listen. I will mute you for a while.
No, because
I'll mute you for a while. Okay, you should listen. You're not listening, okay? I said, yeah, this is in the Hadith. You said no. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I just tried to clarify it. I asked you again. You said no and yes, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, just listen carefully. Yeah,
No, the
like
claim. Yeah, the claim is he making that the Quran has been preserved and never changed. It's not true.
okay, yeah, and he can try to justify it through the Hadith. And here's what I think as a non-believer, Badir. Okay, the different versions of the Quran was so common at that time that even people said, wait, we should find these different Qurans and we should burn them. And probably they burned those versions, but they couldn't control it perfectly. They even tried to do it again. They burned again. That was not even efficient. Still, there were problems. And probably they said, hey, let's create a hadith. Let's say there's this 7 qira'ah. That's why we have different kind of recitations and typings and probably they just created the excuse because they couldn't preserve the Quran. That's
okay,
what I think.
okay. You don't give me the time to explain. Okay, that's why you're saying that I'm saying no and yes, because sometimes I make mistakes because I'm a human. All right, and you don't give me the opportunity. You keep just interrupting.
Sure, I'm not gonna give you an opportunity if you say something false.
You don't give me the. How do you know it's false?
Because you said no, and did we know that it's from Hadith?
I'm telling you,
Okay,
the
like
prophet. Okay, the prophet himself says that was revealed in 7 modes, which is ahruf,
in
to make
Hadith,
it
yes.
to make the recitation
Yeah,
easier for people.
you said no when I said it.
Listen, I
But
make
anyway,
mistakes. Okay, you don't give me the opportunity just to
Wait, can
explain
I
my
can I
point.
say something? I do
Yeah.
understand you, Badr, but
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the qira'ah. I'm talking about different mushaf.
Listen, different mushafs has different qira'as. The different qira'as is the same thing that he mentions,
No,
Malik or
no, no,
Malik.
no. I mean the same mushaf. I mean the same qira'ah, different mushaf. Have you ever heard of Mushaf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud?
There's 7.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
remember all.
heard have you ever heard of Mushaf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud?
You clearly Arabic and you're not a Muslim. Okay.
What? I'm asking, have you ever heard of Mushaf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud? Do you even know who's Abdullah ibn Mas'ud?
Yes, I know him. He's a
You
companion.
know, yeah, you know he's going to heaven and he's a very good person and he wouldn't make any mistake. You know that,
Oh,
yeah?
okay.
Do you know that Mushaf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud does not include Surah Al-Fatiha and Al-Mu'azitin?
No, gotta check.
You gotta check. You gotta check that. I want you to
Yeah.
check that.
Okay. But you gotta be relaxed, guys, because you don't give people opportunities. That's why
don't
everyone left.
complain,
Okay.
man. Don't complain,
Mm.
man. Like,
No, I'm not complaining, but I'm
Go
saying that.
search
take your
go search for
time.
Mushaf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Go search for that.
Yeah, take your time. Don't complain. Instead of complaining, just do the search. So far you ignored yourself, like just to see those different things, and
I
you just
didn't.
want to believe in things like, oh, you know what? There's hadith. Muhammad said there are different versions, different Quran, and that's why I believe that this is all from God, which doesn't
Yep.
make sense logically, man. Better, like, as a logical person, how can you say that there's a God and God sent 7 versions of the same thing, and the differences are so tiny, like it's not like dialects, okay? So in dialects, there are big differences. Then it makes sense to send, you know, different, versions. But when we read those versions, it's not like dialect differences. It's just some words, and they type and they read differently, and that doesn't make sense. And those differences are not even causing the contradiction. And as you say, as you see, they kind of, both of them can be true, right? King, owner, doesn't matter. You can use both words metaphorically, no problem. But it doesn't make sense. Imagine, John, I sent you a text. Hey man, I feel so good today. Hey man, I sense so good today. Okay. So, like, why you send me the second message, right? They do the same job.
True. I mentioned you an ayah in the Quran also saying that the Quran has been copied. There's verses that has been copied or verses that have been deleted and stuff like that. That's in the Quran itself. Hey, Beth,
What's up?
still searching or what?
No, I'm actually done, but I don't know. Are you guys like
It's a,
atheists or
it's a,
agnostic?
it's
What
a.
are you?
Wait! You said you're gonna search that. It's a quick Google search. Search about Mus'haf Abdullah ibn Mas'ud.
Okay, I did.
Yeah, what did it show you?
And it's not a mushaf.
It
Okay,
is a
that's why
Mus'haf.
that's why I didn't know that it's a mushaf. Listen, Abdullah Mas'ud, there's a suhuf. That's different. That's, for example, if I'm writing Quran in my home, that doesn't make it mushaf. Okay, and here's
Yeah, but
saying
it's not only it's not only a mushaf. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, the one that was giving place in heaven, claims and proclaims openly to the public that Surah Al-Fatiha and two other surahs does not exist in the Quran.
nah, brother. Listen, it says some said that some scholars that Ibn Mas'ud considered Al-Fatiha and the last two chapters so well known, and it's memorized by every Muslim, that he
That's a
didn't
Mexican.
feel to. What do you want me to say if you don't agree with that? I don't know. That was the scholar said.
Because I know what they say. You don't have to tell me what they say.
How do you know? They were the scholar, they did the research, they know. You didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
What are
Julie.
you guys? Are you like agnostic or atheist? What are you?
Both. Mixture.
Okay. So, how do you think do you exist? Like from where?
Mm, the sex that my parents had in the past.
And their grandparents and
They did the same
grandparents.
thing. They did the same
Okay,
thing.
and until when?
Until when? I don't know. Until when? I don't have a time
Okay,
machine better.
okay. Listen, from where did it start?
I don't know. I don't have a time machine better.
Okay, so if you don't know, there's some like common sense.
Nope.
Like it has to have a start point, right?
Okay. Maybe everything
Start
started from
point should
Big
have a
Bang.
start point.
Big Bang. Do
Yeah.
you think Big Bang created people?
Why not? Like, if you want to find a starting point. Why not?
Yeah, but Big Bang is just for planets and it's
We are
nothing
we
to do
are
with
we
people.
are we are
Yeah.
in the planets, right?
Mm, yeah, I know, of
So
course.
so
But why the planets isn't
why
generating any more people?
why are God as the starting point?
Because there were scriptures, miracles that has been proven
Nope, they're not
true.
proven.
Mm, no,
Yeah.
read the Quran then.
I read the Quran, man. I'm reading the Quran. I don't see evidence for the claims of the Quran. Quran is just a book like the other books. How
Nope.
can you prove those claims? God exists,
Yeah.
angels exist, jinns exist, afterlife exists. How can you
Nope.
prove all those claims? What's the evidence for it?
Because listen, because prophets done some miracles.
Oh, you don't
There are
know
some
that.
miracles in the Quran.
You
Huh?
believe that they had miracles. You believe in that. That doesn't mean they have done miracles.
Okay, let's take the Quran, the miracles. Um,
The question is, can you mention one miracle? Hi, Papa.
Okay, too many atheists in the room. Like, let's don't scare better, okay?
no
You-
problem. I'm not scared. Believe it or not. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. What do
Even
you
if,
want? Do you want like miracles?
yeah, miracles. Like, how can you prove miracles? By showing miracles. If I say,
The Earth. Yeah. Okay.
if I
The
say,
universe. The
better,
universe is expanding. The universe has an end, and the Bible mentioned the universe doesn't have an end. Okay,
Bible,
it's lasts
I
forever.
don't
The
care about
Quran proved.
Bible. Come on. Like, Bible is
Okay, yeah, but
false,
I'm telling
doesn't
you.
make Quran true, okay?
No, but if Quran have things that is correct,
Okay.
because some Christian
Mhm.
might claim that
Okay,
we
better.
are copying.
Okay, let's
Okay,
go. Let's go in detail. If you want to go, we can go. Okay.
okay, go.
So, universe is expanding. Like, in which
Yeah.
surah, in which ayah says universe is expanding? It says samawat or sama?
Okay, let me bring the reference for you. Surah
John, John,
Ad-Dariyat.
John. As a person who memorized Quran, John, like, can you help us? It says sama or samawat?
John, who's John?
I don't actually remember. I remember the part that it says we're expanding it.
We're
No, no,
expanding
no, no.
it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's Surah Ad-Dariyat. Just let me give you the exact reference.
Okay. Cool. Let's check it. Paul, welcome. By the way.
Thank you so much.
So okay, it says سماء والسماء
Yeah.
بنيناها بأيد وإنا لموسعون. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we made the sky very strong, and we are the one who is expanding it. Okay, that's
Yeah.
why I was asking. Like, it says sama or samawat. Do you think the sama and samawat are the same words?
Yeah, because as-sama is just like is like a word used for like a singular, but it's my English is not that good. So
Okay, like I'm suspicious that your Arabic is not that much good, also, because sama and
no,
samawat, they
I'm a
don't
native
refer.
Arabic.
Yeah, but you struggle like they are different things, but you think they're the same things. You think sama and
No,
samawat are the same things.
it's the same thing, but the samawat is when you like put like layers or uh,
Okay.
well, that's difficult in English.
Samawat is the plural for sama.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make it clear, because like better. I'll just take the benefit of that, and I will think that it's because of the English. Okay. So if when you read the Quran, the word sama in the singular form, it mostly refers to atmosphere, okay? Like when you read the word sama in the Quran, it's mostly explaining how the rain works. It's raining and blah blah, such kind of things, okay?
Yeah.
So then you understand it's talking about the atmosphere, like the sky, but when we say sky, the atmosphere on this planet, okay? But when you say samawat, it includes the entire universe, not even universe. According to Islamic belief, there are layers of heavens, okay? Therefore, there are multiple heavens. When they say samawat, they refer to all those things. So there's a
Yeah.
huge difference between the sky, the atmosphere that we have, and the entire universe and beyond. Those are two different things. Okay. So in the Quran, it doesn't say we expand the universe or space time. It says we expand the sky, which is our sky, our atmosphere. And our atmosphere is not expanding. Okay. That there's no such a scientific information. But here, let me explain why Muhammad or his friends taught and wrote this verse. Probably they couldn't understand the earth as globe, and they couldn't understand why they're not able to reach horizon line, because when they were looking at the sky, on the far, the horizon, the line, they were able to see that, which looks like the sky ends and the earth ends. They just, touch each other. But then they, when they go from the direction, in any direction, doesn't matter. They never found that magical line. It was always expanding. The sky was expanding, the earth was expanding, and they couldn't find that place where the clouds or the sky and the earth touches each other. So maybe that's why they said this is just expanding, man. Like we cannot find the horizon line. Maybe that's how they come up with this verse. And since it's not saying samawat or space sky or like here's the thing, better like to be able to understand that if I was God and if I was talking to people, okay, doesn't matter in which time, okay, because if you were explaining things in a way that people can understand easily in any time, then I could say, wait a second, now there's something that we should be serious about this thing. So look at the stars in the sky, okay? Stars, their distances, they don't change when you observe. You cannot measure it, okay? But if you say we expand the samawat, and that means that the stars, like the distance between the stars is also expanding. You don't realize that, but they're expanding, okay? Then we could say, wow, okay, that means something. Yeah, we observe something, we don't see it, but that's the claim. And after people discover that, okay, then we can say that, yeah, it looks like a miracle. But what you say doesn't look like a miracle. Michael is from YouTube, I think. And welcome, Edward. Sorry. Okay. Better's thinking about this also. Good.
I'm not gonna be atheist. No way in hell.
Okay. That's not
Because
the
Why
purpose.
not?
Yeah.
I'm
Why
I'm
wouldn't you
gonna
want to
tell
be an
you why not.
atheist?
Okay, listen. If I were wrong, okay, and you were right, there is no God. Okay, I'm gonna say it
Pascal.
like this. Okay.
Just Pascal's
Okay.
wager. This is just Pascal's wager, I think, is what you're trying to do
Yeah.
here. We've
All
heard this
right.
before.
Yeah. Yeah. If you were right and we all dead, there's no God, so I'm not gonna be punished. Okay. That will be the end. But if I were right, you will
Yeah,
be burned
but
in the
no,
hell.
but what? Well, no. But what if there is a God, but the God doesn't doesn't like Islam or doesn't like believers or something like that and prefers atheists?
What if
Prefers
Christianity
the
is right?
atheist. Do you think God will created all this universe and planets and people with no reason?
Said for
I
no
don't
reason.
know.
We didn't say that. Better, we didn't say
Okay,
that.
what is the reason? Why are we created? Why are we
God knows
suffering
that.
like
God
okay,
knows
why are
that.
there is wars and people are killed
God
and what
knows
is the
that.
reason?
God knows that. We don't know that. Okay.
Yeah, but if God know, do you think God is not merciful? He will
I didn't
just
say
like
that.
people to be punished? Yeah, I mean,
Oh, okay,
There are so many people.
but do you think that
Yeah.
your God will punish us?
If you're from the deep of your heart see the things that are correct and you ignore it, yes, you
Okay.
will be burned in hell. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you ignore also what we say, maybe you're gonna burn in the hell also.
And no way, because you're saying there is no God. Who is gonna
I
burn
have
me?
never said that. I have never said that. Okay.
No,
We
you're
said
saying you're an atheist. So
Paul.
if I agree with you, I
You
will be same as you. I don't believe in God, right?
better like you're not listening carefully. Okay, Paul.
No, I'm listening 100%.
Nope,
Okay.
definitely not. Because Paul asked you and told you something. Okay, his argument was, what if your God is the false God? What if there is another God who doesn't like believers? So what you gonna do in that case?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I listen to you. If there's some God who, like the unbelievers or the atheists, he would have mentioned this. He would have like sent down a revelation that said,
No.
"Okay, be." But how will God? How if there is a God? How can I be an atheist?
Okay, like
Well,
simply.
no, he did send it down, but his word was corrupted. Or
Okay,
maybe he hasn't sent his final message yet. Like you just use the same
Or
arguments that you guys said.
so,
or
okay,
maybe
guys, I'm one.
maybe that God gave enough, intelligence to you so that you can, reason in a good way. So maybe this God said, okay, let me test these creatures that I created. I gave them enough, man. I gave them enough logic. Okay, that's in their minds, in their like brains. Okay, so if they believe in things when there's no good evidence, I'm gonna punish them. Okay.
Okay,
uh,
I'm gonna answer John first. He said that if he sent revelation and it was corrupted, if it was corrupted or it was hidden, so I did my research. I found that Islam is the most religion that makes sense. Okay, and going to the next question you asked, that okay, if there is some revelation is going to be like it's going to come later in the future, so okay, I'm waiting for it. If something came, I will follow it, no problem. If it makes sense better than Islam, then I will follow it. Okay.
Okay, well then you're just risking it because they're like we just said, like, if you're wrong and there is like this God who doesn't like believers, I don't know. I guess we'll be okay and you won't be.
I don't believe that the God will like unbelievers.
Yeah, and I don't believe that God likes believers. So I guess we're in if we have some sort of evidence
Yeah,
that
but
could
but
like
but
kind of
but
point us
but
in one direction or the other, then
but I have a point. I have a scripture. I have some miracles. I have some people who witness the
so
prophet.
what?
well,
Yeah, that's
better.
that's an evidence. I mean, that makes sense. I don't believe that I was born just to strive and work and then die and that's the end. It's not a video game.
Well, that's not what we're offering here. We're not offering that. It's there's this test, this God that doesn't like believers. It just wants, as philosophers said here, it's just a God who wants to test to make sure people don't believe bullshit.
Yeah, but he should have sent some revelation. I told you. If he
Right,
don't
but I
want,
mean, let's just think that like we're at the, we're before like the final message, the Quran was sent. Like, let's just think about that. Then you would
okay.
just say the same thing.
No.
The same thing would just apply. So the final message is just going to happen in the future. The message just keeps getting corrupted by people who say, no, you have to believe, and here's the bullshit evidence.
No, as I said before, that we Muslims believe in all the prophets that the God sent. Okay, so if I were in the time of Jesus, I would follow Jesus. If I were in time of Moses, I
So
would
even if
follow
even if
Moses.
his message was corrupted,
No, his message wouldn't
well,
be
no, because
corrupted.
you were just saying that you like for example, like the Trinity was like developed by like 300 AD, like 300 years before Islam. So if you're saying you would have followed Jesus, you would have thought Jesus was God then.
Nope, because Jesus wasn't God, and his message was corrupted.
Yeah, but how would you have known that? How would you know that his message was corrupted?
I don't have to know because now I'm in the time of Prophet Muhammad.
No, so now you're changing it. Okay.
No, I'm not changing it. I'm not
You're just
changing it.
dodging.
I'm telling you that Prophet Muhammad told us, and it's mentioned in the Quran that Jesus, God asks Jesus, "Did you tell the Christian that I am God?" Jesus said no, and if I said, you would know it.
Right, right.
Okay.
That's just a corrupted message. So you're just now that that's just corrupting Jesus's message.
Yeah, God did not preserve all the revelations before
Why?
because it meant for the specific people. For example, Jesus meant to be for 600 years. Okay.
Why wouldn't he protect like why would he protect the message in one case and like not protect the message in the other cases? That seems
Because
ridiculous.
yeah, no, it's not because Muhammad is the last final messenger, but
So what?
Jesus is not
I don't.
because
That doesn't follow. Just because Muhammad is the last messenger, I don't understand why that means he can't preserve all the other messages.
he can.
Why
But
would he let these
imagine,
people? Why would he let Christianity spread like this? Like Christianity is a dominant religion around the world. It has the most believers right now. But
no,
why?
no,
It spread very very quickly. Like why wouldn't he have protected the message for
they're just
Christianity?
they're just named as Christian, but they don't know like a verse in the Bible. Most of them.
Yeah, but you're just missing my point. Is that he didn't protect the message, so all these people have the wrong beliefs. These people, even before the Quran was the final message was sent, just think about this. For 600 years, people were following the wrong message. It was never
Nope.
corrected.
No. Once it became corrupted, God sent Muhammad.
It had already been corrupted. It had been corrupted for 600 years.
No.
Yes, the church fathers came up with the Trinity. There was the Bible, the Gospels. There's Paul. All these people that happened like in the first century or whatever. Like all of those things had happened. Why would he have waited 600 years? Why didn't he protect that message? Why would he only protect one book but not the other messages? That doesn't make any sense to me. And you, every single time I ask you, you just keep bringing up completely irrelevant points.
What do you want? What do you want me to say? I told you he didn't preserve it for the, I don't know, until the day of judgment because God don't want you to follow the previous prophets. Okay, and
Oh,
he preserved the
why
last
was he okay with the other people following the previous prophets when their message
because
was corrupted?
the people shouldn't follow Jesus now. They have to follow Muhammad, which is the last and final messenger.
Okay, but what about those people before Muhammad? Why
Before
why did God not care that they followed the right message? Why wasn't the message protected?
I don't know what was happening before 40, I don't
It's
know,
just ridiculous.
1400.
Okay, I know Michael
No.
or somebody else wants to jump in. Michael wanted to or something like that. I don't want to dominate the whole time. I don't know. Is Michael here? Oh, if you want to talk now, I know you wanted to jump in. I just feel like this is just going nowhere with
Maybe he
my
doesn't know how
questioning.
to mute.
Oh, I thought he spoke earlier.
Hey,
Oh,
I
there he
actually
goes. Oh,
I haven't spoken yet, but hey guys, my name is Michael. I'm pretty much new. This is my first time really speaking in terms of like a debate format about anything like this. I just been listening in as much as I could while I was cleaning. But if y'all could, I mean, if y'all could kind of direct or like lead this conversation or this, that'd be really great because I don't really know what I'm doing.
Oh, well, what do you believe? Are you a believer, a non-believer, agnostic, atheist?
Yeah. Okay. So actually, just to give a little bit of my history, not to be too long-winded, but I was raised in church, right? Ever since I was a young child. Kind of had family that was Christian and would bring me to church, and it was more like forced upon me, right? So I didn't really have much of a choice. Um, and through that experience, I built a lot of resentment just towards religion as a whole. So I was. Uh, in my teenage years agnostic, okay, and then I didn't know what to believe. I didn't know if there was a God, no God, whatever. And then, sorry, I apologize. I'm a little out of breath. I was literally just like fastly cleaning, but
Oh, no worries.
hold on. Let me just take it. Let me get my breath in me before I continue to try to speak.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, take your time.
Thank you. So yeah, I was agnostic while I was a teenager, and I would go to church, and I was still going to church, just because it's what my family was doing, and I would see these things that would happen inside the church, where it would be like these miracles, or like healing, or people being delivered from what they say are evil spirits or demonic spirits. And I always felt like that was just complete nonsense. And I felt like maybe I wasn't the most scientific person, because I didn't have a lot of. I think my education was a little bit shoddy. I didn't really apply myself all that much, so I don't really know a lot of. I'm not very book smart, right? But I had my practical sense and ability to reason, and with that, I just came to the idea that it was just a lot of both. Really, I didn't know what it was. When I saw people getting healed, I didn't know exactly what was going on. When I saw people being delivered from what they believed were demonic spirits, so I really was confused, and I kind of felt like it was bogus. So I went throughout my from my teenage years to going into a young adult. I then was what I believe they call ominous, which is a belief in everything, right? So you believe that every single, there's like power in every single belief, right? Um, just because I knew there was something, but I didn't know what it was. Um, and not to it was pretty recently, within this last year, I actually had my own experience that made me believe what I believe now, which was, I was praying over myself, and I've been diagnosed with chronic anxiety and depression, right? I had it my entire life, ever since a child. It's all I could remember is being anxious or depressed, one or the other, with moments of relief. Just, something would happen where I would be able to like forget that I was upset or anxious. um, so that was my experience my entire adult life, and or even my entire life period. And then whenever over this last year, I kind of had a experience from a mushroom trip, that really changed my perspective in a way. And I know it sounds wacky and out there, but it was something that caused me to really look at the veracity behind the religious text of Christianity. I just, in my personal life, I was asking God, like, show me, if you're real, show me you're real in a way that would make sense to me, that would really, you reveal yourself to me. And then sure enough, I would have like on my YouTube feed, I would have people that were debating things like this. I would listen in. Sam Shimon is one of the people that I would listen to. I've Wesley Huff is a new one. Then Cliff. I don't know if y'all know this guy, Cliff. He goes to college campuses. Older dude. He has a son that he debates like
Yeah,
alongside
but they're
with.
kind of like that Cliff guy's kind of goofy. He just says like really ridiculous things.
You may think that, for sure, and I completely understand that, as someone that maybe isn't a believer, or didn't have, like, maybe didn't grow up in a. I'm not sure your history. I'm not sure. I don't want to suspect anything about you, but for me personally, understanding like what I guess religious doctrine is, and getting what, I could definitely understand how some of the things that he says are maybe a little bit out there. Don't really, as a believer now, a new believer, I don't really feel that way, because I do sympathize and ultimately understand what his arguments are. Um, doesn't mean that I know whether to agree all the time or not. I'm not just someone that just tries to blindly agree with, my side. Does it make sense? So I still try to use my logical mind. Um, Now, like I said, I had this experience where I was asking God to reveal Himself to me. Sure enough, He did. So the more I increased my faith, I started asking for actual things, right? So I was going to God as a Christian, right? So I wasn't a Christian at this point, because you have to actually live by the book, and you have to live, understand who Jesus was to be considered a Christian. So I was interested. And I was praying over myself every day, the mind of Christ. It's just what my mom had told me, taught me from a young age. So I prayed that prayer every single day, and eventually I prayed my depression, anxiety away. Right. So, and I'm just
Okay. Well, let's, because it's kind of, let's kind of just maybe
yeah, sure.
to kind of interact a little bit with this.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the first thing is like don't you think it's kind of weird? You, I mean, you have to acknowledge that there must
Mhm.
be like millions of people who have prayed that their child, I mean, and they are devoted believers that their
Right.
child isn't going to die of some horrible disease or um, I mean, just horrific things happen to people who are really good believers and they pray and nothing ever seems to happen to them. So like,
Yeah.
how would you address that? Because to me, it just
Yeah.
seems weird that he just helps you, but he doesn't help other people.
For sure. I mean, no doubt. I think it's a difficult one to reconcile because as someone that didn't live in a way that was perceived as righteous or in a Christian way, and to be given something that I believe is a miraculous miracle in terms of healing, where I no longer have depression or anxiety, and it happened overnight. Right? I just woke up one day and it just was gone, and it's been gone for 6 months now. So that is something that I truly didn't feel like I deserved. Meanwhile, there are people that are much better believers that are truly righteous or try to live in a righteous way that follow the doctrine. And they do have struggles. I mean, goodness, there's, like you said, there's plenty of people that are religious and follow by the word and do what they're supposed to as well as they can, and aren't given these miracles. And truly, it's one
It
of
just
those
seems
things
very
that
random. It just
yeah,
seems it just seems random.
for sure. Yeah, no
Yeah.
doubt. And I think it's maybe, honestly, I can try my best to speak for what I believe. I can never speak for God, but what I can say is, I think that there is a reason for all of it. And now I don't think
What
it's
would be the
is it
reason,
necessary
though?
yeah, for sure. I don't think it's necessarily fair that people pray as
Do
much
you
as they do and believe.
disagree?
Mhm.
Do you disagree with God that that it's unfair? I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm just trying to kind
No,
of get a
it's
back
okay.
and forth. But
Totally, totally cool.
so you would say that you disagree with God then, because it seems like it is unfair.
No, I don't. No, I wouldn't say I disagree with God. I just don't understand God's plan, right? So that's really what it boils down to. Is
But
like,
do you
do I
really think
disagree?
that do you really think there's like some
Mhm,
sort of divine plan where like he heals you of depression in 6 months,
mhm.
but he doesn't like I said he doesn't like save like some child that is about to have like some horrific thing happen to them or it.
Yeah. No, I totally understand that. And truly, do I think that's fair? No, but I don't think that's God's fault. I'm not sure if it's God's
Why
fault
wouldn't
if
that be
you
God's fault?
right. So if
He's the
mhm,
one that has the power to change it.
right, because we have free will, and ultimately, if you
Well,
look
I
into the
don't
book of
understand.
Genesis,
Well,
yeah.
why would you appeal to free will when you just said that God like God helped you with like not be like depressed anymore? Like I don't see how
Mhm.
that applies because we have like helps you doesn't help this other person.
Right. I mean, I totally get it. I would just the only thing that comes to my mind is, like, why do good things happen to bad people? Why do bad things happen to good people? This is really what you're asking. And ultimately it's, I don't think we'll ever know. The
Well,
same
I think the reason is just there's no God. There's
right.
no there's no like divine like all good like being that like dictates all these things. That's
Mhm.
probably just the best explanation.
I, I could totally understand that. And I have felt that way before. So I mean, there's no way that I don't understand that. I totally, I get what your viewpoint is. Ultimately, if you look and if you have to have, first and foremost, if you believe there's no God, that takes a certain amount of faith, like for sure.
No, not really. There's no real faith here.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just
I
I'm
mean,
not
you believe,
convinced.
okay.
I'm just not convinced that there is a God.
Okay, fine, understood. So, I mean, so you believe in the Big Bang, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is perfectly reasonable. The only problem with that is that it requires one miracle, right? The fact that
What
something,
miracle would that be?
yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. Just the fact that uh, something so infinitely small, the tip in comparison to the universe, right? Our known universe, something that was at the smaller than a pin of a head exploded and caused mm, uh, infinite amounts of matter. And sorry, I'm trying to
I
really
don't.
get the
To be
word.
honest, I don't think that that's what the Big Bang is exactly.
So what is it? Tell me.
But for my, I mean, maybe somebody else can jump here and explain actually what it is. But it's like we can only go. It's like the farthest we could possibly go back in
Mhm.
time to figure out like when stuff happened. But I guess I probably couldn't really explain it very well. I'm not really a
Well,
science person, but
for sure, I
it
do
doesn't mean
understand the
like it's the
fact that.
beginning or anything like that. Like that, I don't. There's a word that they use, singularity, but I don't know
Mhm.
what that means. But
Well,
um,
is it not common knowledge that the universe is expanding?
yeah,
Right. So for the universe to be expanding, it all has to come to a central. It had to start at a central point. No.
yeah, maybe.
Right. Okay. So, which I understand as the Big Bang. I went to. I mean, genuinely, this is something that I feel like I've paid attention to. The Big Bang in itself is just a theory and requires a genuine miracle, which
No,
was
no,
the fact that.
the Big Bang. When you say theory, a theory
Right.
is like in science is like a body of evidence. Like all, it's a
Mm,
bunch of evidence that's put together, and it's not like what you think. Like I think like maybe you think it's like a hypothesis when you say the
okay.
word theory, but in science, like theory doesn't really mean that.
Okay. Understood. So yeah, I really was
And
thinking
it was developed. By the way,
hypothesis.
it was developed by a Catholic. So
Yeah,
just to
I
throw
have
that out there.
I have no problem with the Big Bang itself. That doesn't bother me. I honestly, if that was the conclusion, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well,
I do
to
believe.
be very clear, like
Mhm.
the Big Bang isn't like the creation of the universe or anything like that. Like it's we
It's
just
the
don't
creation
know
of our
like what
universe, is
happened
it not?
prior. And I don't. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. But
Right.
it's like
I
it's
mean,
just the farthest we can go back in time.
yeah, absolutely. But I do what I remember and understand, and I would be great if someone else could jump in because genuinely, just between us two, we don't know. But just to answer this one question, at one point, it's the belief, right, that the universe was like smaller than the pin of a head, and that matter it had an instantaneous reaction to something, and out of
No, I
that,
don't think it was instantaneous. I don't think there's
so
any
it happened
belief in that.
over really. So what is the consensus? Is it that it happened over a span of time, where it wasn't just like an explosion or a burst of
Yeah, yeah,
energy?
yeah. It's
Okay.
expanding. It was just expanding.
So okay, help. I mean, for me, it's like I'm not a scientific mind either. For
Yeah,
me, it's kind of
and
hard
that's
to
the problem.
fathom.
Is like the problem is like we're talking about these things, and we both like don't really have any like data on them. So
Right.
for you to be able to say like it's a miracle or whatever, I just don't think is like when there is like scientific like evidence um of like all this stuff. Like yeah, I just don't think it would be fair, and I just don't think it's something we should really discuss. Like if you have another point to attack
Yeah,
about
I'll
atheism,
definitely conclude this point just on this is that,
yeah.
I do believe the consensus is that it was like a smallest point of like space, or like point of space that was smaller than the pin of a head. That from that came the entire universe. I do genuinely remember, and from what I believe and understand, that is the consensus on what happened. Right.
Mhm.
So whether it was expanded over, a trillion years, who knows? But regardless of that, it was all at a very small point in space, the
Yeah,
tiniest point. So
but I was like,
but
what's wrong
beyond
with
that,
that?
hmm?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I like I said, I don't believe if it turns out that that is like what first and foremost, until someone can explain that to me and how that works, how that happens, which I don't believe anyone can, because there's no
Well, I'm
answer
sure
for
people
it.
could explain it to you. I mean, there are astrophysicists that could explain that to you.
Okay. I would love to. I would love actually. If I would probably go and find on my own after this conversation to
Yeah,
see
look up
what the
Sean Carroll.
Sean
Sean Carroll
Carroll.
does a lot of that talks about this stuff a lot, and there's
Okay,
actually a debate with him and William Lane Craig that you can watch. Maybe that will give you a little bit, maybe a little
okay,
entertainment too. So
definitely. You said Sean Carroll.
Sean Carroll, yeah.
Okay, got you. Cool. Thank you for that.
But when you're talking earlier, you're saying, for example, that
Hmm.
your depression was cured
Yeah.
or whatever, and you attribute that to the Christian God. Like, why? Like, maybe there are like these supernatural beings, like
Yeah.
fairies or something, like shoe fairies, that like have this ability to change our mental states.
Hmm. Is that a question?
Yeah. So yeah, just a question. Yeah, it's like,
I'm sorry. What was the question? You.
Well, it's
I'm
just the
sorry.
question is, you were saying that your depression was cured, and
Yeah.
you attribute that to Jesus.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand how you could attribute that to Jesus when there could just be these other supernatural beings that can cure can cure depression or whatever. Depression varies.
Yeah, actually, what I do understand about what I've read in the Bible is that the fact it talks about in the Bible lesser gods. So this is something I'm trying to figure out right now. The fact that in the Bible it talks about Jesus being the one true God, right? There's the one true God. Um, and then everything beyond that are like idols or paganistic gods and then I do believe, and this is something I believe is called ominous, which I don't really like the labels right now in terms of like what I'm like labeling myself. I am a Christian, but it's only because I believe in Jesus that people label me Christian. And I guess I have to carry that title. But truly, from what I understand and believe, is that there are actually these beings in a like whether it's in a different realm that coincide that cooperate in this realm to influence or to so when we pray to certain things, whether it's you're a Hinduist, you believe in Hinduism, or you believe in Buddha, or you believe in a different power that's outside Christianity, I do believe there's power in that, right? So you're praying to something. There's some sort of deity or some sort of being out
So
there.
you're saying that there's some sort of being out there, not necessarily the Christian God or something like that, like Jesus.
Well, I do believe. I absolutely do believe in the veracity of Jesus. I do believe he was a man that was here, was crucified, and then was born again, and rose into heaven by the account of 500 witnesses. I believe that. So
Well, that's not really like that like the account of 500 witnesses. That's just like something people wrote in a book. Like we don't have actually any evidence of that.
okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, I completely understand. I'm just talking in terms of, and when you talk about the Bible, you're gonna have to have some faith. So like as a
Right. Yeah.
believer, you have to have some faith. I'm just speaking out of that. So I completely, and I respect the fact that you're challenging that. But ultimately, you're either gonna believe what it has in the books, or you're gonna believe what it has in history books, or you're not. Like we've been lied to all throughout history. So genuinely, in terms of like what happened, the victors tell the story, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the
Right.
history skewed regardless.
Yeah.
So
It
you
could be.
have to have
Yeah.
faith in some things, regardless of if you're religious or not.
No, you don't really need to have faith in that.
What is
Like
faith to
if
you?
well, it seems like to you, it's just believing things without like evidence,
Hmm.
or maybe it's believing things like motivated reasoning. Like you kind of hope that it's true.
Okay.
Like for you, like I would imagine, right?
Hmm.
That you hope this is true because it helps you from what I hear. Like it's cured your depression. So
Yeah.
I would imagine that if it turned out that it wasn't true, it would probably kind of devastate you a lot.
I mean, I don't know if it would have devastated me. I definitely would have had to continue to deal with the effects of anxiety and depression, but I mean, I don't know about devastation. But in terms of faith, really it's a combination of experience, evidence, and um, the belief in, I guess, where the faith factor does come in its literal sense, is the fact that there is no evidence for certain things. So you do have to believe one way, true or not true, one or the other.
You have to believe. Why do you have to believe one way or the other? Why can't you just say, well, okay, well, it's just not convincing. I don't really know if it's true or not.
Well, yeah, because genuinely, from my experience, I have done the research. I feel like I have done the searching, and I have done the like looking for actual evidence. That wasn't just like, okay, um,
What
that's
evidence
not.
exactly?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So, you heard of the Shroud of Turin?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a fascinating piece of evidence.
I don't really find it fascinating at all. I just think it's like uh, a thing somebody made in like the 13th century or something like that. Like
Yeah, that's verifiably false. That's not even
it's
like true.
no, that's not true at all.
Well, it
Like
is. I mean, genuinely, if like I want you to tell me what you know about the Shroud of Turin before I respectfully give you my opinion. Not even opinion, just what I know about it.
oh, I mean, there's not much I could tell you. It's
Right.
just like there's no like there would be absolutely no way anybody could possibly know that was like the shroud is from Jesus or anything like that.
Well,
Like
no,
and a
there's no
lot like a
way.
lot of it
Mhm.
and a lot of it's like examined. Like I believe that the Catholic Church is the one that has like has possession of it, and I don't
at this
believe
moment. Yeah.
yeah, and they don't really open it up to like scientists that are actually going to be able to examine it and like come to better, like they use like the type of people that are just going to be able to confirm what they want, because it's just, to
Yeah,
me it's just
confirmation bias.
apologetic. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And so totally, yeah, the Catholic Church does have possession of it right now. But before this, I do believe it was um, like possessed by I think it was like an Italian royalty or monarch or something like that. Um, I would have to be fact checked on that, but I do know for a fact that it wasn't always in the Catholic Church hands. It's in the Vatican now, but it wasn't always there. And there was a point in time where you had scientists that were able to come and research it. I mean, there's literal. I could
Why
probably
not
figure.
now?
Huh?
Why can't they come now and like research it?
Well, I'm honestly, why does the Catholic Church do half of the things it does? I don't know. I don't know. I can't
Well, they
tell
do
you.
it because the power, like they try to keep their power and the
Absolutely. And I don't really understand the need to conceal something that is a verifiable, like something that I believe is true evidence for the story of Jesus. So
oh, I mean,
I don't.
I think there's pretty good reason for. I can tell you the good reason why they want to. It's
Well,
just
what?
because.
Okay, so
Yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, please. I want you to finish.
Oh, I was
Why?
just saying that you're very polite, by the way. I know I've been kind of rude, like
No, it's
getting
not
in and
that.
out, but the idea that the reason why is because the Catholic Church needs members. It needs members. It needs
Mhm.
people paying into the system, and so they have these things that they use, and they have apologetics for it, that are like these quote unquote miracles, and those
Right.
things are used to keep people into the church so
Yeah.
that they can continue to have their power and their money.
For sure. I mean, I think absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? So, I mean, in terms of the Catholic Church or really any, super mega like uh, influential religious institution probably is corrupt to a degree. I can't, we can't sit here and actually, we can speculate all day about why the Catholic Church has it locked up and not being able to. I think actually the last time it was even visible was like 2012 or something. Um, Somewhere around that time where they just put it on view. But before that, there were scientists that did go and study it, and actually, it wasn't made in the 1300s. It wasn't made in the medieval times at all. Um, the only things that were made from that time period were from a time where they held it in like a church and it burned, so they graft on parts of the actual the shroud. They restitched and regraphed portions of it, which you can actually see from the shroud itself when you look at the picture. So there's definitely like certain anomalies that happen within the shroud that don't really make much sense in terms of like what is naturally explainable or what is like, I don't know, like you can't use reason to really understand these like certain things. So one, for example, is the photo negative, is whenever you actually look at it with your plain view or with a camera, you can't really see the details of it. But when you reverse it to where it's a black, photo negative, I don't know how to explain that well, but it's like basically where it's a black and white image. Um, do y'all know what that is? Is this like ringing a bell or something? A photo negative?
I mean, like a negative from like film.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm just honestly, a photo negative is really a term that I heard. I don't know what exactly. Here, let me, if I could just search it.
I've heard like I guess maybe that would be the term for it.
Yeah, and basically it inverts the photo, and from that you could actually see the details of this man that was in the shroud, and it is dated 2,000 years ago, the actual shroud. So they took tests to make sure that it was an old artifact from that time, and it sure is. It literally is a 2,000-year-old artifact from the time period of Jesus. Now, for to understand whether or not it was Jesus or not, I believe, I feel like I am scientifically minded. I do appreciate science. And I don't believe that science disproves God. It's just a validation for why God even exists. But when I'm in terms of like um, the actual evidence for what is known to be like right before like the execution of Jesus, whenever they put him on the cross, the way that they punished him. In terms of, I would just say it's going to be hard for me to explain every little detail about the shroud. I would have to really refresh my memory of it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's really kind of. It's kind of minutiae detail. Like we have to go through all these details. I
Yeah,
don't think
I
we
would
need to
just
really go through with it. But
no.
I guess
I
like
do want to conclude. I do want to
yeah.
conclude by
Go
just
ahead.
saying,
Yep.
yeah, just by saying that there has been scientists that went to go and research it. There has been many teams. I think it was up to like 150 different scientists, a whole bunch of different teams that actually were able to go and study the shroud. And out of those scientists, there were many scientists that actually turned into from agnostic atheists to believers. So that's I would encourage anybody that's listening to go and look at the shroud. It's one of the most miraculous religious artifacts ever. It doesn't matter what religion, and there's actual things about that are just unexplainable. Especially how the image was even on a surface level. It's like a superficial image. It's like if you take a razor and scrape off the very first layer of the shroud on the very top. That's where the actual image is. It's not from the.
Let me ask you something about
Yeah.
this. What do you think is the point of this?
The point of what?
Well, do you think that God caused the shroud in order for there to be like some sort of
Mm-hmm.
like clue that he exists or something?
Yeah, actually, I do. Yeah, I
Why?
believe that God.
Why? Like why
Well, because
why is
God
he
wants us to
so
believe in Him.
he wants us to believe in him.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, why not? I mean, why couldn't he just like appear on a television screen, or why wouldn't he just appear in front
because
of me?
then, because then, what kind of faith would you need? Well, you wouldn't need faith
Why
at
would
that
I need
point.
faith?
Well, because if you need, well, because for imagine, for example, you go to your wife and you tell your wife like, "Hey, I want you to know I'm going to this thing, and if let's just say it's an investment opportunity, right? You're talking to an
Yeah.
investor and you say, "Hey, I want you to just know that I'm going to come back and we're going to make it. We're going to be rich." I'm
Yeah,
talking to an investor,
right.
right?
Okay,
And
I'm sorry.
you would
Keep going.
want your wife to have faith that you are going to be able to accomplish that. You would want her to have faith
Yeah,
in you.
she would have
And,
justifications. She would have reasons to believe or to believe not that I would be able to do that. You know.
but regardless of that, you still want her to have faith.
Yeah,
Right?
I
You
would
you would
want her to
want her
have
to
faith in
believe.
me, but this is
Yeah.
like we're talking about a different proposition here. You just said that God wants us to believe in Him. He wants us
Right.
to believe that He exists,
Yeah.
and like having like these ridiculous clues, like this this Shroud of Turin or something like
Mhm.
that, or like the like confusion about because you have all these different texts and all these different things that people present. Like I just don't understand why he couldn't just be clear about it. Like I don't understand like where faith comes in there. Like if I know God exists,
Mhm.
right? Then I could choose whether or not I want to follow him, and I
Mhm.
personally wouldn't want to follow him.
Okay, I just want to
Yeah.
quickly remind like scene from a Superman movie. Okay, when the aliens came on Earth, they sent signals to every device on the planet, like phones, TVs, anything like pick
Mhm.
with screens, even like the simple radio in the cars. They said, "We are here. We came." So why, like, if there's a guy, why he tries to convince people with the 2,000-year-old photo-ish something?
Mhm.
Why? Why so ambiguous?
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, look, like I said, I could speculate all day. How am I supposed to understand an omniscient being that just, but I can try my best. And my thought would be to revert back to a level of faith is required to, you know, get into heaven. What's the point of a God if you don't, you know, have believe in him? Or like, I guess what you're asking is
I
really
don't know what you.
why doesn't he just show himself so you do believe in him?
Yeah,
Is really what you're asking. So,
right. So that
um,
I have the information, because right now it seems kind of ridiculous that I
mhm,
would be punished for the fact that I'm unconvinced. Like there's no convincing reason for like that I've come across that
mhm.
God is real. So
Yeah.
why that doesn't seem very fair. Another unfair thing.
It doesn't really. I don't know if God ever said that it was going to be fair for us, but regardless
So
of
he's
that,
not just.
Well, I'm not sure if that's the case. I think it's just the fact that we do have free will, and at the beginning, if I was to believe what the actual texts say out of the Abrahamic religions, is that in Genesis, um, he created Adam and Eve, and then there was the Adam and Eve story. So he
Yeah, and I
did.
just think that that's a ridiculous like fictional story.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, I totally understand.
I'm not. I don't understand what free will has anything like. Free will is just irrelevant here. I'm not making any choices here. I'm just not convinced. Like there's a bunch of things that I could give reasons for, but it just seems like a completely fictional story, and there's no real evidence that it's true.
Well, that was true, exactly. Just the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, the Adam and Eve story as an
Yeah,
example.
no,
Like there's
completely. I don't
there's
even.
a lot of evidence against it, or like the Genesis story where like God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days or whatever. Like there's evidence against all those things, like scientific evidence, physical evidence,
Right.
right? But even still, like why would I even believe like a story just written down in a book? Like other people have these other myths. Why don't I just believe them instead?
Yeah, I mean, totally get it. I think the Bible itself is just a book, right? But within that holds vast amounts of knowledge, and honestly, there's like hyperlinks within the Bible that kind of from the Old Testament and New Testament refer to each other. So,
So
for
what? Like
example,
but that's just because they just wanted to build upon the old story.
well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
anybody can do that.
there's a
That's
literal
the Book of
documentation.
Mormons is like a continuation, like same thing.
Sure, but the difference is the New Testament was written, like, I think 70 years after his death, something like that. Like that's the
Yeah, that makes it even more sense. Like I would even make it even more like that's a little suspect too that it was written like 70 years after his death.
well, they weren't all. I mean, every single person that was still within Jesus's life wasn't dead. Like there's still people that were still alive at 70 AD. That were still able to witness Jesus. So it doesn't really boggle my
How
mind
many
all that much.
people? Like how many people like they lived 70 years back then? I don't see
Yeah.
the relevance in that either.
Well, no, I think the relevance is just that you're saying that 70 AD doesn't really show that there's much validity to it. When really, in all reality,
Yeah,
70
no,
AD,
yeah.
yeah, when in 70 AD, you can still have. There were still people that were like, I don't look. I don't
Yeah, but
know.
why would they wait so long to write about this? Like this creator of this guy's the creator of the universe. He died and he came back to life again. Like why would they wait 70 years to write about that? Like you would think that they would write about that immediately.
Well, I'm sure they were taking a long time to write. I don't really genuinely, man. You're asking me to place myself back in time. I'm not a time traveler. I don't know. Like I guess we're using our rational mind to understand this, but I could come up with many reasons for why they would. Which one would be they were still working on it. They were still writing it. They were still experiencing things and living in the actual times of a religious worldwide experience. So
How long
I
does it
definitely
take
do.
to write down like all the stuff this guy said? It doesn't take 7 years to write this stuff down.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe it takes that long. I do believe that they wrote down everything he said, but in terms of actually having the entire doctrine down, I just don't know the actual process of it. But I do believe these people did exist in terms of Matthew, Mark, John, Luke.
Yeah,
I think,
we can grant
right.
that like some of these people existed, sure, but
I would argue that I don't know which ones didn't exist.
I
That's
couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you which ones existed or which ones didn't. But
right.
wait, when you're talking about like who are you like you're talking about the gospel writers?
Yeah, the people that were literally like the people that were writing down the accounts, like Matthew, for example, was literally witnessing Jesus and writing down his words.
Oh,
So
well, I
you
mean,
see,
from
you'll
my
see,
understanding,
like
that's not true. From
what?
my understanding, that we don't know who the actually the authors are.
Yeah, I've never
And
honestly.
like some of those
That's
books, like one of the books was written like a really long. It wasn't even 7 years, like much farther, like way like that. I believe that's the
Do you know which one?
consensus. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
because I mean, I don't really engage in a lot of the arguments about Christianity. Overall, I just don't find anything there. Even if we sort of grant a lot of these stories, I just don't see why we should accept that it's the creator of the universe that's behind them. But or
yeah,
even a loving God is behind them.
right. Yeah, I mean, look, for me personally, I think a loving God. I think for me, I would say he is a just God. I think everything that happens is all because of humanity's decisions. We got here because of humanity. In terms of like the chaos, in terms of disease, I really do believe, and this also takes faith and a certain level of belief that right now we do have the ability to cure cancer. We have the ability to probably do a lot of
Yeah,
what we
but
would be
yeah,
considered
right. But why wouldn't
actual
God
medical
just cure?
miracles. Mhm.
Yeah, but why not just cure? Why wouldn't he just cure cancer? Why wait so long for us to get a cure? Or even like we may have the cure and like people,
Right.
there's like bad people who are trying to profit off of it. Like,
Right.
so what? Like,
Right.
why
So
doesn't he just have a cure? Like, why even have cancer in the first place?
yeah. Definitely. Well, because whenever this goes back to the Adam and Eve story, which is, it's kind of hard to talk about, and considering the fact that, like, if we are to talk about it, you're just not gonna you're going to argue against it the entire time, which is understandable considering your
Yeah.
position. But if we were to talk about it as if this is the reason from a Christian perspective, not even from a Christian, an Abrahamic perspective, um, the reason for all of the sin in the world, the sickness in the world, which was outside of God's original plan, because God's original plan was supposed to be in the Garden of Eden, and
Oh, so
to
God's plan failed.
uh, we failed.
Well, no, God had a plan,
Hmm.
right? He had a plan. He's all powerful. He's all knowing,
Right.
right? He can do anything. He can actualize anything. And the plan that he had, you know, went awry because
Hmm.
he created these beings, and these beings just, I guess, disobeyed him. Right.
Right.
So it seems like
Because
he had a plan, and it
mhm.
plan failed.
Right. So just because God's plan failed doesn't mean that he failed. And the reason
Why
that is
not?
because, yeah, thank you for asking. First and foremost, really, it's just because he gives us free will. The reason that his plan failed is because we have free will. Adam and Eve
I don't
had
see how
free
that's
will.
relevant. I
Well,
don't
it's
see why
relevant,
that's
yeah,
relevant.
because they had the free will to choose to eat from the apple, right,
Look, let me give you
of
an
knowledge.
analogy. Okay,
Sure.
let me give you an analogy here. Okay, I have a company, right? Let's just say I have a company. I have a marketing scheme. I want to attract customers to the company, right?
Hmm.
And then all of these people, like the customers, they don't like it. They ask for their money back. People go into the shops and they leave. They don't pay for anything, right?
Right.
And then I just go, well, it wasn't my fault that people don't like my store. It's the customer's fault. It's their free will. Their free will, is the reason why the company didn't work out, right? So
Okay.
he's the one that created the universe. He had a plan,
Hmm.
right? He created humans with a certain level of rationality,
Right.
where I guess maybe sometimes they choose bad things and sometimes they choose good things. Like he created humans like that,
Right.
right? So it seems like his plan, the plan that he had, failed, and he failed.
Okay, so I got you. That's the way it seems for sure. And I guess I'm just trying to maybe give you a perspective where you can understand my side and why it's
Okay,
not
go
a
ahead. Go ahead.
failure.
I'll
So,
mute up here.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, I totally get that. But I, I could see that to be a failure of the designer, the creator, right? If you went into a business and you're trying to market your product and ultimately people didn't buy your product, who is at fault? Not the people. It's the person that created the marketing plan or marketing scheme, whatever it is. So totally understand that analogy. I don't really feel like it is. I I will. I don't know what to say about it. I don't think that's something that can really be attributed to God, right? So if, for example, your parents give you free will, right? They allow you to make your own decisions, but they have, let's say, a $50,000 college fund for you, right? And they want you to go to college. That is their plan, right? Um, they did everything in order for that plan to work out. It's up to you to fulfill that plan. But you take that money and you go and spend it on frivolous things. You waste it within a year. You come back. Now you have no money. Now you're broke. Now you don't have a college education, and your life just got a lot harder, right? It's not the failure of the creator, because the creator gave you the tools and the ability to accomplish everything that you had to, but it was up to you. That's not a failure of
Well,
the
the
creator.
parent.
That's
I
not a
mean, the
failure of your
parents.
parent.
The
That's not a
parent.
failure of parents so much to the ability to have control over your own life, to make the
Is anybody hearing Michael here? I don't know if it's like, yeah, he's breaking up, right?
Okay, let me see.
Oh, it looks
Sorry
like
about that, guys.
you're better now.
Okay,
I
weird.
think
Maybe
it's
it's
good. Yeah.
my phone closed. Okay, got you. What did y'all miss? I mean, where do I need to restart?
Well, it just
I'll
seems
just
like,
say,
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
mhm. Yeah. So, if your parents gave you the free will, they love you so much they're going to allow you to choose what to do with your life, and you chose to use that money and go spend it on frivolous things, and you come back and you're broke, you have no job, you have nothing, you have no college education. Who's at fault?
Well, the parents could possibly be at fault in this case too. I mean, they do have some blame here. I'm not saying that
Okay.
they have all the blame, but you know,
Who's ultimately at fault?
they may know
Like,
factors about their son that you give him money and he'll go spend it, or maybe they didn't raise him correctly, or maybe there's some other factors that led him to do this.
sure. I mean, but
But in the
I
case of
guarantee you.
God, but in the
Mhm.
case of God, God had a plan, right?
Right.
He's all knowing, he's all powerful. He created human beings. He
Mhm.
created human beings with a certain amount of rationality, right?
Mhm.
Where sometimes you're just going to do irrational things, right? He didn't give us perfect rationality so that every
Right.
single thing that we do is rational. So he's the one that put all this stuff in motion. He created it, right? He programmed human beings and they failed.
Yeah.
And his plan failed. He should have had a better plan. He should have given people better rationality.
I mean, I think it's pretty. What is the word? Not to disrespect, but arrogant to. I guess maybe, I'm from an atheist perspective. You're just trying to understand, so I won't even go there. But I think it's interesting to try to attribute your own rationale and thoughts to a being that is supposedly much greater and um, just understands everything, literally everything. If we're talking about the creator, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's what that yeah, the fact that he understands everything just kind of makes it even it just makes it even stranger that
mhm.
he would know what would happen. He would know that they would disobey them. So he literally created human beings knowing that they would disobey him. I mean, that's just another thing. Like that just seems irrational.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's irrational. I think it's what happens when you love something. And when you do a lot of irrational things out of love. And honestly, I'm in terms of uh, God. Who's to say that God can't be jealous, or he can't be? I do believe God has
Why? Why
genuine.
would he be jealous? That just means he's insecure about things.
No, I don't think so. I think the same way that if you had a girlfriend and you started having wandering eyes, and your girlfriend's right next to you, and you see your girlfriend's looking at you, looking at all these different women, she's going to be jealous. Is that insecurity, or is she literally looking at you look at other women?
Well, I mean, I would imagine like she has a reason, right? She has a good reason to be jealous because she's not omnipotent. She doesn't have like all power,
So you don't
right? She
think
doesn't control
so?
everything.
All right. So I don't. That doesn't mean I don't get why an omnipotent being wouldn't be able to be jealous in that way. Why? If he created us and he loved us, right? From what the Bible says, the Abrahamic religions say, he created us and he loves us. And if we were to turn our eyes away from him and look at other things that are not him, why wouldn't he be allowed to be jealous?
Well,
That's not sufficient of him being imperfect.
well, it seems it does because like he's the one that created us, right? Again, like he created us with like a certain amount of rationality,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
like again, we
So,
do like a rational thing. So like the rational thing would that we would always love God, wouldn't it?
sorry, one more time.
Isn't the rational thing that we should always like love God and follow God and all that under your worldview?
Rational. I mean, I genuinely, in terms of rationality, is it rational? It's hard to say.
No,
It's really.
should it be rational?
Should it be rational? Is
Like
it
if God
rational
exists,
to?
shouldn't it be rational to love God.
Yeah, it is rational to love God if
And
God
it would be
exists.
irrational to not love God. in your
Right.
worldview. Like you believe God exists, it would be irrational for you not to love God.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
So what
I
are you
actually don't
saying?
know what point I'm making. I don't know what
Yeah,
point I'm
I
making.
don't I
Actually,
don't.
I'm getting a little tired. Anybody want to jump in here, philosopher? I'd have to. You might be right about the jealousy thing. I'd have to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. Absolutely. Um, you know, I'd definitely be interesting for someone else to jump in. You know, I'm enjoying this conversation, but I mean, goodness, I don't know how long y'all been talking for. So,
Yeah, no, we can keep going. I don't really care.
yeah, I mean, let's like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if we're gonna get too far in terms of talking about God's, ability to be jealous or whatever. But
No, I don't think we're gonna get too far with that.
yeah, no. I do think that for us, in order for him to truly love us and for him to care for us, he gives us the ability to have free will. It's just like a parent, right? A parent isn't going to control every aspect of your life for a desired outcome that they want, right? They have an ultimate desire for what they want, but it's their job to, course correct or to say, hey, maybe this isn't the best way to do it, or think of it like this. And through those teachings, the values they try to instill in you, they hope. And a lot of times, it turns out, with parents that genuinely do go about, parenting in a healthy way. I guess that's subjective to an extent, but like giving a child free will without punishing out of punishing that child out of anger, those children usually turn out to have very rewarding and like pretty good lives, I feel like. And there are anomalies, but I would say the evidence probably points towards the fact that children that come out of households that are two-parent households where they are given attention, given the necessary love, and um, you know
It's actually the more adults usually. So even if you have sort of a three parent or you have a grandparent or whatever, it's even better.
Mhm.
More people.
Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. So I would just say that they if they loved you, they would allow you to be yourself and make your own decisions. And even if that meant at the expense of hurting their feelings, at the expense of doing something outside of what their will for you would be, right? I'm not sure if y'all have children. I don't, but if I did, I could only imagine that I would want desire. I would have my personal desires for their life, from my experience and my knowledge, where I'm at.
But you
I
wouldn't
would
want them. But you wouldn't want them to go to hell or anything. Like you wouldn't want them to burn in hell or.
right, but ultimately, it wouldn't be my
If
choice.
you, I mean, do you believe that? By the way, do you believe that? Like, if you don't believe or whatever, you go to hell.
If you don't believe, you'll go to hell.
Yeah.
I believe if there's been a sufficient amount of evidence put it in your face, and you reject that evidence, and if you take a lifelong experience trying to understand why we're here, and ultimately you come to the conclusion that, from everything that you've heard, if you've done your due diligence in terms of looking into whatever, all the religions, like, I mean, goodness, I stopped at Christianity because I had a miraculous experience that was genuinely, I would consider, supernatural. That's why I just stopped, because it just, but for anyone that is out there and doesn't know, um, at the end of the day, if you genuinely do your due diligence in terms of understanding and trying to find an answer, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, like the tiniest amount of faith, it doesn't even require all that much, just in terms of saying,
I
look,
don't have
if
any.
it
I don't have any faith at all. I just
totally
don't.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to answer you plainly, then, I mean, listen, unfortunately, um, yeah, man, I do believe that ultimately you would end up in hell if you were to literally look at the evidence. You would hear the
Why?
arguments.
Don't you think it's ridiculous?
Well, no, because it's your free will. You just same way that
But
I
it's
chose
not.
to go.
It has nothing
I
to do
chose
with
to.
free will.
Well, it
I'm
does.
not choosing
Absolutely, it
anything.
does. You are
No, I'm
choosing.
not choosing anything. I'm just not convinced. Like I've talked to you. I've
Right.
talked to probably thousands of people over the past 5 years, Christian,
Mhm.
Muslim, whatever. Absolutely nothing. Nothing is convincing about any of this. Like the stuff you said today, I don't find convincing at all.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It requires more research. I'm just a mouthpiece. I'm not the
Well,
evidence.
yeah, I understand that you're just a mouthpiece, but you know, I've watched Ask Clift, I've watched Stewart, you know,
Hmm.
I've watched all these people. There isn't any evidence. It's to me, it's just really fallacious argumentation. But it just seems so ridiculous. Like again, like I'm saying, I'm not making a choice.
Right.
I'm not convinced. That's it. I'm not convinced, and that just seems so ridiculous. But even if I said, for example, you know, even if I did make a choice that I wasn't going to believe, I still don't
Mhm.
understand that punishment. It seems like a completely ridiculous punishment just because I choose not to believe something.
I don't, man. Honestly, dude.
You're breaking up
If
again. You're
like,
Yeah, you're better.
got you here. I know why. I think I know why at least. Yeah. So it's like I genuinely, in terms of that, it's like, even look at real world today. Like, I could sit here and say, after not paying my parking ticket for, 3 years, I think it's ridiculous that my license gets revoked. That's unfair.
Yeah, but
You're like,
that's something completely different. I mean,
how is
that's
that
not even
completely different?
comparison.
It's my free will, and okay. So you're saying, you're saying that you're
Like
not
you have a
choosing to
fine. Like
believe,
there's a reason.
right?
Like there's reasons why you're being fined and all that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
Right. Like maybe like if they put you in jail or something like that, or they repossess your car, like I would say that's probably a very harsh like type of punishment.
Mhm.
Um, but to me, it's like like you choose not to you choose not to like participate in like these fines or whatever. You're just gonna have to pay the price, whatever the price is, and there's reasons for that. But all for me, all it is like like even for like this fine that you're getting or whatever,
Right.
even your car, it's not even comparable to being tortured for eternity. Just because even if you were tortured for eternity because you didn't pay a fine, that would just be ridiculous too.
Um, I would say it's a harsh punishment for sure. I would definitely agree with that. But at the end of the day, it's like, really, for me, I really have to allow myself like space for there to be like some sort of um, nuance, because genuinely, like, I am, like I said, I grew up in my faith, but I'm not someone that's even taken the time to, um, like the guy that was here before, the Muslim, he said something that was actually sort of like, struck a chord with me. He was like, a Christian really isn't even gonna know their scriptures. Some
Oh,
are.
that's just rhetoric. That's just a
Well, yeah,
lot of
but
Muslims don't. Like, a lot of Muslims don't know the scripture at all. That's just like
very true. Very
ridiculous
true.
rhetoric.
Absolutely. I mean, and in the same at the same time, honestly, the Quran was literally made to be memorized and to be able to be, recited in a moment. It's short enough, and it's literally short enough for them to do that. That's the purpose behind it. The Bible, on the other hand, is literally 66 books. So it's a lot. To memorize something like this is just absolutely
No, and
unfathomable.
memorizing it. That's yeah. Memorizing something doesn't make it true or anything like that.
Yeah. So,
Um,
but I mean, you know, in terms of what you said before, um, like the fine argument, we were talking about, like, that's unfair. Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. Do I think it's unfair? I don't know. I'm literally like,
are you
uh,
scared to say it's unfair? Like, are you scared to disagree with God?
no, I'm not. Am I scared to disagree with God? That's a
Yeah, because it seems to me like you earlier.
agree with
Are you
God.
still there? Yeah, like it seems to me earlier.
Hello.
We were talking about something that was fair or unfair. It wasn't this. It was something
Hey,
else.
sorry
And
about that. I'm not sure if
no,
I just got a call and I just came
okay,
back in. I'm not sure what I missed.
no, you didn't miss much. I was just saying that like just as an example, um, you were talking about something earlier, and I can't remember what it was, but you said that it was unfair. I can't remember exactly what it was that was unfair.
Hmm.
That we were talking about. You seemed to say that. Then when I said, okay, well then you disagree with God because it's God's plan. Like in this case, like the fact that people are tortured for
Right.
eternity because they're not convinced of something, or even that they choose not to believe, even in that sense.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, wouldn't you disagree that that's like a really horrible thing to? for like, wouldn't you say that you disagree with God here? Like, it's just a really crazy punishment. I don't even know it's a punishable offense.
Yeah. You know, I think if you exist, you're gonna have a thought of God. Whether you're an atheist and you don't know of God and you don't think, you have no clue. And all I have to ask is like, you know, I want to answer your question. Do I think it's unfair? Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't. But it's not something for, I don't believe it's my place to understand God completely and fully. God knows God, you know, like he knows himself. For me to understand God in that way, I would also have to be an omniscient being that is at the level of God, right? So I'm not. I have a minute sense of understanding compared to what I believe is a all-powerful being, right? So for me to try to say it's unfair, in my own understanding, yeah, it absolutely seems unfair. So I am not afraid to disagree with God, but I'm going to say that although I do disagree, I don't really understand, right? And I don't know if, I'm not sure from where I'm at right now in my personal walk, I don't have the understanding as of now to really know why that
Well,
is the case.
I could give you an explanation, like from my perspective.
Sure.
Like these are things that human beings like come up with. Like
Hmm.
human beings, you know, if you ever like authoritarian dictators,
Yeah.
you know, they require that people have this loyalty, you know, that they
Hmm.
essentially that they believe in them, you know. I mean, they already believe they exist, but they believe in their authority and they follow their authority. And if you don't do that, you'll be punished, you'll be ostracized, or you'll be killed in many cases.
Right.
um and so like the reason why like authoritarians do that is because it's necessary for them to be able to hold the power that they have to do those things,
Hmm.
right? It's a requirement.
For the
um
dictator, right?
for the dictator, yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
And if the dictator had like the ability to be all powerful or to actualize things, then they wouldn't be such a horrible dictator. They wouldn't necessitate like violence, right?
You're saying
So
they
all
wouldn't be a horrible
yeah,
dictator
they
if
would.
they had power?
Yeah, they wouldn't.
That's
Yeah, most
that's
likely they
outlandish.
wouldn't.
That's outlandish claim, first and foremost. How could you say that?
Well, what would be the purpose of them like killing people or whatever when they can actually just actualize like any state of affairs? They could just actualize that they remain in power. They don't need to kill people to do so. They can just use other means.
Names?
And so my analogy, like with
Hmm.
God, like what I think has happened is human beings have just created this, you know, over time they've developed this being
Hmm.
that is just that is really just you know, in a way you can say God is made in human image, that is just a reflection of people who hold power.
Okay.
Because like if you read the Old Testament, it just reads like, you know, some God who needs people to do things for him,
Hmm.
who needs to kill people, who needs to enslave people, who needs to do all of these things, right? It just doesn't make any sense why some sort of actualize something that's actualize any state of affairs would need to go to such lengths to, you know, have crusaders go and like murder a bunch of people. You know, like it just doesn't really make any sense, like why, or all the other horrific stories in the Bible, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
And that's why a better explanation, the reason why this threat of hell exists is to keep people in line. That was the idea, is that there's that the idea is that they've developed this God character, which is like I said, a reflection of human beings, and that's why
Hmm.
they have this what I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Hmm.
The fact that you're tortured for eternity because you don't believe something, or you choose not to, like I said.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see where you're coming from. You know, let me sit down. You know, to address what you're saying, I don't think it's really for us to say what another person, especially a dictator who's already doing evil things. Any dictators doing evil things. Look at the history of dictatorships. I'm not sure if we can find many dictators in the history of the world that were true dictators that did much good, right? And you know, like let's talk about like Vlad the Impaler. He was a dictator, was he not?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, in a sense, absolutely. I mean, look at if you were to take him and say give him absolute power, um, the same kind of power that God has, the same. I don't think that his actions. It would be fair to assume that his actions wouldn't resemble um, the actions of a God that I personally believe in, a true and righteous and just God. I feel like from somebody that has the mental, um, if you could look at like do like I don't know like a breakdown of his mental, what's the word, like what's the word when you analyze somebody?
Oh,
It's like a
psychoanalysis?
it's thank you, yeah, psychoanalysis.
Psychoanalysis, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. On Vlad the Impaler, I'm sure it would be easy to assume that he would do insurmountable amounts of like X, Y, and Z horrible things if he was given.
Well, maybe, but you have to kind of remember, like, just think like,
Yeah.
you're some sort of like a dictate, some sort of authoritarian dictator at some sort of time in history, and you
Mhm.
need to build like defense walls, to be able to defend your territory.
Right.
Well, for you to do that, you're probably going to have to round up people, go to war with them, and enslave them so you can get them to build things for you. But if you can just actualize any state of affairs, you could just have the building disappear, then you would just do it. You wouldn't go through the trouble of developing an army and then having the army go and kill a bunch of people so that they could take their stuff. You would just have stuff.
Well, I mean, then you're talking about can. I mean, okay, but you don't have if you were a god, right? We're talking about God. It's my ultimate belief, and I'm not going to budge on this, is that he gave us free will, right? So if it was Vlad the Impaler, if it was whoever else, and they had the ability to control us, I'm sure they would. They would literally use us to build all kinds of things, but
But
genuinely.
why? Well, I'm saying, are you saying, but if they were like all powerful,
Mhm.
then they wouldn't need us to build anything.
They could do it themselves for sure.
Yeah, it would just be unnecessary.
Yeah, but I mean, goodness, like who's to say they wouldn't? I mean, so it's like this is kind of a circular argument.
It would be ridiculous though. It would be a waste of time. Like you'd have to develop an army. You'd have to like develop weapons and all that kind of stuff. It takes a lot of time and money to do all that stuff.
For God.
No, for humans.
Okay. So now we're talking about humans. It would take a long time for humans to do these things.
No, I'm saying that like sorry, it seemed like you were saying that who's to say that these people wouldn't like enslave people or force people to do things, right? Is that
I
what
was
you're
talking about
saying?
God, right?
Okay, go ahead. Because it seems like
Saying that. Imagine,
God
yeah.
does that
Sorry,
too.
I don't.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not sure if you could give me any evidence of God having control.
You're breaking up there a second. There.
Do something. Got you. I don't know why that's happening. I'm not sure if you could find evidence in the Bible of God making another person do something, making them. He could influence them. He
Oh,
could
well,
he could make
well,
impress something on
there's
their
plenty
minds.
plenty examples.
Making somebody do something like literally where they have no control of themselves. I don't think
Well, I
so.
mean, well, if you're under you're under duress, right? If you don't do it, you're going to be punished or you're going to go to hell. I mean, not like controlling their bodies. I mean, maybe there are
Right.
examples of that somebody, but I'm like coercing people into doing things, certainly.
Influence for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But then I have to go
Well,
back
not
again.
influence, like coerce them, like literally coerce them into doing things.
Okay. Is there like a specific thing you're thinking about in terms of the Bible or like a maybe
Yeah,
Quran?
well, like Abraham,
Abraham.
like the story of
Yeah.
Abraham, where he where God tells him to kill his kid,
Yeah.
and Abraham was going to do it, and he
And
didn't
if he
do it,
doesn't,
right?
then
God.
what?
Well, I assume that there would be some sort of punishment or something.
There would be, I'm
There
sure,
would
a
be a threat. Like
consequence.
he
There would
must be
be,
thinking he must be thinking there's a threat of punishment.
yeah, some
You
sort
know.
of consequence for him not being faithful, for sure. Absolutely. As
Yeah.
there are consequences for every single action that we do. But it doesn't
Right.
mean
So
that
he's
he would
being coerced. So
necessarily be damned to hell if he didn't kill his child. If he ultimately decided not to bring his kid up to the mountain,
forget about the hell thing. Like
right.
you literally just said it. Like there is some sort of punishment. There are some sort of consequences. So he's being coerced into doing it. He does it because he doesn't want to have to deal with the consequences.
What is a consequence? Is it just a like outcome?
Well, I mean, in the case of God, I would assume that if he couldn't prove how he was faithful to God by this ridiculous story where he's told to kill his own kid and he chooses
Right.
not to, I would assume that God would have some sort of punishment for him.
I believe there would be a consequence, one way, whether it be
You
good
don't
or
think there would be
bad.
some sort of punishment?
I'm not sure. That would be speculation and conjecture at that point. I don't know, and we never got to that point. So there's just not that. That's not in the story, right? So we're speculating on what God might or may not do, which is a little bit.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
if God came to you and God told you to do something and you didn't do it, would you
right.
just blow him off and say, "Hey, I'm not going to do it"?
I've done it before. Yeah.
You've done it before as a believer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've disobeyed God's commands.
I have. Right. I'm a sinner, and I mean, like, yeah, completely. By no means am I perfect. Like my personal experience, I will have an impression on me to not or to do something, and if I do or don't do it, there is always a consequence or a reaction, right? So whether something good comes out of it because I do it, that is a consequence of my
Well, you
action.
know, like a direct command from God. Have you received a direct command from God?
I believe so. And have I ignored that?
What would be an
Yeah.
example of a direct command that you've gotten from God?
Yeah, very transparent with you guys. Just my commitment to remain like abstinent from sex, right? Completely no sexual, like anything with my
Oh, why would
partner.
you do that to yourself?
Well, because it's what I believe. It's in our book, right? So to remain abstinent before marriage. Marriage is a union, a special union before God. It's a covenant before God, and He deems sexual experiences outside of marriage immoral. So that's a
Why?
very simple. Um, I would have to go and tell you why. I would have to literally go and like open up my Bible right now and figure
But
it out.
is it just because he just finds it immoral, or is it
But
just
I don't want to.
immoral?
I don't. I mean, look. We could talk about this.
Go ahead. Whatever. Yeah, whatever you.
But
I don't want to distract.
yeah, I don't honestly. Kind of from that, and it's okay. But from that question, I don't really remember what we were talking about. Oh, you were
We
talking
were talking
about
about we were talking about punishments.
right. You asked me if I had ever literally disobeyed a commandment that I have received from God.
Yeah.
And yeah, so last night I'll give you an example.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Me and my partner, right? We're sleeping in the same bed. We're not married, right? I'm a Christian. So it says, flee from the temptation, right? Flee
It's
from
interesting,
the.
by the way, you use the word partner. That's very interesting.
Yeah, because she's not my girlfriend, like yet, So I say partner.
Right.
She's
Yeah.
my.
And a
So
lot of people are using that term now, so I find it fascinating. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't mean to distract.
yeah, no worries. So yeah, I could call her my girlfriend. We're just not that, but but I will. My girlfriend, we're in bed, right? And I've been in a relationship with her for a while. We've had like plenty of times where we've had sex before, but it's a recent development that we both feel to remain abstinent and not give into our sexual lustful desires, because it's very like first and foremost it's animalistic to constantly want to be having sex like that. Um,
But
it's
you don't
not
have
something
that. You
that
don't have
it's
that.
not
But
something. Mhm.
well, wait a second. Why did you say it like constantly having like sex? Like you're just having. It doesn't mean that like just because you have sex outside of marriage, it doesn't mean you're constantly having sex. Like you know how
Oh, I'm
you
telling you
like.
my experience, brother. I'm just telling you what I did.
Okay. Oh, geez, if somebody just passed somebody, that's really dangerous. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so no, that's what I'm doing, right? That's what I've done. It's just, like sex as much as I could. It feels good. It's nice. So,
Really, you like as much as you. Okay, okay.
you tell me what is the question?
No, I just like. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just say, maybe I knew where you were going with this. As a believer, I do believe that there are right ways and wrong ways to live your life. It's very easy to give into sinful, lustful desires. Not even lustful desires. Think about anything. Um, Splurging when you eat. So like, it's a sin to go and be like gorge, right? Just to go and
Yeah.
stuff your mouth, right? I
Sure.
forget what it's actually called, gluttony, right? So it's a sin to be gluttonous. But you know
Right.
how easy it is to be gluttonous? You know how good it feels to sit there and shove your mouth full of whatever it is that, let's say, whatever it is you like, whatever it is that you find desirable in terms of food that you can sit here and eat all day. For me, maybe it's a whole thing of pizza, a whole box of pizza. If
Right.
I'm by
Yeah.
myself, bro, I could literally sit there and scarf it all down. I know that's
Yeah.
not good for me. Um,
But it's
but
not good for you because of like health. Like it's bad for your health.
and also from a religious standpoint, because we are talking about, right, if we're going to talk about Christianity and we're going to talk about these different religions, you also have to respect the fact it's coming from that viewpoint, right? So um I could sit here all day and talk about your experience as an atheist and respect it and understand your viewpoint and look and put yourself in my shoes, but at some point you're going to have to understand, like, as a Christian, it says not to be gluttonous, so I don't be gluttonous, not for the simple fact that it's going to hurt me in my health. Yeah, it's going to make me fat, but I've been fat before. It's, ultimately I'll still live while being fat. I'm not going to feel the immediate effects of sitting here and stuffing my face outside of a stomach ache, or sitting on the toilet later. So it's like, um, in terms of not having sex, that's really the reason. Yeah, for Christians, for I'm sure anyone that's religious, they can say these are things that I don't want
Right.
to
But
do.
it seems like and
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
philosopher. I just saw that. We'll be careful. But when the thing is like we have these. You're talking about two things here, right? You're talking
Sure.
about um you know sex, and you're also talking about gluttony. Like you're talking about lust and gluttony. You're talking about these two things, right? Um, and with the sex stuff, you abstain. That's it. You abstain until you get married. But
Right.
with the food stuff, like you eat food, and you enjoy. I'm sure there's plenty of times, you enjoy having a nice meal and all those sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
It's just the gluttony is just essentially just overdoing it. And when we compare it with the sex thing, it seems to me as well that why couldn't we just apply those same principles? We just don't overdo it. We try, maybe every once in a while we enjoy a good time, but we don't really overdo it, or we don't, that sort
Right.
of stuff.
Absolutely. Good question. Well, because you don't apply it the same because it's two different things, right? So it literally explicitly talks about the way you're supposed to go about sex, and it just says that you shouldn't be gluttonous, and we define what gluttony is. Gluttony is just sitting there until your stomach can't take anymore, and that's a very straightforward and simple thing. So the reason why it's applied differently is because it's just instructed different. Um, so it gives pretty much the fact that you're not supposed to have sex outside marriage is a very well defined rule, right? So it's like there's not much leeway there to kind of be like, okay, well, what if I just enjoy it here, just one day out of the month? What if I just do it, once a year?
So really it's not it. They're two different things, right? The the,
Two
the
different things,
gluttony and they're two different things. And what you're saying for the sex outside of marriage thing,
right?
that just comes down to a command from God. There's no good reason that we can think of, um, for this, other than okay, that's just I mean, I could see for some people, like they want to have that mystery, that they kind of want to
Sure.
abstain until they have that
Like
when
the
they're married
allure.
and they can have really good sex. I don't know how often that works out or whatever,
Yeah.
in reality, but maybe people have those sorts of ideas. But other than that, like that just seems like it just comes down like, oh, don't do it because God says so.
Yeah, exactly. Literally. I mean, and as someone that is a religious person, I think you can go into and look at any religious doctrine and find the rules and the guidelines between that religion and see how it's played out by people that believe in that religion. And they're probably going to tell you a very similar, um, you know,
Sure.
yeah. So it's like, I don't think it's different for any other religion. So from someone like you, yeah, it might seem impractical and like kind of useless, pointless. Um, but for a believer that is doing it for a purpose, it's absolutely practical.
It is practical, but it's practical in the sense it's just because God has a command and you have to follow it.
Correct, because we do believe there is a God.
Right. So it's just practical in the fact that if you don't follow the command,
Uh,
then there will
uh-huh.
be consequences that you'll go to hell or whatever.
I mean, I don't. I mean, look, I don't believe the fact that like I want to be clear, just because I go and I have sex outside marriage, and if I like literally right now, if I choose to disobey God's commands, right? I don't believe that if I continue to do that, and that is my life's pattern, where I'm literally every day choosing to defy God, right? Then I believe I've literally paved my road to hell. Okay, but if I sin, right, like last night, like I was telling you, I sinned last night. I literally, me and my girl, we were sitting here,
Yeah,
woke
we
up,
got it. Yeah.
okay, thank you. So yeah, and I made the conscious decision to defy God. Am I going to hell for that? No. No, I'm not. Is it wrong to do? Absolutely. What is the heart, like what really God, what I believe is God looks at the heart of the person and understands, is he repentive? Does he feel bad about that? And ultimately I do personally. So
I guess maybe the point
right.
I guess maybe the point I'm trying to make here is that um, it's I guess it's just an unfortunate thing that you believe like this Christian God or whatever,
Mhm.
because like it seems like you know it seems like to me like these are really good experiences, and that the religion makes you feel guilty about it.
Well, I
Like
think the
the religious
experience is
belief where
sacred, right? So it's not for us
yeah
not to
yeah, but
experience.
it can be sacred when you're not in marriage.
Well, okay, so imagine if you were to go to a candy shop once a year that your dad took you to get a specific candy. How sacred would that be? How is that experience? How special would that experience be, right? It is a special experience. You're going once a year, like whatever, once a year, once a month, but you know that you can wait. And if you wait, you'll get that experience. How how fantastic and how fun would that
Yeah, but
experience
you guys
be
have already
if
like
your
you guys
hold
said.
on, if your dad took you to the candy store every single day and was like, yo, you're gonna get that candy and you're gonna eat it? Like, how nice would that experience be? So yeah, it's like it is a little bit different just saying you're taking a nice experience and you're like not allowing yourself to experience this, when the reality is no different than with most healthy things. You abstain from it so you can have the better thing. It's like I'm gonna abstain from eating unhealthy food so I can have a healthy body, right? So there's abstinence in all things that we do if you're a disciplined, controlled person with or without religion.
Yeah, I guess for me it's like you know like I think though it's different in the sense that the religion itself is causing this unnecessary shame and guilt, like I said, for something that you
Mhm.
enjoy, and it doesn't, it's not like you're doing it all the time, right? It's just that it is a very sacred thing.
Right.
And I don't understand why it can't be a sacred thing inside or outside of marriage, but it just seems to me like
Mhm.
there are just these random irrational things, um that we deprive ourselves of, or that you're depriving yourself of, because you have this like this guilt that this religion like kind of builds into it, like it's kind of built into it, like
I don't
shame
believe
is
it's
is
built
part
in.
of it.
I don't believe it's for us to carry shame. I don't believe it's for us to carry guilt. That is the defect of our mind. That's it. Like that's literally it. We do something that we perceive to be bad. It's the defect of our mind to feel guilty. In a
I
in
don't
a
know if that's
healthy
a
mind,
defect of our mind.
well, yeah, I would say it's actually absolutely a defect. If you were right now, I'm sure you could do something that you would deem shameful, right? And if you were to go do it, you would feel shame, correct?
Yeah, yeah, possibly, yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So is that because anyone gave you a moral guideline? Is that because of your own personal beliefs? What you find just and what's what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's
So
my
it's like
yeah my personal
for
beliefs, yeah.
sure. So, but I mean, have you ever felt guilt before?
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
probably going to feel guilty for not walking outside right now and having this conversation. But I mean,
Okay.
I'll have guilt instead of like being out, like going into the city or whatever. But
Touching
other than
grass.
that, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Totally get that. Um, for sure. I don't want to lose my point here, but
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
no, I'm trying to really regain. But ultimately, it's not something that I believe. You say it's pointless and we're like kind of um like for no good reason. Um not allowing ourselves to have this experience, when the reality is we are going to have the experience. It's like, uh, it's going to happen. It's just whether or not we allow it to happen within God's will, or we do it within our will, right? So that's really what it comes down to: is, are you going to do it how God has it ordained and planned for what he deems is acceptable and what's right for you to be blessed? Now, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be blessed because you go and have sex outside marriage before you get married. No, like, not at all. Like, God has grace for people that don't even believe in him. You know what I mean? There's plenty of atheists that are extremely successful. There's like that are well off in life and don't have to worry about a God because they don't have anyone to answer to or don't ask anything from. Their wealth. They're wealthy, have a great life, and like, that's great for them. To like, but ultimately, um, for me, for Christians, I believe, or for any Abrahamic religion, it's the common belief that abstaining from sex is going to bring blessings, no different than abstaining from unhealthy food is going to bring blessings for your body. It's the same. It's the same. It's the same. Uh, like essentially, you can apply those the same thing to like everything, right? So abstaining from certain things that are deemed like not the best for you, and for me personally, it was having sexual relations pretty much as much as I could, you know um to like trying to abstain from that. There's no way that anyone can tell me in or outside religion that that's a bad thing, that you know I'm taking something that is like a privilege or something that's amazing, and like not allowing myself to do it, and that's like unfortunate. I would never say that. If another person, unbeliever, let's say, like, if when I was an atheist, or sorry, agnostic, and I was talking to another person that didn't believe in God, they were like, yeah, I just been having too much sex and it feels like it's lost it's just like affected me, it's affected my relationship. And they're like, I'm not going to do it anymore. Well, I wouldn't be like, well, you're going to take that away from yourself because of what? Like, that's the thing that for us to like enjoy. So I think the way your analysis and breakdown of it doesn't really, not that it doesn't sit right with me, but it just doesn't make much logical sense when it's applied in other areas.
Well, look, I guess I could accept, I guess I could accept like maybe some of the ideas like, you don't want to do it. If you do it every single day, then it kind of loses its luster or whatever, right? But
Mhm.
that's not what I'm proposing. Um, but okay, you may have like good reasons, like your reason may be okay because we want to wait and we want to have this like very special moment, these very special moments when we have this commitment together, and I totally understand that. I totally respect that.
Yeah.
Um, right? And that could be a really good reason, right? But
Mhm.
it's just for me, it's like if the actual reason, and I'm not saying that this is your actual reason, but if the
Sure.
actual reason comes down to, well, it's just because God says so, and I have to follow these rules, because God says so, even though I could have this enjoyable experience that I'm depriving myself of. I just think I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. But of course, I'm coming from a perspective where I don't think any of these things are at all real.
You think it's
So I
all
guess,
irrational?
yeah, I think it's complete. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
completely irrational. Yeah.
Yeah. Totally understood.
No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I actually shouldn't say it's completely irrational. You could be rational. You could have a rational belief in God.
I think
I
you
could
can find
imagine.
rationality within it if you really try. If you just try, you don't even have to have like an open mind. I mean, you
I
actually
don't
have to
think
be.
I
I
could.
feel
I,
like
I
you have
don't
to be
think there's.
closed-minded not to find the rationale behind. Like, even if it's to say, yeah, it says in the Bible for me not to do it, so I'm not going to do it. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of rational things that could be applied to that person just from that statement. Like, for example, he wants to preserve the like this special connection that is supposed to be had not only between himself and his wife, or his future wife, fiance, whatever it is, but also to God. You know what I mean? Like, so if you were to able to put yourself, I guess, you know, I could think all day that your point of view is irrational, or like there's limits to your thinking. But I guess we both have that viewpoint towards each other. But ultimately, it's like, you know, uh, it it's hard for me to like accept the fact that it's point like for you sort of pointless if it wasn't for the Bible just telling us so. If there was no Bible and we were just here, I think there would still be teachings on remaining abstinent. If there was no religion, there would still be teaching on remaining
Oh,
abstinent.
possibly.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, I go on dates,
Yeah.
and you know, a lot of times, I mean, I have my rules, right? If I go on a date, I'm not going to sleep with the person on the first date. I'm probably not going to do it on the second day. I'd like to get to know them. I think it would be, you know, you kind of build up a rapport with somebody, and then you have this experience or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I think, you know, I follow those same rules too. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I honestly, man, I'm gonna stick around, and if there's any point I could jump back in, I definitely will.
Yeah,
Allow
certainly.
me
Yeah.
to. I definitely want to end what I have to say by just looking at, telling y'all to look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. If y'all really care to find the truth, and you're not just trying to, you know, promote your own religion, which is being agnostic, or although I'm not sure if y'all consider that a religion or some sort of
No, it's
set
just
of
a
beliefs.
philosophical view.
It's a set of beliefs, which is really no
No,
different
it
than
would be it
Michael,
wouldn't be a set
Michael,
of beliefs
please,
at all. It's
please.
just it's
That was a very good conversation, and you're about to spoil it. Okay, that was a great conversation between.
I'm not trying to spoil it. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to spoil it. I think what it is that I'm trying to say is, ultimately, we all have to believe in something, right?
Oh, but like
Like
agnostic
that's it.
atheists,
I
they
don't know
don't
what that
believe in
means.
God, and that's the only topic. When it comes to theism,
They
atheism,
don't know what to believe. Is that not what
they don't know what
I
to
believe?
believe.
That
It
if
sounds
I'm not
like they don't
mistaken,
believe.
agnostic is the not knowing.
Yeah, agnostic is not knowing.
Atheism is the not believing.
Yeah, good. So there's no belief here. So it's not like a religion. Like there are
Wait,
beliefs
did
in
you?
religions, and there's no beliefs in agnostic atheism.
It's just a philosophical
Okay,
position,
yeah,
or maybe a lack
totally.
thereof.
Yeah, totally understood.
Okay, good.
Totally understood. I got you. I'm not even trying to fight you on that. You know, so I guess what I'm saying is we all have to have a certain set of ideas and values, right? And our values and ideas come from somewhere. Um, and I don't want to. I'm not even sure where I was going with that. But my whole point is saying, in saying any of this, what I was starting and what it was, I was
You were
wanting
talking
to
about the Dead
conclude.
Sea Scrolls. I wanted to see where you're going with that.
Yeah, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls, essentially, do y'all know anything about it, or is that like
No,
it
it's just like
basically?
the Old Testament or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. I mean, a
But
lot of people,
why would we want to read them? What would be the relevance of that?
for sure. I mean, a lot of people say that the Bible has been altered, that it's been like changed by the mid-century church. The Catholic Church, for example, has really gone in and altered the Bible in ways which we couldn't know. That was something that the last person, I forget his name, I'm not sure, he was the
It's
Muslim. He was
Muslim.
arguing
Yeah,
that,
it's
yeah,
ridiculous. Which by the way, that they have to stop. Like, you have to stop doing that. Where they go, when we ask them like why their God is or their religion is true, and they tell us that Christianity has been corrupted. It's ridiculous. It doesn't. Just because Christianity has been corrupted doesn't mean Islam is true.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
and I would even say
guys,
ultimately,
can I interrupt just a minute?
yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because we had the first member on the channel, and it's Professor Hizzle. He just sent a super chat just half an hour ago, and he's the first member. Congrats and thank you so much.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. So sorry, yeah.
But to go back to like the Dead Sea Scrolls, like I guess I just don't understand like what the relevance to like it doesn't seem like it tips the scale in one way or the other. I guess like maybe for a Muslim it might because
Yeah,
you know they have like
absolutely.
this corruptible thing, whatever.
Yeah, you're
That's
exactly right. That's a good evaluation. It's less for you and more for people that believe already, right? So,
right.
like
Yeah.
that's what I was saying, and I would say for you, for someone that doesn't have any belief, that has no faith, I would genuinely encourage you to look at the Stratotoran and look at the entirety of it. You know, like from its full history. You know, and genuinely give it a good breakdown, and understand it. It's something that really helps. Like, I'm not saying you need help. But in terms of my faith, it reinstilled my faith. For you, it may be just it could be a different perspective, or it can help you in the future when someone does try to bring up this argument that is maybe better than I am, that has the actual facts behind it, and maybe you could argue against it if you need
Yeah.
to. But ultimately, man, it's
I would recommend for you,
yeah,
because you like that Stewart guy, um, that Stewart. I can't pronounce your last name. That his Cliff's son, ask Cliff's son.
yeah.
James Fodor. He's a atheist. He does a video review where he reviews something that Stewart and Stewart's brother are talking to another atheist, and it's a very
Mhm.
good review. It kind of really exposes like a lot of I think Stewart is like a gibberish generator, and it will kind of I don't know, maybe it'll kind of expose to you like how he just isn't saying anything of substance, and it might, you know, at the same time kind of. But
Maybe
like
so.
yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, you may be right. Absolutely. Does it? Um, I mean, if someone else wants to jump in, if not, dude, I got unfortunately I got all day, but I mean, we could if y'all want to jump to someone else, by all means. I'm still here to talk if
Yeah, is there somebody
you got
else
more
that wants to
questions for
jump in
me
or
or.
talk?
We're not complaining, guys. I mean, you can proceed. Just like stay on the topic, God's existence.
I don't know if James wanted to. God, yesterday we had this. Yesterday we had this Christian come in here after you left, philosopher. He was just a complete arrogant jerk. Like he was just everything that we said. He would just add things to it, and I was just like, I want James to talk to him. I was like, James, I want you to talk to him because I just wanted to be entertained.
Well, I hope I haven't been that way. I definitely
No,
try
no, not at
to.
all. Not at all. You've been very respectful. Very respectful.
Yeah.
Not you are completely different than another guy. I think everybody really enjoys because we get a lot of people in here that are jerks. You know, I'm a jerk too, but you've been very, very, very nice.
No way.
I appreciate that.
In capital letters.
So over there in chat, I posted a link to Kip Davis's channel on YouTube. He is a Dead Sea Scrolls expert,
Mhm.
and my favorite source for that kind of information.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Dr. Kip Davis.
Right. He's on the elite committee whose responsibility it is to vet potential materials from that genre. Right. Somebody says that this belongs in the collection or it's at least related from that part of the world at that time. It's his very small elite team that has the lab that decides which scrolls and from ancient times are legitimate and which ones are forgeries.
Okay. And do you know the consensus on the Sea Scrolls? I mean, do you know?
Well, I mean, it's an eclectic collection that was stored away, possibly by some Essene group, and it's a lot of biblical materials, but there's also materials in there that have nothing to do with Bibles, right? It's just
Yeah.
somebody's library of scrolls that they were trying to stash away somewhere.
Right. And I guess from what I understand of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it proves the veracity of the Old Testament, the fact that it really wasn't changed throughout 2,000 years by the Catholic Church, by the Protestant Reformation. There was no sort of actual, what a lot of people will say was like a change in literature in the Bible.
So, it's not a comprehensive copy of like the Old Testament text. There's the only one that there's pretty much an entire scroll of is the Isaiah.
Mhm.
And I remember Wes Huff went on, was it Joe Rogan or some other place, and said that it's identical, word for word identical to what we have now for Isaiah, which was just not true. Some of the there are changes, and some of them were meaningful. And so a lot of the other texts are just scattered pieces of things that correlate to what's in Bibles now. And some of those were changed, and some of them were not. As far as the Catholic Church, I don't think that they changed much. I think they probably
Yeah,
changed.
honestly, from what I remember, I think it was like 95% accuracy in terms of like 90%. I think it was in the 90 range.
For the
of
Isaiah
how-
scroll, yeah, it was pretty high, and it's
Yeah.
high enough that scholars were impressed with how high it was.
unlike many religious texts, in terms of like, I don't know. I just remember. I don't know if it was Wesley Huff that was talking about it because I saw that interview as well. But he was saying that it's unlike any other like um, discovery in terms of like scrolls. like actual literature,
Mhm.
the fact that it is so, it's like so accurate. Not, I understand it's not 100% accurate, but in terms of other scrolls like it.
Sure, it does go to show that people, for a very long period of time, were taking their their creation of scrolls very seriously. Like
Yeah.
they were meticulous in wanting to get it right when they copied these over.
Yeah.
And that's impressive, and that's fine. But
Yeah.
for me,
Yeah.
for me, the larger issue is that we don't really know how much the oral stories changed by the time somebody did write down a physical copy, which is, I think, the more important discussion. But yeah, you're right.
No. Okay. Well, let's.
Yeah.
Sorry. Please continue. I
But I
apologize.
agree with you. It's still impressive how well the text versions had endured.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of like oral translations, or what did you say exactly?
For me, that's the more important discussion. How much did they change by the time somebody wrote something down?
Oh, by
Right.
the time they wrote it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I mean, do you have any like just like do you have any knowledge of like in terms of when like in New Testament, right? You had Matthew, you had John, Luke. Yes, in terms of those people that were writing down the actual Bible, the New Testament, and were like giving a record of Jesus's literal words, right, and what he was doing in his life. Do you know when? Just out of curiosity, do you know when those were written? Like after the fact, or during, or like? Because I'm in terms of, for me, I guess what I'm asking is because I don't even know, right? So I don't know at what point these, like, for example, Matthew's writings were made into a Bible, like put together in terms of a New Testament, right? So I'm not sure at what point that happened. I also don't know at what point he finished writing it and completed that book, correct? So I
Right.
think that's really important to ask, important to figure out as well.
Right. So most scholars say that Paul's writings were first, and those began, I think, conservatively 50 CE. Though some people place it later than that, like around closer to 70. So it depends on who you ask.
Okay, so the
And
earliest is 70 BC?
no, the earliest would have been around 50.
Okay, gotcha.
And then Mark would have been the first of what we call the Gospels. That's according to most scholars, but there's always going to be some other scholar who questions whether or not that's true. But majority consensus is Mark came first in of the four, and that was a couple decades later after that. And John was, of course, the very last one. Now, John, some scholars are putting that into the early 2nd century, and some at the very end of the 1st century. There's a window of maybe 10 years at the end of one and beginning of the next. And then, of course, each one in order of when they were written gives a higher and higher Christology, right? So Jesus is more and more magnificent and powerful, and there's more and more miracles in each subsequent gospel.
Yeah.
And for me, this is a red flag because it seems like no matter who wrote Mark, and no matter where they were getting their information from, whether they were there, whether they just wrote down what they heard, whatever. It seems like if all the stuff in John happened and they would have probably known about that, why didn't they include that? Like, who goes through all the trouble of writing down what happened and they don't mention the most miraculous parts of it? It just slips their mind. And then decades later, before someone says, we should write that part down too, it just seems like it's like the more natural reading is to say that the legends got bigger as they continue to be told. And so each time there was a writer that wanted to write down what they were hearing, they wrote down the greater version of the story that had developed since then. And
Right.
so I don't know that that's what happened, but that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And so, it comes back to still the same question. What were the original oral versions of the stories? What really happened? Who really saw what happened?
Yeah.
And this seems to me like a big giant question mark. Like we can piece together theories and talk about probabilities and possibilities, but there's just so much. It's frustrating. There's so much that we don't know
Yeah.
about where it all comes from and what the original versions of the stories would have been.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely need to do my research and figure out, in terms of like the progression of the gospel. And sorry, excuse me. In terms of the progression of the gospel, how it's, I guess you're saying like the miraculous nature of Jesus was greater and greater through each book.
Yeah.
Definitely interested in figuring that out on my own. But it's not it for me personally. Something that I have a hard time reconciling in my rational mind. And I talked to, I think his name is Paul. I don't know. Paul, let me see. Yeah, something like that. Paul D. I was talking to him about the Stratatoran, which is if you know anything about it, if like the actual history behind it, it's absolutely miraculous, what I believe to be miraculous artifact that is really kind of unexplainable, and science really has a hard time. There actually doesn't have an explanation for parts of what makes the Stratatoran the Stratatoran. For example, the actual image, which is why it's even an artifact in the first place, the image is so superficial you can scrape it off with the very first layer, like the top fibers. If you scrape that off, you erase the complete image. It's a superficial image on the very top of the shroud. And it's man, I don't know if anybody has any sort of knowledge about the Stratatoran, but from what
the Shroud of Turin.
Turin, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Shroud of Turin. Sorry about that.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of the most, what I believe to be the most miraculous artifacts, period. Because it really explains something that it shows something that we don't have the ability to do or can't comprehend, which is the actual image of the shroud. And like the superficial image, you have to look at it in a negative picture, like, right? So you have your regular eyes to see it, and you can't really see the entire image. You can kind of make out that it's a person, but when you do a photo negative of the image, it shows you details about the body where the cloth wasn't even like resting, right? So if it was just blood that surfaced to the top of the cloth, why would there be like shadow details, or like any sort of like details about where the body was, like where the actual cloth wasn't resting on the body, like the eyelids or the sides, you know what I mean? And it shows a depiction of a man that was brutally beaten, crucified. It shows blood on the top of the head, where someone would put a crown. It shows there's marks on the hands, on the hands where he was nuts to the cross. And it's a 2,000-year-old it's a 2,000-year-old like cloth that's literally from the exact place they did like a test on it to figure out, I forget the actual words, like with the terminology, but essentially pollen breakdown. And they went back and found that the pollen and the plants around that were inside the actual Stratatoran were identical to the same place that the crucifixion happened and where he was buried, right? So it's in the same area from 2,000 years ago, the same time period. It's also shows literal evidence from the figure that's seen, the person, the man that's seen on the Stratatoran, where he's beaten, he's whipped all over his body, which is not normally what would happen for somebody that was crucified. To be tortured previously in that way is something that is explicitly talked to about in the Bible, in the way that the Romans crucified Jesus was by whipping him. I think like mercilessly. I think it was even said that you couldn't tell what kind of like if he was male or female, because his genitals were so mutilated, along with all kinds of other things.
Well, I just want to say that was not nice of the Romans.
Yeah, very evil, very cruel.
Yeah, if for anybody here thinking about crucifying anybody,
Yeah.
I would recommend just using your big people words and trying to find a peaceful solution to your differences.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said.
So, in the meantime, I'm not an expert on the Shroud of Turin. As
Right.
I understand it, the people that hold it and own it, they do their own testing, and that they won't allow qualified independent testing of what they claim. And so a lot of people are like, we don't know if you're really giving us real data or not. And I think a lot of people date it to the 15th century of our calendar,
Right.
and not which is like 700 years ago, not 2000.
Right.
But some people that own the shroud, they're like, no, that's totally 2000 years old, man. Well, somebody asked the Catholic Church, they're like, well, can you verify this? And the Catholic Church is like, we're not really going to commit to either position on this. Maybe it's the shroud of Jesus, maybe it's not. We're not going to take a definitive position on this. And I'm thinking it's weird because they own it, right? And it's like, and they really want to publicize this. The very fact that they're hedging on this and being kind of quiet about it tells me that they're not confident in the idea that it's the shroud of Jesus. Now, personally, I would be more impressed if it said on the bottom in signature, Jesus was here.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Holler to my peoples, right? How you doing?
Yeah.
You know, year
No,
0 or
definitely.
year 32, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, actually, like from my research on the shroud, that date that it was given, like the 1500s, it was actually from whenever it was burned in I think it was inside of some sort of church or building structure, whatever.
Sure.
And yeah, and it was burned. And you can actually see if you go and look right now online where the shroud, like on the Shroud of Turin, you could see the burn marks where it actually happened. And those were what was replaced by, I think, like, I'm not sure if they were like religious monks or what they were, but basically these women that went and woven and fixed the burnt pieces of the shroud. So, I mean, that's really all I got to say about that. But in terms of the pollen, in terms of like everything else, like it wasn't even that in itself shows that it has like prehistoric, like I guess what's the word, like it was there like 2,000 years ago, during or at some point. This is the actual conclusion: is if there was pollen that mimicked the nature that was there 2,000 years ago, at some point it had to go to like wherever Jesus was resurrected from. It had to make its way there before it ever got to wherever it was, where it's suspected to be made, which is in Europe, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little confusing to me. Doesn't make much sense, personally.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Shroud of Turin controversy just doesn't weigh into it, I think, right? Because I'm like, I don't know if I believe this stuff. An awful lot of scientists don't believe this stuff. I don't know. You know, if they hand it over for proper third-party testing and evaluation, then we'll see what comes out of that. But until then, I'm just like, it just doesn't weigh into anything for me.
Yeah, actually, it's crazy because before the Catholic Church had it, it was a royal family that had it and allowed people to come and test it. So there was rigorous testing on the Shroud of Turin before it ever made it into the hands of the Catholic Church.
And when was that? Do you know what century?
Yeah, recently, man. It was like within the last 100 years. But let me find out for you if I
And
could just.
forensics have come a long way in the last 100 years, so they really need to, assuming that that's true, they still need to resubmit it to a new boundary of testing with the available technologies. They really need to.
I agree, but there was still technology that could give you accurate descriptions of where things came from, what time periods,
Right.
all those things. So, I mean, even though it happened, whether it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, there were still accurate ways to find these things, these answers. So, yeah, they may have gotten better, but it's only like maybe in the way that you efficiently like get to the, I guess, yeah. So.
Well, I understand, and your sources are saying these things, which sound impressive. The sources that I hear from are questioning and challenging these ideas, and so I've just not. It just hasn't really interested me much. For me, it's the ideas themselves that carry weight, and when I evaluate the ideas, they don't resonate for me. It's just like,
And what is that? I'm sorry.
well, for example, just to give a cursory overview, I'm not convinced that there was literally an Adam and Eve. I think that that's hard to make happen with what we know about history. And the Catholics have this workaround, right? Because the Protestants are like, 6,000 years ago, first two people ever, bitches. And then the Catholic Church is like, well, we're going to hedge on this one. And tell you what, evolution is true, and God simply breathed the soul into two of our primate ancestors, and that was Adam and Eve. And so that's how that worked. That way you can have both theories at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's an interesting way to hedge on the point. But even if we humor the idea, it seems to me that if you have two perfect people, no matter how they got here, and they do a thing that God doesn't like, and he's mad about it. Well, it seems like he's mad about a situation that he helped arrange. Maybe he could have made better choices, but here we are in the story. And so what does he do? He curses their all descendants for all humanity after that with failings, absolutely assuring that every human descendant born after that will be born in ignorance and confusion and with certain proclivities that work against their own interests and bring them out of sync with the will of God, how he
Right.
wants us to think, how he wants us to feel, how he wants us to live, right? And we don't know any better, because
Right.
we are not just born in ignorance and confusion with fallible, unreliable brains and internal mechanisms that work against our own interest, but we're also helpless to the circumstances we're born in, the way that we're raised as parents, or
Yeah.
raised by parents and culture, and even our gut microbiome can have a powerful effect on our emotional framing of the way that we see the world and the way that we walk through it. And
Mhm.
there's all these things that we're learning about just how fallible and dependent we are. And so here we have this creator being that looks down at the fact that he cursed us with failings. I didn't choose to be born with failings. He cursed us with failings, and now he needs a way to forgive us for the failings he gave us in the first place. And so
Mhm.
now we need to be apologizing and really, really sorry for his life choices. It's not mine. And the only way he can find a way to forgive us is, but it, depending on Unitarian or Trinitarian, is where it gets complicated, right? But
Right.
so, and I think the Unitarian version was more reasonable, but neither one of them really map onto my ethical structure,
Mhm.
because it's like I can forgive people who believe that that my own son came down and was a unemployed Jewish carpenter who died in the Iron Age and ta-da, popped back up to life, and I'm like, I don't get the connection.
You don't get why you can forgive those people?
Well, I don't see why I need to be forgiven by a
Right.
God for the failings he chose to give me.
Mhm.
And if there's an issue where I need to be forgiven, I don't get how it maps on. Like if somebody else died to pay
Mhm.
a price for a moral debt that I was born with,
Right.
but how was I born with a moral debt? Because in my way of thinking, I'm only responsible for what I choose to do in my lifetime, especially my adult years, right? I'm responsible for the choices that I make and how that affects other people's lives. Well, this God theory says that he's not only upset with things that we do that hurt other people, he's upset with a whole other list of things that don't actually hurt anybody, but he's still mad about them. And they all come from it as a natural consequence to the failings he gave us in the first place. And in order for him to forgive us for the failings he gave us,
Right.
somebody has to die as a human sacrifice to appease his wrathful anger and give himself permission to forgive us for what he did to us. And I'm like, and then the only way you can even do that is if you happen to be really, really lucky and stumble into a true version of a true religion,
Mhm.
and it has to resonate for you as credible, as true, in such a way that it's powerful and moving and transformative, to where you end up joining the true faith system that allows you to assent to certain propositions. And now, because you believe an Iron Age carpenter died for your sins, now it counts. Now your debt's paid and you can go to heaven. And I'm like,
Mhm.
man, that sounds awfully convoluted and complicated, just so God can forgive us for what he did to us. And it's
Mhm.
like, it just seems more reasonable to me that he'd be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have cursed you with failings if I didn't want you to have failings. I'm gonna fix this. Like, just
Yeah.
try to be a good person. Try to be a good person. You'll get to heaven later, and we'll have the discussion. I'll clean things up for you. Don't worry. Right?
For sure. I mean, like that kind of, I completely get that. My argument to that is the same way I made to Paul was, you're gonna blame the creator for our choices, right? And ultimately, like, no, it wasn't us that went and ate from the apple of knowledge, the tree of knowledge. We didn't do it. Me and you did not do that. We are living in consequence of what the Adam and Eve story is, right? So if I were to sit here and believe that story, which we're talking about religion, so we're talking from the viewpoint of that being, for me, that being the case, which, honestly, in terms of the Adam and Eve story, I don't really know what to think about it. I'm a new believer. I'm not someone that has a whole bunch of knowledge even about my faith, but I do have what I believe is a, like, I think discernment is all I can say. So in all, what I was telling Paul was, ultimately, like, imagine if it was our parents, right? They had $50,000 waiting for us when we turned 18. We can go to college. We can use that money. He gives us the free will. They give us the free will because they love us to go and decide what we're going to do with that $50,000. Okay.
Mhm.
If they had the intention, maybe they had the intention for you to use it to go to, college, correct? But with the free will that we have, because they love us so much, they're giving us the free will. We use that money to go spend, let's just say in this case, because of all, in this case, it's to spend on drugs, and I end up drug addicted. And with that $50,000, no matter how they taught me, or if they sit here and taught me the best way to do it, I still have my own choice. I have the ability to go and spend that money on drugs to get me messed up, or prostitutes, or whatever it is. And then I come back, and now I have diseases because of my actions, and now I have addictions because of my actions, and now my life is in like shambles, basically. And now I'm looking at my parents being like, you did this, you created this, the scenario for it to happen, and because of your actions, because of the world that you created for me, it is your fault. Because without you giving me the ability to go and have the $50,000 to spend, and to experience things, you gave me that responsibility. And because I wasn't able to handle that responsibility the way that should have been handled, it's ultimately your fault. Right? That's the way I feel when you make the argument that y'all look like atheists or agnostics, and make the argument that God is at fault for the fall of humanity because he had a plan, and ultimately his plan did not come to fruition because of the free will of humanity. That's not a fault to God, from my perspective. That is a fault to humanity. And the literal, like, I mean, in the story in Genesis, it says that the devil tempted them to eat from the fruit of knowledge, because they could be exactly like God, right? When in fact, if we were exactly like God, we wouldn't be suffering. So it was a lie, a deception in the first place. Um, so I mean, like, that's really the way I view it. I think it's a little bit like, I don't know how to say it, like, to me it seems like more of a victim outlook, in terms of just like taking responsibility for humanity's decisions. God did give us the ability to go and eat from the tree. He put it there, but that's because he gave us the choice to choose him or not. And I think every single day that we go throughout our lives, I, like I was telling Paul, through, like, although I am a Christian, I do believe, and I try to understand Jesus as much as I can. Ultimately, I still make the decisions to sin, despite my belief, despite my love for God. And it's something I'm personally working on. But that goes for every single person, right? Everybody has their fault, whether they're religious or not. They have their convictions, and oftentimes you fall outside of what you believe is right, or you a lot of times people let themselves down in terms of what they are convicted on. Like, for example, my girlfriend, she was super against drinking Starbucks and going to McDonald's because they supported the genocide in Palestine. Yet a year later, she's drinking Starbucks. So that was a personal conviction of hers that was outside of God. But then again, she failed herself, right? I failed myself. I failed God. But ultimately, God is not responsible for my failures. It is only on me. God is not at fault because he allowed men to create drugs. It's my choice to go and do drugs or not. it's not. I'm not looking at God because I chose to pop a pill, right? It's not God's fault.
I understand all these concepts. I do have rebuttal points to it, but
Yeah.
I have a habit of accidentally hijacking other people's dreams. I don't mean to. People ask me a simple question, next thing they know, they're getting a TED talk, or I lock horns with somebody. We go back and forth, and everybody's left out of the loop. I'm trying to break that habit. So if anybody here has anything they want to say or ask or whatever, feel free. Now's a good time. Anybody at all? Because everybody that knows me knows I could talk for hours without interruption. I do. I have my own small channel. I can stream for 5-6 hours without blinking.
Okay, that's cool.
Anybody?
I'm on a bus right now, so I can't really talk.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Right. So there's different issues on the table, right? There's the issue of whose fault it is that humans behave in certain kinds of ways in certain situations, and then there's a separate issue about what God does about it, or what God plans to do about it, right? Who He's mad at, and what His solution to that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to recognize that at no point in the Bible, and at no point during raising a child or in our society, does anybody ever have to tell me and you, please don't eat camel poop. If you see camel poop on the road, or if you see dog and cat poop on the road, please don't eat it. But you might have to tell a toddler if you have a litter box in the house, because they're learning through tactile experience, right? They're putting
Right.
everything in their mouth. But for an adult, you just don't have to tell them that. The reason it didn't have to be in the Mosaic Law Covenant, the reason no Christian apologists ever go on and on about atheists' habit of eating poop off the ground, is because it is not in our neurological wiring to even be interested in it. Right.
Sure.
And so it's interesting, because if we're talking about God giving us freedoms, so we can say, well, one guy does horrible things to a child of different kinds. And we can talk about how something in his neurological wiring went off the rails, right? His life experiences, his neurochemistry, his lack of conscience. There are parts of the brain that generate conscience, like the right side of the supramarginal gyrus is largely responsible for generating empathy, compassion, guilt, personal responsibility. If that part of the brain doesn't develop, or it doesn't get a whole lot of blood flow or electrical activity, then somebody's going to be a sociopath, period. And so
Yeah.
you can come up to that person and talk to them about ethics and virtue and compassion, and these are just words of weakness to them, right? It does not map onto their brain capacity. They can't experience those states. And
Right.
so you might as well not even have that discussion with them. But in any case, so we can say, well, God wanted to make sure that they had the freedom to touch children inappropriately, and the freedom to kidnap children and murder them brutally, because He didn't want to interfere with people's freedom of will. But it's
Right.
interesting, because when God, this theoretical God on the drawing board, is deciding to make humans in such a way that definitely some of them are going to end up molesters, definitely some of them are going to end up kidnappers and violent, killers. He decided, but I'm not going to let any of them even want to eat camel poop, right? So we could argue that
Well, I mean, you're telling me that there's nobody that just has ever picked up camel poop and eaten it. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, even as a grown adult.
It's such a rare event, I've never heard of it. But here's another example, right? Let's say somebody actually wants to be able to give people death stares. Like, they're so mad at people, they want to be able to look at people and have other people's eyeballs explode, right?
Okay.
And yet they can't. They don't have the power to arbitrarily pick who they're going to make eyeballs explode in, right? So God's sitting down, drawing up the drawing board for what failings humans in their sin state are and aren't going to have, and He denies us the free will to be able to explode other people's eyeballs, right?
Okay.
Because He's like, man, I sure don't want people doing that to each other. Let's not give them that power. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm glad that you didn't give people the exploding eyeballs power, but you gave them the power to be able to do horrible things to children. Why not say you can't do those things either? Because we can't say that it violates people's free will to not let them hurt children, because by that same logic, it violates people's free will to not let them explode other people's eyeballs for looking at them, right? It is just like the the boundaries set in this hypothetical drawing board people designing session that God did in before he made people. It seems pretty arbitrary. There's all kinds of things it makes no sense to be for people to ever want to do or be allowed to do, and other things that wouldn't make any sense either, but he doesn't let us do them for some reason. And I'm like, well, why not? Why not let us literally do anything we can imagine that's horrible and evil if you want to make sure that you don't limit our freedoms of will at all? Right? What's the arbitrary restrictions on this? It doesn't seem to map to anything. And in the meantime, it is possible for a creator being to design humans in such a way that it is completely or virtually unheard of for adult people to do certain kinds of things to children. And
Yeah.
yet it is common for
Yeah.
for monstrous people to do certain kinds of things to children. So God, when he decided to, because he didn't just create perfect humans, he also had a drawing board for plan B. If humans sin, this is the way that their neurophysiology changes. This is the way that their blood chemistry changes. This is the way that, per random mutations for how intelligent somebody is or how their brain morphology forms, or depending on the kinds of life experiences they've gone through and their diet and their sleep factors, so many different things can have a real profound effect on how virtuous somebody is or isn't. These are the kinds of failings and fragilities that this human species will have after the fall. And according to the New Testament, he knew the fall for sure was going to happen because he planned all along, before he even made us, that Jesus was going to be an atonement sacrifice so that he could forgive us for the fall that he definitely knew was going to happen. And so he made sure there was a plan B. And so the plan B is the sin system that we would fall into, that he planned in advance was definitely going to happen. And the sin system isn't just people behaving badly. It's plate tectonics, it's earthquakes, it's volcanoes, it's tornadoes, it's the sun giving us cancer, it's microorganisms that they eat us from the inside out. It's heavy metals in fresh bodies of water, and we have absolutely no way for all those thousands of years to detect the heavy metals. We didn't know that there was such a thing. We didn't know it was hurting, or humans didn't know it was hurting them. They didn't know that they were stunting their children's development by feeding them water or breastfeeding them from water that had lead in it or arsenic. They had no idea, right? Because and I have to ask myself, what kind of a parent litters the home of his naive children with death traps, with poisons, where you just don't know until you've tested it if this vegetable or if this mushroom is going to kill you or not. And you don't know until 30 years later whether the fresh body of water your tribe lives next to is poisoning you guys or not, and destroying your ability to even think clearly, right? And so I'm like, who does that? Right? Because then we have a world full of all kinds of suffering and misery that is literally nobody's fault except for whoever created that system. And so, if we want to talk about blame and responsibility, I think it's important to recognize that moral accountability and responsibility scales upwards with power. It doesn't scale downwards with power. With great power comes great responsibility. My ability to prevent, interrupt, or heal relevant to some other person's crime scales directly with my knowledge of that crime and my ability to intervene, right? The more aware I am, the more empowered I am in the circumstance, the more obligated I am morally to step in and prevent, to interrupt, right? But we have a super entity who's exempt from the very standards we appeal to, where he can watch anything happen to anyone, and he just watches it happen because he doesn't want to interfere with the free will of the bad guy, but doesn't mind the bad guy interfering with the free will of the child or the parent. And I'm just like, that's, to me, it's crime by proxy, right? It is if I watch something horrible happen to a child and do nothing to intervene, and it comes out that I was there and could have done something about it but chose not to because my reasoning is I work in mysterious ways, or not, other people's choices aren't my responsibility. Nobody would accept that defense in a court of law. They would say you are complicit in this crime because you were there, You watched the whole damn thing happen. They even cried out for help, and you did nothing to lend a hand. Right? It is insufficient to say that, well, James works in mysterious ways, or he's got some secret plan where it all comes right later, or he thought this would be a good opportunity to cause so much misery in the life of the child
Right.
that their desperacy will lead them to a religion that I want them to be in. Right? Nobody would accept these as reasonable ways of thinking and behaving in the world. And so if we're going to talk about justice and accountability and love and have it really mean anything to have these discussions,
Mhm.
then we have to understand that if God is part of that discussion too, then we are qualified to be able to assess him by the same standards we assess and define love by in any other context.
Okay. Yeah, I totally. I mean, I'm trying to really. I think I'm grasping what you're saying. Absolutely, you're basically saying that with him being at this pinnacle point of power, he's ultimately responsible. If he has the ability to intervene, by proxy, he is a participant in the actual evils that go on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Absolutely. You know, I would argue that if that's the case, he also has equal and also equal responsibility for the good that happens in the world, right? And I do think we also have to put into play, if we're talking about a Abrahamic point of view, and I would think for most points of views in terms of religion, there is a enemy, right? There is a evil. There is some sort of entity, or like, for let's just talk Abrahamic religions. That's what I'm a part of, so I think it's only right. The devil, Satan, right? To influence and actually have a part in playing in evil acts that happen on the earth. It says that he has dominion over the earth until Christ comes back. And I don't want to, I really don't want to like misquote scripture. So like, please, I believe that's what it says, that that Satan has dominion on earth for the time being. He has reign.
Sure.
So it makes sense to me why evil happens. And it makes it so for you to say that God is ultimately responsible for the evils that are in play, doesn't, I mean, I can understand that if you're to leave the devil out of it, right? If we're going to act like there isn't this other supernatural powerful being that doesn't exist. It's very easy to look at God to be the causation of every single good and bad thing. That makes a lot of sense to me. In terms of biblical punishments, like the Sodom and Gomorrah, for example, he destroyed the entire city because they were all wicked. That is a little bit harder to reconcile with, because it's, you know, it happened from a natural, what is perceived to be a natural disaster. But in terms of the actions of humans to other humans, I can attribute that to Satan. That literally makes sense to me. I mean, you have people that go and do evil or think evil, or that are possessed by or oppressed by evil spirits. And we are talking about, like, I guess, kind of maybe what isn't typically talked about in terms of like religious debates, but you do have a Satan, which is a literal character in the Bible that has play and does things within the Bible. He deceived Adam and Eve at the very beginning, and told them that they would be just like God if they ate from the tree, and yet they ate from the tree and they were nothing like God. So,
I mean, that's not how that's not how I understand the story, but I'll grant it for the sake of argument.
Yeah, well, no. Well, let's talk truth to the matter. I don't want to. What is the story? What happened?
Right. So I don't see where the character of the serpent, and I don't think, it's a Christian idea to say that the serpent was Satan, right? That's just not in the story. The Christians that went back and decided, you know what, I'll bet that was Satan, and that idea just stuck with them, their culture. But it's
Sure.
it's not a Hebrew idea. So here we have the serpent entity, creature, whatever, intelligent, walking, talking lizard person, as I would call it, and it says, hey, if you eat this fruit, you will become God in a very specific way, and that you will finally know the difference between right and wrong. You will come to understand the difference between right and wrong because you will experientially know it, right? Your eyes will be open to the moral difference between these ideas. Because right now you don't understand what the difference between these ideas is. And so but God understands what the difference between these ideas is. God experientially knows the difference. And so it will open your eyes and that you'll understand them too. You'll become morally aware. And so they ate the fruit and they became like God and that they became morally aware. They became aware of a distinction between the concepts of right and wrong, good and evil, because they'd experienced it themselves. And that fruit was poisoned in a way, and that it would begin to break down their physiology and set them at a timer to where they're going to die. Now, in the story, they were warned about this that they would die the same day, and or not Satan, the serpent in any case was like, "No, you won't die that day." And the way I read it, they didn't die, and so the serpent told the truth, and once again, God was hiding something from them. But they eventually died, and so we can kind of like redefine it and say, well, a day is just an era, or 1,000 years is not literally a day. We can just say that. What do I know, right? But there's two different ways to read the story. But what the God character in the story doesn't warn them about are all the other consequences. First, they had no real frame of reference for dying. Nothing had ever died. And then also, he didn't warn them that all of their descendants, all of humanity to follow, would be cursed with incredible amounts of suffering and confusion and just so much pain and ignorance and what have you. And they just had absolutely no idea about what the real consequences were going to be for them and for humans that would follow. And so it's not real consent because consent is informed consent, right? They weren't consenting to the proposition because they weren't properly informed. And in this way, neither the serpent nor God properly informed them about the decision before them. And so they made a decision not just in ignorance of morality. And if they didn't become morally aware until after they ate it, that means that they weren't morally culpable until after they ate it, and they shouldn't have been punished anyways, in my read. But in any case, according
Wait,
to
do you mind if I stop you? You when you say morally you say culpable?
culpable, so
Yeah.
they didn't really understand right and wrong in any meaningful sense until after they become aware of right.
Like they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, they didn't understand what morality is. They understood obedience,
Yeah.
but they didn't understand the moral component of obedience in the context. They weren't morally aware. They were children. They didn't become morally culpable adults until after they ate the fruit.
Got you.
It opened their eyes. It gave them that kind of a maturation, like almost instant maturation, and now they become morally aware entities. And as morally aware entities, now they're morally responsible entities. So I don't think they should have been punished in the story for eating the fruit. They only should have been punished for whatever that they might do as culpable entities after they became morally aware. But that's how I read it. But in any case, so they're not properly warned about everything that's going to happen afterwards, which I think is just crappy anyway. And it seems like if God doesn't want them to eat this fruit, maybe don't make poisoned fruit on a poison tree and put it right in the middle of their garden home, and then pretend not to be watching when they go to eat from it. Pretend not to be listening when the serpent is having this discussion with them. And maybe make humans in such a way that they're not sin magnetic, right? Because people always behave true to their nature. If there would have been nothing about the offer that appealed to them, they wouldn't have done it, right? If it, instead of a piece of fruit, it was camel poop, right? Don't eat the camel poop because if you do that, you're going to die. They probably would have said, it's stinky, it's yucky, it never even would have occurred to me to eat it, no problem, right? Probably that's how that would have worked. Now, Satan, the serpent, still could have said, I know it's yucky, but even God admits that if you eat this, then you'll become more like him in some particular meaningful regard.
Right.
Now, to me, this doesn't sound like a devious kind of a thing. To my ears, understanding child psychology, it is normal and healthy and reasonable and loving even for a child to want to be more relatable to God, to their father, to a father, a literal father figure that looms above them, whoever they credit for bringing them into this world, whoever
Right.
they look up to for guidance and inspiration. If they feel like there is a huge social chasm between them and the entity that the fatherly parental entity that they look up to, it makes sense to me that children would want to say, how do I grow into that space of experience? How do I become more mutually relatable with this entity that I love and this mysterious and that I receive benefits from? And sure, the father doesn't want me to do the thing that makes me more mutually relatable with them because I can understand things that I can't understand yet. But this is growth, right? This is development. This is discovery. And it brings me closer to what life is like for him. And so to me, it looks like a loving thing to want to go through that experience. It's what I would expect of any child. And the father figure called God in the story doesn't see it that way. He doesn't feel that way about it. He's like, but I don't want you guys to mature in this particular way. I want you to stay forever, eternally dependent children who just look at me with adoration, obey my every word, live innocently running around the garden forever and ever. I don't want to be an empty nester someday. I don't want to have to rediscover who I am without people looking up at me helplessly saying, Daddy set my boundaries for me and tell me who I am in the world. And so this to me is troubling too, because as a parent, I recognize that what a responsible, loving parent wants for their children is to provide guidance with the goal or objective that the children will eventually outgrow their child state dependencies, that they'll go from somebody who needs to have their parameters set for them at all times and to be validated and to be evaluated based on obedience, to grow into somebody who's autonomous and qualified and capable to navigate the world on their own.
Mhm.
And they might still be open to the wisdom of a father figure, but still, by and large, day after day, they can direct their own step, make their own choices, find their own way in the world, and give themselves permission to forgive themselves when they make mistakes, as long as it's in earnest. You learn from them, you grow for them. If you hurt somebody in accident, you make yourself available to restore justice because so that you're a force of healing in the world. Take responsibility for that stuff and you move on. That's what I want for my children, right? But to have a super father that only has children because he wants a permanent dependent state between him for those children always looking up, and where you always tell them who they are in the world and you always have their sense of who they are being completely dependent on your validation, and they don't even know what right and wrong is unless you're telling them. They can't discern it beyond that. It seems like the person that became a parent for all the wrong reasons, for unhealthy reasons, which seems like it would be born from a psychology that itself is a very dependent psychology, a God being that doesn't know how to define himself outside the context of somebody beneath looking up adoringly and somebody helplessly dependent on their every word, making their lives all about daddy, everything all about dad. He gets to feel extra good about himself. They're weak and helpless and dependent, and so he feels like he's providing a service. It's an equilibrium, it's a social order. In his mind, everybody wins. But this seems like a very unhealthy way to approach being a parental figure to children. And so when I read the stories, this screams at me of codependence and
Right.
sabotaging children and being a parent for all the wrong reasons and not being fair and charitable with the children you brought into this world. And my heart aches for these figures within the story, even though I don't think the story literally happened.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well said. I mean, that's a lot to unpack.
Sure.
Yeah, but I definitely understand the basic. I mean, I really do understand what you're saying. Essentially, you're saying he created a dynamic, a dichotomy where we are looking up to him, and he is basically where we were supposed to be worshiping him for all time, and we're looking for him to answers. And he created a codependency, an unhealthy dynamic, innately, just by our creation and what he was intending for us to do.
Sure.
Correct.
In the
Yeah.
story,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you likened it to your experience as a parent, right?
Mhm.
I'm not a parent. I don't know what that's like. Um, but I could imagine that you instill values into your children, no?
Sure.
Right? You try to teach them right and wrong.
Sure.
Are there consequences for whenever they do things that are wrong? Maybe not a spanking, but like maybe they have a toy taken away, or they have um, they lose a privilege.
Sure, there are consequences, depending.
Yeah. Would you not hope that they take your teachings that whatever you're investing time, energy, your knowledge into them while they are growing into their adulthood, right?
Sure.
Would it not disappoint you, and would you not want to be able to step in and um I guess like would you I guess the thing is, you don't want your child to be codependent on you, right? Because you're a person, you're a flawed being. And the analysis that you kind of made, um from what you saw about the relationship between man and Adam and Eve, was that there was a true codependence, like some sort of like, if you're not reliant on me, then you'll be, which is literally what it is. Um, Even as a faith right now, if you're not reliant on me, then you'll be damned to hell, right? You're going to be cursed forever.
I mean, I would never treat children that way, but in the story, sure.
Yeah, this was happening in the story, absolutely. But that isn't the end of the story, right? That is the beginning of the entire story. Um, Ultimately, in a Christian worldview, Jesus Christ came as a redemptive, like how do I call it? Basically, as a redemptive act, he came down and paid for our sins, to redeem us and to alleviate us from the curse of ultimate, like damnation for our sins. So ultimately, we just have to believe in him, that he died and rose again after 3 days, and with that faith, we will enter and inherit the kingdom of heaven. So it's no, yes, we do have the human experience in terms of needing to be reliant on God for certain things. That's ultimately what he wants. But you can also say, and it's evident that we don't have to be reliant on God. We don't. There's plenty of people that are atheists that exist in this world that are so well off they don't even have to think about God. Wealthy, I'm sure, probably have healthy family dynamics. Doesn't mean that they're not without worry or without struggle, but their struggles are very different and probably would seem trivial for maybe, like, I don't know, like maybe for someone with cancer, a
Sure.
child that has cancer,
Sure.
right? So um, I'm oh, sorry, I'm a little distracted trying to multitask, but I'm trying not to lose my point. Uh, just
So
give
you
me
think,
one moment. Step in if you have to.
no problem. So you think it all comes right in the end, and this makes it all right. That it's no matter how much things go off the rails with human suffering and tragedies, that the ends justify the means, because at the end, everybody who chooses it ends up better off for the experience, end up in an eternity in paradise, and they're made stronger and more resilient from their experiences, and it gave everything more meaning and weight because they did have to persevere through it to get there, which made them appreciate it more. And all along the way, at least their sufferings were finite, which is nothing compared to an infant in eternity and bliss. And so if if that's what they had to go through, a lot of people are going to make peace with it later, even if they can't make peace with it now. So I understand these ideas that things come right later, but I don't think it justifies the suffering in the context of the story that people
I,
go through in order to get there.
yeah, in terms of justifying, is there a way to justify the suffering that humans go through? I think it's a little bit cruel to just look at, just from like a true human perspective. I think it's cruel to sit and look at the Adam and Eve story and think, like Paul was talking about, dang, like that's the reason why I'm going through this. That's the reason why, XYZ, my child has cancer. That's why I have cancer. That's why, my grandmother was brutally murdered. Like you could go on, right? So it absolutely feels unfair. Absolutely. It does. As someone that honestly, I have to dive deeper into my faith to really understand these answers. And maybe there's not an answer. That's ultimately like that's what I have to reconcile. Ultimately, is that maybe there's not an answer. We can come up within our own heads like, dang, this isn't, just like as a child, like when you place a consequence on maybe your son or daughter for whenever they do something wrong and you take away their toy, they don't have the complete understanding for us to why you made the decision. But that ultimately, if they continue with this course of behavior, the outcome is going to be maybe they are a rebellious uh, adult towards any sort of um like um of like authority figure, right? So whether it's the cops, whether it's their boss, if they continue with this line of behavior, they will end up being rebellious in nature, right? um I for me, it's just I don't understand God completely because He is God. I'm not sure if we'll ever have a complete understanding of God. I don't think we'll always understand why He did the things that He did, or why people suffer, or ultimately, like we can come to our own ideas and conclusions. But to me, it feels very almost similar in concept to a child not knowing why you're taking away her toy and why she has to deal with the consequence. But because the ultimate, you have the knowledge and you have the ability to have the understanding, be like, okay, well, this is your trajectory. If you continue doing these things, I'm giving you this punishment now, although it may seem unfair, and you don't understand it, and you can't understand it from where your mental capability is at. Like, you just genuinely don't have the uh, ability to understand um, why a father, you in this situation, would do what you do, right? And as children, we experience that very often with our parents. For anybody that even has good parents, you'll often wonder why is my mom telling me no? Like when I'm trying to go and do, like, I would just want to go out with my friends and she's telling me no. She's not even giving me a reason. That seems unfair, but in reality, it may be unfair, but to someone that is a good parent or trying to be a good parent, I'm sure you would have many valid reasons for saying no to something like that. And it's not all going to be out of malicious like control or just trying to have them be codependent on you. It's just maybe the nature of a parent-child relationship to not always understand what your father's doing and to think that he's unfair
I
and
understand.
to naturally rebel.
Well, I mean, I don't think I think rebellion's incredibly rare if it ever happens at all. I'm not convinced it ever does. But
Rebellion?
rebelling against any particular god, I don't think that that's a thing that people ever do.
I'm confused. So can we? I would do. If you could have like a note on what you were gonna say, or maybe but we make a note on this and then you go ahead.
Well, sure. I mean, we can discuss it anytime you want to. But in the meantime, if a Hindu comes to me and they have a particular theological theory about gods and the purpose of life and all that stuff, I'm going to evaluate it in the context of the data that I've assessed so far in my journey, the logic that I've applied to that data to the best of my ability, and the ethics that guide my primary concerns, right? Human virtues, love, compassion, empathy, and why I think these things matter. If the Hindu theory, the God theory, doesn't map onto my experience of the world, it doesn't seem to correlate to data, it doesn't seem to correlate to logic, it doesn't seem to be quite ethical, I'm in this context completely justified to spend no more time at all considering Hebrew theology. Now, your statement about Bible God, Christian God, is technically possible. We just might not be able to understand, and so it might not map on. But that's the problem. If your theology doesn't map on to what I know of the world and what
Mhm.
makes sense to me and what appeals to my ethical structure, and I don't see a reason why, or even a place where I'm supposed to alter those through good evidence, through good logic, through good data, through ethical reasoning. If none of these things give me a good reason to renegotiate the structure of my worldview,
Right.
well, you can say, well, God's beyond us, and so he's not bound, he's not obligated to make sense to us, and so it might not map on to what we can make sense of. But they could say the same thing, and so could the Jehovah's Witness and the Roman Catholic, and in fact, so could the Westboro Baptist, right? The Westboro Baptists are those guys that stand outside of the soldiers'
Right.
funerals and they
Yeah.
with picket signs that God hates everybody and
Right.
all that stuff. Well, I'm disgusted when I see that. I'm offended. It makes me angry if I think about it. But
Absolutely.
just because I'm disgusted or angry, and just because I think it's irrational and destructive, doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. It could be that God's ways are so alien to us that it's right and moral in some kind of way that I just can't wrap my mind around. So I'm not really judging God. If the Westboro Baptist God is the true God, I'm not judging him to say that I don't believe the Westboro Baptist. I'm saying that because these concepts are so alien to me and don't map onto my experience of the world and my ethics, there's nothing I can do with it, right? There's no reason for me to give it weight and consideration further. And so I would say the same thing to Jehovah's Witness, a Roman Catholic,
Mhm.
a Southern Baptist, because it's all the same thing. It's, for all I know, they're right. God is so above us, so alien to us, that it's not going to map onto my structure of ideas. Fine, that's possible, but then I can't do anything with any of it, right? Because if it doesn't map on, I'm justified in disconsidering it. I'm justified in being unimpressed and then going about my day, going and making myself a sandwich and going on with the rest of my day. I'm justified,
Yeah.
right? And because I'm justified, that means that if I were to die immediately after that sandwich I go and make, it wouldn't be really reasonable for the Roman Catholic God, the Jehovah's Witness God, the Hindu God, the Westboro Baptist God. It wouldn't really be reasonable, as I understand reason, to feel rejected by me, right? Because it's not as if I really knew the Westboro God was true and was mad at him for being a dig. I just
Mhm.
didn't really believe that they were correct about God. And so if I die in my sins, incorrect about God because I assumed that he was obligated to make sense to me, well, he can feel rejected. He can feel judged. He can be angry that I didn't come around to his way of thinking.
Right.
But it's reasonable that I didn't come around to that thinking. It's reasonable that I didn't think that their conceptualization of God was real. I'm not 100% ruling it out, but I can't, we only live, to be 60, 70s, 80 years old if we're lucky.
Sure.
And there's so much time in the day. We got to work and we got to shower and we got to eat and we got so many responsibilities. And we have so many different religions competing for our attention where they find an opportunity through the internet or through, public discourse or whatever. And so if I get burnt out listening to JWs and Mormons and some other version of a religion is totally true,
Right.
well, they can take it personally if they want to, that I'm not listening to them. But I'm not
Mhm.
listening to them because I'm just so burnt out on hearing all these different religions competing for my attention. None of them really resonating for me. And I just feel like, man, at some point I just gotta stop spending time on that project, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. And so when I think about all the different people, if I grant for the idea, for the sake of argument, there's one particular version of one particular faith system that is totally true, it seems to me that they shouldn't need outreach. They shouldn't need apologists. They shouldn't need debates and arguments. They shouldn't need missionary work. That the fruits of what they produce in the world should speak so loudly for itself in people's health, longevity, happiness, family structure, contributions to the world, joy, right? Just it should be amazing in the way that their personalities manifest.
Right.
That they shouldn't need to advertise or argue in any form at all. There should be people saying, man, I want a piece of that. I want to be that happy. I want to be that healthy. I want my family to be that cohesive. I want to be what they've got. I want, right? And it just seems like the reason we need apologists and arguments is because nobody shines that bright. And I would expect them to, if they spend all day at the God beach, to come home with a God tan. And that's not what I'm seeing at all.
You know, in terms of like just apologetics, right? There definitely is a need for apologetics because you have different, like for example, Judaism and Islam. You have to defend your faith against first and foremost Judaism, because they are the ones that crucified Christ. And I know I'm talking from a Christian perspective, but this can be applied to Muslims and Jews as well. It can be applied to, I'm sure, anybody that has a faith structure that needs to be defended. If I was coming to someone that was Hindu and I was explaining my faith structure, they would have to like validate and basically defend their own. Otherwise, they probably feel like they were just giving in and allowing the other person to make them feel like they were accepting of their whatever it is they're preaching, right? But in terms of apologetics, I just feel like uh, just because there's people that go around and evangelize, or they go out and do apologetics in terms of debating other people, doesn't really fit for like I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me why that would be the reason why there's no fruit in something. It wouldn't necessarily be that. And I do, from my experience, and I can say this, and it is anecdotal, but you know, call me a liar, I don't really care, but you know, I was raised in church. I was agnostic for through my teenage years until I was probably around 24, and then I became something that I know to be called ominous, which is a belief in every religion that there is power in all of it, and I still carry that belief to an extent, but I do now believe that there is a absolute higher power, and then everything beneath that is either an idol or a false god. So, it to me, with my experience in terms of Christianity, that I've seen the good and the bad. I've been raised in it. I was around it. It's been all that's been in my face. But I did familiarize myself with New Age practices. I familiarized myself with Islam. I tried to really discover what was the truth. And it wasn't until my personal talk between me and God, instead of me looking for other sources to answer my questions internally for what I needed, it was more of something that I conversated with God, which I didn't even know was there. I just believed that there was something there, right? And it was simple. I literally said, I'm not trying to tell you this is what you need to do. I'm telling you my own personal anecdotal experience. I literally sat there and I prayed, or I talked to this being, and I said, if you're real, you're going to show me you're real, and it's going to have to be in a way that I believe it. I believe it. It's not just going to be like some person coming to me, hey, have you heard of Jesus Christ? The gospel, the good news. Like, no, none of that. And he did, very slowly but surely. There were things on my feed that I started watching, and it turned my eyes towards him. So I started talking to him more and more. And then I came to God, and I said, God, I just pray the mind of Christ, because this is all I knew to pray, because my mother was the one to tell me, hey, if you can pray anything, pray the mind of Christ over yourself. So I pray the mind of Christ over myself, and slowly but surely, my things didn't really change, and up until I asked explicitly for my anxiety and depression to be taken from me, right? And I have documented history of going to psychologists and talking to them, and I was literally diagnosed with chronic anxiety and depression disorder. And it was something that I would have to be medicated for, from what I understood my entire life, until I could literally mitigate or manage my surroundings so like fine-tuned that I no longer need to be on medication. But like, this is a improbable, like, things happen in life, so it's like, that's improbable. So basically, I I prayed for God to take my anxiety and depression, and it didn't happen in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It took some time. I kept on praying, and I actually only prayed for God to do that one time. But then I continued praying the mind of Christ over myself every day. And there was one day I was going throughout my day, just walking, just doing my regular routine, and I stopped and I was like, wait, what's going on? I feel weird, like what's happening? And I literally just had to stop and like assess myself. I looked at my hands, I was like, what is going on? And I was like, wait, I don't feel bad.
Okay. I didn't interrupt. I couldn't, and I didn't want to at the same time. But luckily, James has seen it. So if he wants, he can start streaming on his channel. Yeah, like I really appreciate the conversation between two of them, even like three of them, because Paul was talking there also. But like that kind of debate format, that's something that I don't like that much. So that's why I just jump into the new room.
Mission.
So
Oh,
I,
oh, 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 oh,
I
oh,
said
hello.
hello.
What's that, bro? In your bio, God exists or not? What's that mean?
That's the topic, man.
You you don't know about that?
You don't know about God?
I am asking the same question. You don't know about the God?
Okay. No need to waste time. Time. Anyway, as I said, I sent the link for the previous room. They're still talking there. If you want to listen, you can just click on the link. It's kind of safe website, okay? So there's even like VPN that you can use in the website if you have concerns. So the website cares about security, but it's up to you. And I hope James starts streaming, so you don't need to jump into those links. Just watch through the YouTube.
This look very good, bro.
What?
Can I ask you a question first?
Yeah, go.
You are racist or not?
I am an atheist. Yeah.
Yeah, you are racist, yeah?
Yeah.
And you don't believe the gods here.
Yeah, I don't believe in any God. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And you want me to prove the gods exist?
Like, if you believe in a God, yeah, if you can, and if you want to prove a God,
Yeah,
yeah.
I believe, but bro, I can't. I don't know a lot of information.
You believe in God, but you cannot prove. But if you don't have much information, why you believe in?
Yeah, I can prove, but bro, I can prove, but I don't have a lot of information. Bro, the earth and all the things you can see, uh, that's prove there is a God.
No, it doesn't prove.
But you are
It doesn't
nah,
prove.
bro.
Like, there are a lot of shitty things
Bro,
that
please.
proves there's no God. That doesn't mean there's no God. But look at this planet. There are a lot of stupid things. There's so wild things. Like babies are dying of cancer. It doesn't explain any God. Like it makes the existence of God so weird and unacceptable. And the owner. Oh, it's not the owner. Hey, Pink Man. I think it's you. No, it's not Pinkman. It's who? Fuck.
Okay, you mean you don't believe in God? You don't believe in God?
There's a huge problem here. I need to figure out who has that fucking shitty internet. I don't know. Who's that? I think it's your internet, lady. Oh fuck. Fuck, that was so noisy. Okay, let's test one by one. Oh, it was this. Okay. The owner. The owner, you have a lot of background noise. That's really bad. And I think your connection is also very unstable. So, okay. The believer left. Okay, no problem. Vampire's blood. You change your profile picture. Okay. You believe in God. Please pray to your God for better internet, okay? Let's check it again. Okay, you're a Muslim. Good. Okay, Nahat also Muslim. Okay, so why you guys believe that Allah exists is the main question of this room. Pinkman, welcome back.
Because we believe in God and the Prophet Muhammad, he is the last messenger. And okay, we can discuss together. And what do you believe and why you don't believe in God?
I don't believe in God because I don't see good evidence for any God. That's why. And what you believe
Okay,
in,
who creates us?
who creates Allah?
Yeah, the same Allah, he is the God.
Yeah,
The
who
God is
creates
Allah.
Allah?
Okay, we can search for a lot of things like this. I think we can't find any answer. But you know,
Okay, who
this is
creates
hard
you?
to ask this question.
Who creates you? You cannot find
Okay,
good answer
but
also. Okay,
the
keep
God,
searching.
the God creates me.
Who creates Allah?
Yeah, like I said before, it's very hard to ask this question.
I already asked, and you don't have an answer for that. And you don't have a real answer for who created us because it's a false question at the beginning. And you don't even know that it's a false question. So you don't know how we exist, but you believe that a God exists and God created us. And you read this in a book and you say, oh, that must be true. Why? Because I don't know how we exist. Oh, look, there's a book. It says God created us. And then you say, oh, okay, I believe that this is true. But just because you read a book and just because you believe it's true, that doesn't mean it's true, okay? We need better evidence than that. And you don't have such an evidence so far. If you think you have better evidence, you can share.
Or there are other things.
Your internet is so bad. I'm sorry, and look, I'm not gonna allow you to talk again. Your internet is very bad. Internet. Hey, Pinkman.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm not so good. We had a very long live today. It's 6 hours. And thank you
Yeah, I
for.
just went from live.
Oh, you were on YouTube. Okay.
No, no, I saw your video on YouTube and I went in this application.
Ah, okay. But this is live right now. And I'm live
Yeah, I know.
for the 6 hours so far. Yeah, but
Okay.
I should thank you again. Scamchan, James, Zebra23, welcome. Welcome. And Mr. Parker, I should thank you also. Can't speak. Thanks for being here. Can't speak. Vibe. No need to thank even. Like you are here in our hearts. Thank you so much. Uh, okay, Professor Hizzle deserves the you know best thanks today. He sent a super chat and he became a member of this channel. He's the first member. Thank you so much again. Okay, Crisp was here. I think Scam enjoyed that a lot today. And Paul did a great job in the previous room. Thank you, Paul. Okeanos Helios, thanks for being here. You contributed in the chat box also. Thank you so much. Who else? Who else? Who else? That was a very long one. But let me check this on the phone. Mika. You're fine, Mika. How are you? Yeah, let me see like this. Oh. Face Jets, it says, but I know it's someone else. I'll catch it. I will catch it. SHK was here. Thank you for being here. VR DNA. He was here. Thank you so much. John Murphy, special thanks. Edward, thanks for being here. Thank you a lot. Anarchist joined. Yeah, he was here. Thanks. Mohan, thank you so much. Tabola, sure, definitely. Special thanks. Have to roll an asteroid. She was here at the beginning. Thanks for being here. Paul Rothwell. Thanks. Sharat Sharma. And that's the first time I see, but thanks for being here. Cuber. Thanks for being here. Newsen. Thanks again. Michael Willett. Oh, he's in the previous room right now. And yeah, they did a good job with Paul and James. They're still talking. Stefan Wisner, thanks for being here. John Amvel, thanks for being here. And B Movie Vasa, blah 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 blah. Thanks for being here. And I hope I didn't miss anyone. So yeah, we like long time. Okay, yeah, you guys like each other for a long time, yeah. Hey, Jazz, I see you. You keep joining the room. Do you want to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Hi. I think you're a Muslim. Okay. If you're talking, you're not audible. And she just disconnected. Okay. 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 Welcome back. Do you have connection problem or something
Thank
else?
you.
Who? She has some connection problem. Who? Okay, I'm gonna refresh. We are not able to engage, engage, engage. Let's check it out. Oh, let me create on high local also. Mm. Okay. Bump. Okay, these things are very slow. Okay. That's weird. What's my YouTube channel? It's my nickname, Philosopher. And here's the link for the channel. Mahish. Mahish. Okay.
How how can I watch this room on YouTube?
If you go to my YouTube channel, you can see it. Just click on the live section and you will
I
see it.
want to see it. Right.
You can see, man.
Where?
On the channel, on the link that I sent.
Where have
Oh my god. You're not using YouTube?
where live on YouTube?
It's live on YouTube. Yeah, it says this room is live on YouTube, so it means it's live on YouTube.
Philosopher.
Yeah. I send a link. Here's a link. Okay, we have Amy and Asma. Welcome, people.
Yeah, thanks for having.
Okay, that's a nice
Hi,
picture.
hello.
Hey, hello. Okay,
How are
look
you
at
people doing?
that. You're doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing well and great, and thank you for asking me.
Yes, you are live on YouTube.
Oh, and I'm not lying about that. You just wanted to check it, whether it's true or not? Sure, I'm
So
live.
your topic is God's existence.
Yeah, that's true.
So do you believe in God?
I don't.
Yes. You don't.
Yeah, what about you?
Why?
Yeah, sorry.
I strongly believe in God. And I
Strongly.
think I am here because of God.
You're
I am
here.
here in this planet because of God.
Yeah, that's what you believe, but why do you
God
believe in that?
wanted me to be here.
How do you know that?
Okay, so how do I know?
Yeah. How do you know God exists? How do you know that God wants, you know, you to be here?
Um, okay, I know through my religious book, that is Quran. This is one thing.
Okay,
And
okay,
if
no,
you
stop,
ask
stop,
about
stop.
the logic,
Asma. So let's go one by one. So you say, I know it through my book. That doesn't mean your book is true, okay?
yeah, that
Good.
is what I was telling you. That if I talk about logic,
Yeah, let's.
according to my logic,
Mhm.
should I proceed or stop?
Yeah, go on. According to your logic.
Okay, according to my logic, I think everything has a purpose, everything has a creator. So, since I am here in this planet and I'm functioning quite well, so I think there is a purpose, which is why I'm here, and I have a creator.
Asma, but
Though I never
you're-
ever have seen him.
I see, but you're proving us that you don't understand what is logic. Because what you're telling me right now, it's not based on logic, it's based on your beliefs. You're just saying, I believe so. I believe there is purpose. I believe there's this. I believe
Okay,
there's this.
we are using this website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does it mean? Doesn't it means that somebody created it?
Okay, but that doesn't mean that.
Somebody has developed this
Mm-hmm. Good.
application or this website,
That
right?
okay, good, very good, very good. But if you use this logic, then you have to tell me who developed Allah, who designed Allah. If you're gonna say no, 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 my God doesn't have a designer, that means you're creating an exception here, and that's not fair in
No
logic.
one has developed, no one
I
has
know
programmed,
that.
and no one has designed Allah,
Yeah.
which is why He is Almighty and He has power to create things, right?
Okay, so then I'm gonna
So
say
if somebody has created
Asma.
Allah,
Then
then
I'm
He
gonna
definitely
say
is not Allah.
then I'm gonna say this universe is so powerful. No one designed this universe. Okay, if the universe is designed, then this is not a
How do you know
universe.
no one designed this?
How do you know that a God exists? How do you know that no one designed
Because,
Allah?
okay, let me say, let me tell you. It's been less than 100 years that we got the idea of black hole and Big Bang. But in my religious book, it has been written, it has been told 1500 years back that there was a Big Bang, which is why this universe has created. So why wouldn't I believe in that book,
Why? Because it doesn't
which
necessarily
is
mean.
aligned to science?
Yeah, because it's not aligning with science. You think that it's aligning with science because believers want to make it scientific or want to make it look like scientific because they now understand that science is so powerful. If something is against science, they know that they're gonna lose. That's why they want to make things as if it looks like scientific, okay? But they miss a lot of problems here because when you talk about Big Bang in Quran, it says we have separated heavens and earth. This is the verse of the Quran.
No, not only heaven and earth.
Listen me. This is the verse where people say, "Oh, this is Big Bang." So the Quran says it was together, and we have separated them, and we are expanding them. But this is not the science that we know. Okay, so according to science, there was no earth, and there were no heavens. But this is what Quran says.
Mm-hmm.
This is unscientific. We don't have evidence for heavens. We don't have evidence that Earth was there at the beginning. We know that Earth came into existence nearly after 10 billion years. So that's why
Okay,
it's not scientific.
according to your logic, according to your
This is
logic,
not my logic.
uh, okay, so according to science, there wasn't any earth, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. So see, it it was only less than 100 years back when we got the idea about black hole, Big Bang. So maybe we don't know about heaven and hell till now, but in future we'll get to know they they do exist, like
You
black
believe in
hole and
that?
Big Bang.
That doesn't mean that they exist, okay? Just because black holes exist, that doesn't mean
So
hell
see,
and heaven exist.
as you said that believers always try to hold something that is told, that has been told in their books. And okay, similarly, as you don't believe in God, you are trying to debunk all the logics. You are not even ready to accept the
You are
possibility.
false. Don't lie about me. You don't know me, and you're lying about me. Okay, don't do that. That's not cool. Okay,
This
if your
is
God is
this
real,
is not
if your
lie.
God is real, if your God is real, He can punish you for lying in front of many people here.
See,
Okay,
you
see,
are in a debate, so
see, we
you
are in a
can't tell
debate that
you
you are
can't tell
telling
anyone
lies about
liar.
me.
Okay.
Okay, I can say easily because I know
It
myself.
is not lie.
It is lie
It is not.
because it's a lie. Because I know myself. Okay, so I'm just trying to debunk your claims, and that doesn't mean I don't want to believe. Okay, if your arguments and if your evidence is too bad, that's not my fault. Okay, if you bring me good evidence, I'm gonna believe. Okay, and you didn't know that, but you lied about it. That's not cool. Okay, yeah, JD, you can say something, and it's the time.
Yeah, for me, man, I came here not to argue with anyone.
Okay.
I respect everyone's religion, respect everyone's opinion.
Yeah, but I'm here to argue,
Um,
so you should know that.
oh, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. So, I am just curious actually as to why, what led you that, you don't believe in God.
Very simple. I
Just
realized
out
that
of
I was a Muslim.
curiosity.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mm,
explain. I was a Muslim before, and I realized that I don't have good evidence, and my arguments
mm.
are too bad. That's why I found myself as a non-believer because the evidence, the arguments, they were not convincing anymore. That's why I became an atheist.
Oh, okay, I see. So like during your Muslim time, like you did not feel any conviction or like you did not change at all because of your religion, or is it that because you've found out that there is not evidence, then
Say that
you
no,
you
you're
quit?
wrong. I didn't say there's not evidence. I
I
said I realized I have
ah
bad evidence and poor evidence.
bad evidence.
Yeah.
Okay,
For
okay,
example, like
I see.
just the way that our sister claimed she has a book and there are scientific things in it. Okay, I was believing in the same things. Okay, but then I realized that wait a second, it doesn't seem like a Big Bang. Yeah, it seems like, but it's not the Big Bang. I realized that, and I realized many other things. It was talking about embryology in Quran for the people who doesn't know the topic. Muslims claim that there's scientific evidence in the Quran, or at least they say signs. Um, and one of them is embryology. They think that the stages of embryology is well explained, and they claim that we didn't know. We just recently discovered those stages. But when I check, like I see still problems, and I learned that there are problems, and then yeah, that made me unconvinced. That's all. Hey Musa, long
Okay, I
time no
see.
see. Welcome. But I'm not here on High Local. You should know that. Here's the link. You can check it, or you should go to YouTube to see our discussion here. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. So like
Hello,
like
man. Nice to meet you first. May I participate?
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right. So, okay, I'm not here to argue. No, telling you.
Like the other guy.
Exactly, exactly. Yes. Right. I
That's
just
not
want to
cool.
know when you were a Muslim. Okay. I heard all the conversation you made with him. You told him I had my evidence. They were poor for me, and you didn't have a certain reason to continue believing in Allah. Am I right?
Sorry, can you repeat one more time?
Okay, again. You told the guy before me you were a Muslim,
Yeah, sure.
and then you left uh, Islam,
Mm-hmm.
and now you don't believe in God, or you don't believe in Allah. Yes. So,
Yeah.
what evidence you thought at that time it's so weak to weaken your belief?
Evidence I had found to weaken. I don't need counter evidence, okay? So I just found that the evidence that I had was poor. That was all.
Yes, my point here, what made you believe the reason was weak. That's it. Why
What?
the reason was weak to weaken your belief or to make you believe there's nothing. This all universe came from its own or from nothing. What
She
made
should,
you believe in this?
she should stop there, Mohammed. I didn't say any of my beliefs here, so you shouldn't put words into my mouth, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, this is really important, okay? Like I didn't say anything about my beliefs, but I just explained. I realized that's a realization. I realized that the evidence that I think or I had, or the arguments that I had, they were poor. I realized that. And how did I realize? By learning about science, okay? When I learned about Big Bang, I learned that it's not like the way that Quran says. When I learned about other topics, it was not like the way that Quran says. So which one should I choose? The science or the
Okay.
Quran?
Okay. Look.
Hello,
All right.
hello, hello.
Finish. Finish first. Then I will ask. Okay.
I just
Right.
did it. I finished.
Okay. So
Hey,
which verse? Sorry, man. I will just I will have 2 minutes, and then anyone that want to participate can go with them. So which verse or ayah from Holy Quran? It's mentioned. You think it's not related to the Big Bang or it's not true. Like
Okay.
we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
in
Let me tell you.
Surah Fussilat, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says the meaning. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the skies and earth to um and they got combined. That's one of the verses. Yes. So what verse you say it's not true? And Allah
I'm
subhanahu wa
gonna.
ta'ala says,
Okay, that's in Muhammad. You should learn how to ask questions, okay? You cannot keep repeating the similar questions. And you should ask only one question at one time, okay? If you just keep repeating similar questions, that's not cool. And Hamad, you shouldn't interrupt people like this, okay? Because I'm gonna answer his question. So the exact words that you mentioned, I think false because it says we have separated earth and skies, okay? That's not Big Bang. In Big Bang, there was no earth, there were no skies. Okay, when you say we separated earth and skies, that doesn't make any sense. It's senseless. Okay, it's not scientific because Earth existed nearly after 10 billion years. 10 billion. Okay, so for something that existed after 10 billion years, you cannot use that name. Okay, if you're talking about Big Bang or the beginning of the universe, because at the beginning there was no earth and there was no sky or other things. You can't say that I have separated them, okay? That's why it's unscientific. And I believe that's enough. Yeah, go on, Hamad Afridi.
So, your question is the existence of God, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So, yeah, if I give you an answer, like Allah is the creator of all, Allah is the creator of creators. If He were created, He would not be considered God. So, how could we consider that Allah is
What?
existence of Allah? Let's suppose
I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand you.
you said that existence of Allah, right?
Existence of Allah is just two words, man.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything.
Allah is the creator of creators. If He
Creator
were
of
created,
creators.
He would not be God.
If creators of
Like
creatures.
if I give you an example, right?
Okay. Well, let me say one thing.
A book cannot write.
Oh, okay. Hamad, what if
Yeah.
there is no creator of creators? Maybe there are creators, okay? Maybe creators don't have a creator.
No, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah,
Like
I'm just asking a
a book
question
cannot
also.
write itself.
I'm just asking a question.
Ask.
Like, what if there are only creators? What if creators don't have a creator?
Just because Allah is the one creator. who creates
You don't
this
understand
whole
anything
dunya,
I'm
like the
saying.
sky.
This is your belief, okay? You just keep with your beliefs and you don't understand and you don't try to understand. That's not cool, okay? So here's the thing. When you say there is a creator of creators, that doesn't mean there's such a thing, okay? You just assume that there must be a creator of creators or every other thing. That's false. Because it's just an assumption. We cannot reach that conclusion. We need evidence to believe in your claim, and you didn't present any good evidence. You just claimed. I can claim that Allah has a creator. That doesn't mean Allah has a creator. If I say Allah has a creator, you're gonna say no, no, no. If I say Allah has a creator, you're gonna say no, brother. But that doesn't mean that's the case. So if there's a creator of this universe, maybe the creator has another creator. You don't know that. I don't know that. We even don't know whether there's a creator of this universe or not. But if you believe there can be someone who doesn't have a creator, then let's say the universe doesn't have a creator. Let's stop here. Let's don't say who created the universe. Okay? If you ask me who created the universe, books have creators, therefore the universe has a creator, then I can use the same argument for you. Books have creators, the universe has a creator, therefore the creator of the universe has a creator. Which means, according to your belief, Allah. And you're going to say no again because you think that Allah doesn't have a creator. And that's just a belief without any evidence. You just claim it. And that's uncool, okay? Okay, Paul. Probably I'm gonna end it very soon. Um, James and the other guy are still talking. Um,
Listen, you ask a question that if a guy, if a girl lies, so why Allah will not punish him, right? Your question is that. So if I give you an example that this dunya is a
this guy is very delusional, man. I've never asked such a question. He is making up questions. That's so dangerous. Oh my god, look at him. I have never asked such a question. Oh. Ooh, hey, Andy, you want to speak up, Andy? Um, I'm just denying your bad logic, bad arguments, bad evidence, okay? If you bring me something bad, sure, I'm gonna deny it. Bring me something good, okay? Don't bring me bad things. If I bring you an iPhone, but it's a replica, and if I say, hey, this is 1K, you wouldn't buy it. That's the same thing. Don't bring me cheap things. That's cheap. That's a cheap evidence. You just believe, that's all. Believe. Hey, Paul, like, can you speak on the bike? I don't know.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, can you get me? You hear me?
Yeah, like you're clear. It's okay. I mean, the noise cancellation
Okay.
works. So, what kind of a bike is that?
It's not windy here, so
I don't hear
what
the
kind of a
wind.
what?
Bike.
Oh, I was on I don't know if you have them where you live, bike share. We have like they're called city bikes here where
Oh,
you
city
get on
bike.
a
Oh,
bike and
okay,
you
cool.
put a yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It's electric.
The, usually I don't I use the manual ones, but I had to go up a hill. Not this earlier. I had to go up a hill, so I used the electric ones, and those cost like that cost me like a buck something. Like I have a membership, but with the membership, it's like $1 something when you use it for a certain amount of time.
Like renting the bikes?
You well, in my case, like I have a yearly membership, and so then I get like just the regular non-electric bikes for free.
Uh-huh.
And the electric bikes, you get like a discount. There's like something every, I don't know, mile you go, or but it's discounted. Like, but you could if you wanted to, like, just say that you were visiting and you wanted to ride, you
Mm.
could do that. It would just be really expensive.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Oh. I also like biking.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
I had a bike, but it got stolen, so I've just been using this for
Ooh, fuck.
these bikes.
That's
Yeah.
that's so sad, man. I put some, those air tags, like in case.
Oh,
Um,
that's a good idea.
yeah, they don't work punctually, but at least I can have an idea. Where is the bike approximately?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. My story is a little more embarrassing, but
Ooh,
uh,
this is live. Okay,
I.
maybe you shouldn't tell. Maybe.
So are we gonna create another room, or are you gonna create another room, or go back to
Uh,
James?
no, no, I don't want to interrupt them. No, no. But like, it's nearly the end. Like, we have lost the people already, and I like my energy is like it's nearly
Oh yeah,
7 hours.
totally.
It's nearly 7 hours. I may try one more room, but probably later on I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna watch something. Uh, I couldn't finish the TV show that we started. Maybe tonight I can finish. Um, okay, I'll jump into.
What
So,
TV show?
oh, it's called Foundation. It's an Apple TV show.
Oh, I've heard of that. Is it any good?
I like it, man. I mean, I like sci-fi fantasy. Like, I like.
Okay. I'm not really into that, but I guess I
Uh,
could be. It just depends.
okay. If you're not into like you have seen the Dune.
No.
Okay, so that's how much you're not interested in. Okay, so if you didn't, uh, so I cannot recommend. Then don't waste your time, man. I mean, because if you were the sci-fi guy, like you would be already watching Dune, and then I could say, hey, man, it's like Dune, like, and it's just a
Oh,
TV
I see.
show.
Okay.
But yeah, ah. What's your genre?
For like TV shows or something? You know what?
Uh,
I like mob stuff, like mafia. I love that kind of stuff.
Ooh, okay. I was not expecting that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you ever watch Sopranos?
No, no.
Okay. I personally think Sopranos is one of the greatest shows ever created.
Mm,
Although I really don't like the gratuitous violence. I don't know why they need to show the violence, but yeah, I think it's one of the best shows ever created.
mm. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm jumping.
Okay.
And be careful while biking. Yep.
Oh, I always am. I usually stick to bike lanes, streets with bike lanes, and then streets that have very low traffic. I never go into like busy streets or whatever.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool then. Okay. I jumped. Okay. Okay. Let's decide that this is gonna be the last room, and yeah, it's better to inform all of you in advance. That's going to be the last room. Aman Sharma. Sharma. Okay. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Here's the screen. And yeah, like this is the last room. Thanks again for all people, especially Skim Chan, Mr. Parker, James, Paul, Julie, Edward, John. So this is the second special thanks. Zebra was here for the first time. Thanks for being here. And that guy, what was his name? The guy with James. It's nearly over, Julie. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I've given the special thanks
It
earlier.
was Michael. His name was Michael or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Michael. Thanks for reminding. Yeah, he was a cool guy. Yeah, and that was a great conversation.
He was a nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, you did great with him. And then James came, and he also did really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Limit.
really when they throw in that stuff like the Shroud of Turin and that kind of stuff. I'm not really sure how to respond to that because I just think it's nonsense. But I haven't really done any research.
Like like what I do in general, and like I just cut it over like simply without making it like 2 hours conversation. Okay, so like what the guy say? Like he was saying that like we cannot explain it. It seems miraculous. Okay, that's just basic like reading arguments from the ignorance. So you don't know how to explain that, then stop there. Okay, stop. Don't assume things. If you don't know, it means you don't know. That doesn't mean it's God. That doesn't mean it's Jesus. That doesn't mean aliens. That doesn't mean anything. It's probably something, but you don't know it. I don't know it. Stop. That's all. No need to talk about it for 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I mean, I typically when I'm talking, I think I told you this when I'm talking to Muslims. I hope my mic is okay here. But typically when I talk to them, they'll talk about like the miracles in the Quran or whatever, and that's evidence of God. And I just always ask, well, why? Like, why would that be evidence of God? How do you know God would favor miracles and stuff like that? I mean, I usually just cut through the bullshit. But with that one, I for some reason I don't know the right way to cut through the bullshit on that one.
oh yeah, like they were speaking cool. Maybe that's why we didn't want to cut. They were cool guys. So yeah, sometimes we should allow them to talk. They like talking. James really loves talking. He's always
Yes, he does.
mentioning.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, James knows more. James knows like all that stuff better than I do.
Oh yeah, he's good at it in those topics. Yeah, that's undeniable.
Because he was like a real believer, real Christian believer. I mean, I was just a kid. I didn't even know Jesus was God. Was
Yeah.
supposed to be God.
Light Bloom, Lucio, David, and welcome back, Julie.
Hello.
Hello, David.
Yeah, how are you?
Okay, like I'm tired, but okay. How about you?
I'm good.
You're good. Cool. Did you see our topic?
Yeah, I see, but I think you are not discussing about it.
Oh, because we're waiting for people to engage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it said, do you believe in God, which and why?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a big question.
Oh, yeah, it's a big question. Do you have answers?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay, which God?
Wait, is there many gods?
Okay, that doesn't mean many gods are real, but definitely there are many gods in many religions, right? Do you think
Okay.
Krishna and
Different
Jesus are the same God?
Okay. That means the difference is the religion.
Religions are different, but at the same time, gods are also different in those religions, right?
Okay. I don't think so. I think the God is it's the same. It's about the creator.
Okay, God is the creator. Okay, but they don't like a bird can create shit, right?
Yeah.
Humans also can shit, right?
Yes.
So technically, we are the creators of the shit, but that doesn't mean we are the same, right? The birds and humans are very different, right?
Exactly. We are different.
Yeah. So and that's the same in religions. They're different religions, and they have different gods, not the same God. Yeah, they both create, they all create, but that doesn't mean they're the same gods, right?
By the way, this is for me. I follow Jesus Christ, and I'm a Protestant.
Okay.
And, what about you?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, yeah. I think this question is most of the time is questioned by atheists.
Fuck. You're typing while biking, Paul? I hope like you
Oh no,
stop.
I only biked
But
for
you
like
know,
4 miles.
I like why you don't believe
Like,
in God.
here's
Why
we're
why
talking.
I think there is a reason behind you are not believing in God, and I
Yeah,
wanted to
sure.
know.
Sure. Yeah. I didn't hear you, by the way, Paul, because he was talking.
Oh, I
Okay.
was just no, I was only biking for like 4 minutes. I didn't bike that long.
Okay. So let me explain, man, David, why I don't believe a God exists. Because I look at the religions, I look at their God claims, and I don't see good evidence to believe that those gods are real. Any of them. That's why I don't see good evidence. That's why I don't believe.
Okay. I think there's a religion around your area.
Sure, religions are well spread on the planet, right?
Yeah, and do you ask any person who follow
Every day.
some religion?
Every day.
Okay, and you didn't get any evidence, any.
False. I get evidence all the time, but there's so bad evidence.
I think are you following the science or the logical way?
Are they separate?
Yeah, I
Really?
think separate.
No, then
Because the science also doesn't have a logic. If you understand me.
I really don't understand you. Science
Science,
doesn't have
science,
logic.
science also a belief because there is no evidence. There is no true evidence for the science that we have. We come from the apes. Who create apes? Who create us?
Oh, there's plenty of evidence. Like there's evidence for evolution. If that's what you're saying. There isn't. There's plenty of evidence.
No, the evidence doesn't have. No, the evolution theory doesn't have a true evidence. Just
What's true evidence? What does
estimation.
that mean? It has it
It's
has
an
it has
estimation.
a
There is
body
no
of evidence.
no one is lived at that time. No one is write a letter for us about the apes planet.
David, like that's a very shitty mindset. You should know that, okay? Why I'm saying that? Let's assume evolution is bullshit, okay? It's false.
Yeah.
How can you dare to say that science is just based on belief? Like, look at everything around you. They're products of science, man. Like your GPS on the phone, it's product of science. Like many other things, everything, like many things in our lives right now, it's just based on science. So it's not about belief. Like there's something that you don't see good evidence for it in science. I can understand that, and you don't want to accept it because of your other beliefs. I can understand that, but that doesn't mean science is just based on belief. Okay, there are a lot of scientific claims that you can test by yourself. Okay, you can choose not to believe in it. That's okay, but you have the opportunity to go and test and check. Okay, many claims. But we're not able to do that with supernatural claims of religions. God exists, we cannot test, check. Angels exist, we cannot test that. Soul exists, we cannot test that. Afterlife, we cannot test that. Hell, heaven, no, we cannot do anything with it. But science is not like that. That's why you should never compare science and religions, okay?
Okay.
Never
I think
ever.
I get your idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to blame the science, but I want to blame the evolution theory. I think
It's okay.
that's a misunderstanding.
It's okay. Like, it's up to you. But evolution is false. That doesn't mean God did it. You should understand this logically, okay?
Okay. Yeah. But there is still a God.
That doesn't mean there's a God, no.
Yeah.
Evolution is false doesn't mean there's a God.
No. I'm not relating the evolutionary theory to the God, but without the evolutionary theory, God exists because we have many books to prove that
No.
there is a God.
Books are not proving the gods.
For
Books are
example, the
claiming the
Bible.
God. Yeah, Bible claims the God, but not proving.
Yeah, but by the way, we didn't see it, but we feel it. I think we saw the result. We saw the result, but we don't know the exact source. I think that is a God.
You feel it, but other people don't feel it. And that doesn't mean what you feel is a God, okay? You think it's a God. Probably
By the
it's
way,
not a God.
this thing is also written on the Bible.
Which one?
Some guys or some people feel it, and some other doesn't feel it
Yeah.
because it's about choosing.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay. If a Muslim joins this room and if he says, you know what, some people feel Allah, some people don't feel Allah. And you know, my God knows that. That means Islam is true? No, right?
By the way, there is a difference between a Muslim and a Christian, but both religions.
This guy's not listening at all. Like he's behaving like a boat. David, I'm here to have a conversation, okay? I'm not here for random speech. Every time I say something, you cannot start the conversation, by the way. Uh,
I think you muted me.
yeah, I did.
Why?
I explained why. You're not listening. That's why you didn't have the answer, at least you didn't know the
Okay.
answer. But I just did it and you didn't listen as always, and that was the problem that I explained. And thank you. You proved that you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, by the way.
No, false. I just proved you're not listening.
Yeah, you weren't like really listening because you kept saying by the way. Like you would say something and then you were just saying by the way, so you were just adding like completely irrelevant things to what he was talking about.
Yeah, because I get his idea. What is going to talk?
Oh, Yeah, but at least you could make us understand that. Oh yeah, I see that. But what about this? What about you could continue like that? But anyway,
Yeah.
hello Lucio, Lucio, Lucio.
Lucio. Lucio.
Lucio,
Lucio.
hello guys. What's up?
Sorry, Lucio.
Are you listening?
What?
Are you listening?
Man, your audio is terrible.
Okay. My first time here.
And we cannot
Nice
have
to
a
meet you.
conversation like this, okay?
Okay.
Because it's terrible audio.
Yeah, it's hard to understand either, Lucio.
Well, I switch my microphone.
Yeah, try to switch the mic.
It's like deep throating. Am I allowed to say that?
What?
Nothing.
Okay. I can't say your audio is very good also, pal, but at least.
Oh, mine right now?
Oh, it's better right now.
Okay.
Oh, he left. Okay. Lucio left. Ah, okay. Now I'm confused. Lucio or Lucio?
Well, I think he wasn't Italian. I think that he was Latino, in which case it would be Lucio.
Okay.
Well,
Then
could be, could be. But it's his last name was French, Enrique. So it's kind of
Enriquez?
confusing.
Enriquez is a Spanish name.
Oh, I thought it was. I didn't see the S. I thought it was just Enrique. If it has no S on it, Enrique is also a French name.
Ah, okay, could be. Yeah, that's a good point.
okay, we are exactly hitting the 7 hours today. And yeah, I'm gonna leave soon. So these are just the last debates for your information, guys. We have Muhammad.
Here's Mohammed here.
Welcome, Muhammad.
Guys, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Sorry, guys, I don't want to talk because I have some noise here, so I don't want to
That's
bother you.
no, you should know that that's very noisy and your audio is not clear.
Okay, I will turn off noise.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So, I told you I will turn off the microphone because I have some noise here. Just I want to listen if there is a conversation.
I just understood the part where you said I just want to listen. Yes, you can just listen. And as I said, we cannot have the conversation because of the noise. So bad. That's so bad, so bad, so bad, so bad. Okay. Wow, I can't imagine that I was just speaking if James, Paul, and Michael were not speaking. Probably I would be ending the live way long ago. Mm-hmm. This one guy, are you still there? You don't want to join, man. Here's the link. I kind of remember from yesterday. You also have a YouTube channel? No, it's on YouTube, Julie. Yeah. But probably he's gone. Anyway.
By the way, I heard that you had a visit from Mr. Misko yesterday.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. It was a sad one.
Yeah, you refused to read to his full name.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It just said mystical and that's all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was complaining.
Okay. Who was complaining to you, right?
Yeah, he said that there's no point in sending super chats if you're not going to read his whole name.
Okay. Like, tell him to join again. I will. Like, just ask him to type a message without super chat. I'm gonna read his name, okay?
Okay, I'll tell him.
Okay. Okay. Now let's pay the super chat back for him, okay? I'm gonna read it. Uh, oh, someone is joining from YouTube. Okay. But you should know that I don't have much time, Taurus, okay? As you can easily see, it's already 7 hours live, and my throat is killing me. My throat is killing me. Okay. Okay, Julie, look, I don't know what to do with one member.
What do you do with the members anyway?
Like, there are, special activities for members, right? Like creating rooms, special
Like
rooms, or special
exclusives?
lives, yeah.
Oh, cool.
But how can I do that with one member?
A
I don't know.
one-on-one conversation.
One-on-one
I don't know.
I don't think he would require such kind of a thing. Maybe I should ask him. I
Or
should
you
think
can
about
wait
it.
until there's at least like 5 people and then begin the
Hmm.
activities or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
You should have a pizza party for him.
Pizza party?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. Anyway, I will figure out.
And do you have planned activities for the members yet?
I've like they're already set, by the way. Like special rooms, okay,
Oh,
and special lives or videos. So those are the privileges.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Video chat?
Oh, video chat is not one of them.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's not one of them. Okay. But like, I was already planning. It's not for the fucking, member thingy. Like, I was already planning to, make different activities. Like, I just did one of them a few days ago, watching movies. So that will be a thing, okay? Whether people like it or not. And other activities probably there will be.
That's nice.
Um, but sure, like it can move towards, a member activity. Uh, yeah, maybe we'll see. I don't know. Hey, Taurus, welcome.
You have to unmute. Maybe he doesn't know.
That's possible. So there's a mic icon on the top.
Hello. You hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Good. Sorry, it's different every program you go on to, So you've been live for 7 hours?
Yeah, it is.
That's intense.
Yeah. That's why I keep saying
How are you feeling?
tired. Yeah.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
is
but
it? Is it some kind of special event or something like that?
no. It's just when I have free time, I make it longer. So
Oh, good for you.
yeah.
I've done some long ones in my day. I don't think I've ever gotten that long. think the longest was probably 3 or 4.
Oh, you have channel.
But yeah, I about 5 years ago or 6 years ago, before I got married, I was doing Bible studies on YouTube, and it's actually how I met my wife. Couldn't think of it, and I recently restarted with Substack and whatnot. I'm a writer, so I thought that, and a publisher, so I thought that would be, a good way to kind of expand my reach, because we're on 3 children now, and so it's kind of like I don't have more freedom, but I do have more responsibility. So I have to work whether I can or not. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's got nothing to do with anything. But I was commenting with you about the material or immaterial nature of the mind and the brain, and and I said I might, or you said to come and give you information about that. But then I see the topic here: does God exist or not? And or do you believe in God? Maybe.
Yeah,
And which God?
this is a topic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I believe in the Christian God, and I mean, not only does he exist, he's the principle of existence. Everything exists through him, so he is existence itself. You know,
So why do you
which kind of gives
believe?
him a special case. Good.
Yeah, why do you believe that there is such a God?
Um. Well, do you mean how did I come to believe it, or why do I currently believe it?
I mean, you can answer both or choose one of them.
Sure. Ultimately, we have a lot of experiences. I'm 30 years old, and we have a lot of study and things we've learned, not just through, formal study, but also through interviewing, talking to people, things like that. And I study history and that kind of thing, and I study philosophy a little bit. And I would say that my main reason for his existence, although it's such a firm belief that it's not something I spend a lot of time thinking about, but since I'm doing apologetics, is basically because you need a principle that produces everything. If you have, for instance, like the law of increasing entropy in thermodynamics, or there's a philosophical principle about you cannot give what you do not have. Everything creates something lesser than itself. That means that going forward in time, everything is essentially decreasing in that way. But going backwards in time, eventually you have to reach something that has a different principle that doesn't follow under that principle, because otherwise there'd be something before it that was greater. And so I'd say that's the most reasonable, using that definition of existence. So that's the most reasonable thing I've got for why I believe in that God.
I see. But such a reasoning always creates an infinite loop, because like we observe the universe, and you observe those properties in the universe. You mentioned about entropy. It's just a property of this universe, and that's something that we observe. And I think we have lost him. Okay, he's back.
Let me try getting closer to the modem. Sorry, I missed what you said. Did you hear what I said?
I didn't hear what you said.
About God? That's all right. You didn't hear what I was saying about. I mean, I essentially was talking about the laws of increasing entropy and
Yeah, I heard that.
first cause.
I heard that part, and I
Okay.
was trying
Okay.
to explain. So such a reasoning is always an infinite regress, which mostly believers avoid. As an atheist, I don't have a problem, but I want to help believers about this topic, because every time you say, "Hey, look, I see something," it seems like these properties make sense, but If there is a cause
Mhm.
for it, if there's an intelligent creator behind it, and I say, okay, I mean, but don't you think your God also has properties, and you believe that he has? So when there are properties of something, according to your logic, it requires a creator, then we have to suggest that your God has a creator, and then, just the infinite loop. And how to avoid that? I think the
No,
solution is in believers again. It comes from your beliefs. You say, wait a second,
good.
we should start from somewhere. We cannot go infinitely. Okay, no problem. Let's do that. And I suggest, okay, universe is a good candidate. At least we can observe the universe. Let's say universe is the only thing that exists, and everything starts from the universe. Why we don't do that? And they don't do that. They suggest that, but they don't do that.
Let me see if I understood you correctly. So you're saying, because I might not have even heard it, that whatever caused one thing would have something before it, and you couldn't come up with something that was exempted from that, so it must go on infinitely without a beginning. Is that right?
Like your reasoning suggests that again. Like when you observe the universe, you're not able to explain how these properties are together, and we don't understand also exactly. But you have a very easy solution by saying, "Oh, wait, I think there's an intelligent creator of those things. That's how these things work in this way." And then I say, well, wait a second, like solving the problem like this causes a problem because your solution also is something which have properties. And it's not random, it's not chaotic, it exists. But what's the
Mhm.
explanation for it? What's the cause for it? If you say it's uncaused, then we could easily say that the same thing for the universe. We could say, okay, the universe is also uncaused. But we're not saying that. We are just going one step further and we are trying to find a solution in that step. But if you do that, other people will do the same. They're not going to stop. They'll say, okay, wait. Let's go one step further from your God. Because if things exist, if they have properties, if they work in a way, that means it needs a creator. Okay. Who created Jesus or who created Allah? And only answer is no, it's uncreated. But okay, if you believe something is uncreated without any explanation, if you could just make this exception to sacrifice the infinite regress, I'm even okay with that. But we could do that with the universe. We didn't have to go one step further. Or we could stop.
Well, the problem with okay,
We could stop in the third step. Well, we could say the creator of the universe has a creator, that thing has a creator, that thing has a creator. Let's stop here. That's also a solution, but people don't accept that also.
well, I mean, I think those things are clearly different in kind because we observe the universe. Everyone observes the universe, and we observe that it is changing. And not only that, like I said, that it's increasing in entropy, you know, decreasing in order. And so the reason why we don't think that that happened with the universe is because we see how it's changing time. And the same thing with anything else that has a creator. Now, there's no reason I don't agree with you that anything that has properties has a creator. What you're it's kind of like that math equation. And there's another part of this too, but it's kind of like that math equation where you can never quite, it's always approaching zero or whatever. It's like that with created things. When you look at them, they're always approaching perfection, but they're not quite perfection. And so that points outwards beyond what is material. The universe is material. So that's a good example of why it would need a creator. We can observe that. But we can actually observe God himself, and if we don't live in a vacuum, we have all of these what a historian would consider evidence from the
Cannot
historical
observe
record.
God,
We have
you
all the
said?
testimony
I'm
of all the
sorry.
people. And so we should factor that in. We have people like Democritus that have said things like that, and Epicurus, and then we have other people who said, well, no, there's a creator exterior to the process, and look at all these spiritual wonders that we continually observe. Even today we observe, and that would suggest that there's something that's non-material and beyond the universe. And then, of course, people get tied up with angels.
Taurus,
Yeah.
your audio is not very clear to me, first of all. Can you just summarize in a nutshell what you're saying? Because you said that I don't accept what you say, and I didn't understand your justification. Like you say there is entropy, therefore God. Okay, and like I'm not able to accept that because I don't see any logic there. And if I say your God exists, therefore another God exists, what's the difference between those two things?
Well, I don't reject the existence of another God. We're just right now talking about the existence of God in general. The existence of another God would kind of be helpful to my case. I don't need to prove the Christian God at the moment.
Aren't you
Just God in
Christian?
general. Once we get that, then we can start.
But aren't
I
you
am,
Christian?
yeah.
Okay, how can that
It's just
it help your case?
the reason, because we got to start with just the existence of the spiritual world that doesn't decay outside of material. That's what you reject. And then once we get there, then we can start differentiating between things like the Trinity and different approaches to God and whether or not they might be erroneous.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I don't believe Allah is generally speaking different than the Christian God. I just think it's a different way of approaching that has error. That's kind of what the church teaches.
But like reaching.
Whereas like pagan gods would actually be associated with like demons and angels, but the Muslim God is the God. It's the right God, just the wrong approach. Right?
Man, like.
Well, sorry, if you don't mind, just I have one question. Like you said that
sure.
Like there's this non-material world you're talking about that exists. It seems like.
Right.
But maybe you can explain. I'm going to be in line, so I can't really engage. But I'm just wondering if maybe you can explain how that gets us into a God, if there's some sort of like non-material realm or whatever.
It's only because God is. See, I think a lot of the problem is we just don't define what we mean by God. We've got all this built up understanding. Like if you want me to define God, I would say an immaterial spirit or mind that created the world. And so that's why I would try to talk about what the immaterial spiritual world is first. And then once we get there, we can start differentiating between different objects in it. But obviously that's where we would find the source for the material world, because the material world, like I said, is breaking down all the time and going away and changing. But the spiritual world really is not.
What's the evidence for a spiritual world?
That makes sense. That's why. So we could go there, and then once we get there, we can talk about the incarnation, the Trinity, all these things that people have written many, many books about, and a lot of millions of people have fought and died over.
Yeah,
that all
why
accept
we're not talking?
that there is God.
Why we're not talking? So how do we reach spiritual world?
The principle of entropy that goes down.
Entropy.
It's a good place to start.
Entropy
Material world's falling away. There has to be a cause.
There has to be a cause. Okay,
Correct.
God is creating. There has to be cause, and we should look for the cause externally. That makes sense to you?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, so God needs a creator, according to your argument. because you are not able to
No.
accept that like something works because it's property. So entropy is just the property of the universe. You don't accept that. You search
Hmm.
for a cause externally. I'm okay with that. But that's the problem that you're creating. And there's no evidence for it. Like, look, we observe those things, and we observe the entropy, like because the universe is expanding. Okay, so what? That doesn't mean it. That only means the universe is expanding, and there's this entropy. That's all. It doesn't say that the cause is external. It doesn't say cause is spiritual. It doesn't say anything at all.
It's the things are breaking down. It's not just, entropy is an example of that in a particular science, but that's just one measurement of order. But I mean, you could just look at the life of a man, and you could reach the conclusion that that man came from somewhere, or all these things that were the progenitors of me and you eventually had to have a cause that created them that was not subject to decay. You know, that would be the most reasonable thing, because um, in a lot of ways we have examples of that. In like the philosophical realm, talking about when you create something, it's always lesser than yourself. So if we can look at ourselves and say, well, we are material beings that face death at some point, that came from somebody else, then we could say something created us that was greater than us and did not have that deficit. It's not necessarily. It's not like It's not an addition or an additional property that something dies. It's like a lack of the thing that it doesn't last forever. You know. And then, like I said, from an historical perspective or from a philosophical perspective or many other perspectives besides the natural sciences, you have evidence. You have tons of evidence. You have tons of historical record. You have miracles
Like
right
none
now.
of them proves
Just regularly.
any supernatural. None of them proves spirituality or spiritual worlds. None of them. Like someone said so is not a great evidence. Like even if it's historical, it's not a good evidence to be convinced that that's the case. Like people in the future.
Well, that's pretty much all we have. You're saying so, and I'm saying so. What I'm saying is that there are thousands and thousands of records in history of various miracles that correspond to the claims of all religions. So like people being raised from the dead, like the blood of Saint Januarius being viscous twice a year, the incorrupt nun in Missouri.
Yeah, splitting the
That's
moon into
evidence.
pieces. Yeah, and you believe
Go
that
ahead.
they were real.
Well, I've seen the nun. Yeah, I mean, as an historian, you don't reject a record because of a pre-existing bias. That's one of the problems in history right now. Is people just cut out massive amounts of the record because they assume materialism. That's part of
Yeah,
the reason why people think there is.
because
Well,
we
it's not
know
recorded. The
that
bias.
humans can create made up stories. People can lie. That's fine. We don't buy everything which comes from history.
Yeah, well,
Especially
assuming people are lying in
like we
all
don't
these
need to
cases,
assume. Like it's a fact that
many of which,
hey
okay,
man, Taurus. It's a fact that humans are lying, and it's a fact that we create
sure. I'm
stories.
just,
It's
yeah,
still
it's
an
just,
assumption.
if we just want to go like that, you can lie, I can lie. The records that are rejected can be rejected by liars. The ones that are recorded can be recorded by truth tellers. It's just, yeah, people lie, but that's why historically you take many different records and compare them. And I'm talking about, I mean, I would have to say much more than even like hundreds of thousands of cases. I've read many myself, well over 1,000, and from different religions too, that these miracles occur.
Yeah, but like, what a coincidence, right? Like, those stories are mostly just, arisen from the, same regions, especially when we're talking about Abrahamic miracles, but they just come from Middle East. When you go to other parts of the planet, you
That's
see
not true.
different claims, different stories, different myths, like
I just
characters.
I just gave you two examples from. Sorry, I shouldn't be. Oh, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
No, go on, go on.
I was going to say I just listed two examples from completely different regions. One in Naples, in Italy, and then another one in Missouri, in the middle of America, which I've seen. It's not just the Middle East. It's just the record. I mean, you can go online right now and look up tons of miracles, and I think that they're more concentrated in Christendom, reformer Christendom, you want to call it. But you find them too, and I was reading an analysis not too long ago between what the Buddhists did in order to create an incorrupt body, and comparing that to all the incorrupt bodies of Christian saints that have been recovered, and they're still preserved. Which, if you don't know, there's many corpses of many saints where different parts of their body or their whole body has not decayed over a very long period of time. They're buried, they're dug up, and they're found incorrupt. Yeah. Some of them are not even put in a coffin. They're just thrown in the dirt and they're found. So I mean, it's a huge record. It's a huge historical record. I don't think it's, like I said, not everyone has looked into it. There's lots of things to look into, but that shouldn't be rejected offhand. Just saying these people are liars. What you're talking about, so many people. A lot of them are not even in the church. Like they'll go and have these things tested by, people outside the church, and there was a heart doctor that tested uh, Blessed Sacrament one time and said it was some heart tissue.
Like, if those things are testable, there wouldn't be any debates so
Mhm.
far. Okay, like there wouldn't be any debates
Well,
going
you
on right
haven't
now.
debated them.
No one would debate
I
about
mean, I
those
think
things.
basically they're ignored. They're
Ignore.
basically ignored. That's what people. They don't
Oh,
debate them.
oh, they ignore. There is good
That's what
evidence,
you're
and
doing.
people ignore that, right? Like, well, I'm just ignoring what you're saying to me. You're not presenting me evidence. You're just quoting what someone else said, not even demonstrated. You believe what they say, and we don't have any scientific evidence for any of those claims. Sure, I'm gonna deny. Sure, I'm not gonna accept, because what you say, you know what? Some people had seen, or some people heard about that. That's all. And it's not different than the stories
No,
that my
that's not what I
grandma
said.
was telling me when I was a child. So she was also telling. Should I think it's true? No. And I could say, you know what? There are many grandmothers on the planet. They tell the similar stories, man. Like, there are many stories like that, and there are many grandmothers telling the same story. Should I think therefore it's true?
No, I mean, if I was you, it seems like maybe you've not encountered this before. I'd probably go look at it.
What did you encounter by
But I mean,
yourself?
I gave you at least one example.
Taurus, like, what did
Go
you
ahead.
see by your own eyes?
I saw Sister Wilhelmina in Missouri.
Oh, sorry, what's that? I don't understand.
It's an incorrupt nun that was recently, uh, exhumed, and they found her body incorrupt, and it's on display in Gower, Missouri.
I'm sorry. I feel like
It's still under
listening.
review by the church.
Taurus.
Good.
I feel like I'm listening Chinese right now. I really don't understand anything. Really, anything that you say,
Okay.
I understand nothing. Okay, what was the thing that you observed?
Well, I might be.
Can you try to tell one more time?
I saw. Okay. Let's see. So I went into a monastery way out in the country. I saw a body of an black woman in a nun's habit. Her face had not decayed, and
And you had
hands
seen
had
that
partially
in a
decayed.
church?
Yep, correct. Yeah, it's
Okay. So
kind of at the side,
you have never
probably
thought
like a,
that probably priests in the church they applied some sort of chemicals like to enable, not decaying, like you don't know that these things can be
oh,
done
oh, sure.
chemically.
I mean, I'm not telling you. You asked me what I observed. I'm giving you one example of many
Yeah,
things.
yeah,
They
yeah.
do
But but
test
but
them.
but
That
but,
one's not been verified.
but how can you test? Like you can't test things. Like I've seen people who really wanted to test those things, and priests they called the police. They didn't allow
Mhm.
to test anything. Okay, probably they were just scamming people. And how do you know that you were not being scammed at that time? If you cannot test, if they don't allow you to test,
All the
then you will not
normal
understand.
ways that you would know.
How can you did you take samples from the skin of the dead body to test it whether they applied some chemicals on the skin or not? Did you do that?
No, I personally did not.
If not, then why you believe that that was something like a miracle? Why you believe in that? When you know that these things can be done chemically, like when people apply some sort of special chemicals, they can decrease the process of decaying. We know that.
Well, well, I gave many specific examples, and
Okay,
you
this
haven't
one have
tested it
on.
either.
Okay, yeah, because I know that people are doing these things already. There's no need to test. But how can I test?
Well, that's the problem. So here I
That's
am,
the problem.
and I have.
When people try to test, they don't allow. Okay, if you say, "Hey,
Mhm.
priest, hey, father,
No, they
I'm an
do allow
atheist.
it. That's not
I'm an
true. That
atheist.
is incorrect.
Let me take the body into laboratory." I think maybe you guys are lying. Maybe you guys are scamming. Let me take the body into lab. We're gonna test. You think that they're gonna allow?
Mhm. Yes, they do allow
Really?
that.
Okay, man.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, not in every case. So you can't just walk in and say, "Please give me this." But yes, they do allow people. As I said, a lot of these things have been tested by people, by atheists, people outside the church. It's very common. You know, it's a little bit of a logistical thing, and they don't want damage or sacrilege, which is very possible. So, um, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So, like, I'm coming in, giving you these specific examples, and so I'm willing to believe this because I understand
Yeah,
this is recorded throughout
you're
history.
giving me the
There's good reason
examples
to believe this,
that
and then
people
you're
verify.
rejecting it out hand
Sure, I'm
just
gonna
because of the
reject because you didn't
possibility
test.
without any verification.
Yeah, you also didn't verify, and
But
you think that it was real. Why should I accept that it was real without testing?
I didn't. I said what I had observed. I
Yeah, and
said
there was no
this one was not
verification for
verified
it,
by the church yet,
and it was not verified by
and it
you.
was because you. It was because of all the examples I gave, you narrowed down to that one. But the point remains that there's a huge record of this kind of stuff,
Yeah,
and
because there
I'm
are a
just
huge
giving
amount
you
of
the reason why
people
I believe in God,
who do
and
similar things. There are a huge
the
amount of
reason I
people who
gave
want to protect their
was
own religion.
historical
That's
record
why.
that
That's
you
why there are many of
don't
those things. Like
because that you reject to protect your religion.
that's the thing.
That's what's
I
happening.
was trying to say. They
This
want
is
to
new information.
they want to protect their own religion. That's why they create such kind of stories. That's why they try to do those scams to keep them in the religion. Okay. So why like there
And then the rhetoric on top of that.
anyway, like
There's always rhetoric that's on top of this stuff too. That oh, all the evidence. There's all this evidence out here. There's lots of evidence, and you just won't believe it. You just reject it outright. There's always that rhetoric that goes along with it.
well, when it comes to testing, they never test. They just observe. That's all. But anyway, like I got so tired, very tired, and maybe we can proceed later on towards I don't have any power, energy, and patience for just claims. You're just claiming things. I could be more tolerant if you came 6 hours ago, but no. Uh, okay, now you're complaining. You could be patient with me, Taurus, and uh, I told you before you joined, and I'm so tired, and I'm about to leave. But instead, you chose to be such judgmental. Um, uh, anyway, but for the audience, doesn't matter how many people are claiming the similar things because religions are very huge. They are all over the world. That's very normal to find different kind of claims from different part of the world. They believe in things. They want to keep the things that they have, especially churches. They make money from that. And that they can do whatever they can do to keep the believers inside. So, and most of the cases, I disagree with Taurus. They don't allow. If they show such kind of things, then if they claim that that's a miracle, they don't let you touch, or maybe they don't let you test whatever they claim. So that's not the case. Yeah, there are a lot of claims, but claims are not evidence. Doesn't matter historical, doesn't matter how many people claim it. And it's coming from humans. We're skeptic about it. We need better evidence for it. Just because they said so or the book says so, that's not a good evidence, okay? Especially when it comes to God. This is a big topic, and these big topics they cannot be accepted by small evidence. Someone said so, it's a small evidence for me. If you're saying, hey, I ate 2 pizza today, okay, man, fuck, maybe yeah, you were so hungry, I can believe in that. But if you tell me I came here on a flying donkey, no, man, I don't believe in it. And if your friend tells me, hey, that's real, come on, believe in him, no, still I wouldn't buy it. So that's fine. How do I hope in this? Yo. I'm leaving, man. You can still hop in, but I'm not sure if you're gonna find some people to talk. Oh, I just had to mute him, Julie.
Yeah, he's crazy. I
Then
would say he's crazy. I'm sorry, I should say that.
that's okay. It's okay. Maybe he was tired like me, okay? Uh yeah, but anyway.
It's just like with these miracle things because I was talking to a Catholic guy for a lot like for weeks at a time about this stuff, and it's just ridiculous stuff. Like it's like, oh, they found like bone fragments on something. Well, somebody could have just put it there. I mean, like it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, anyway, guys, I think I should leave right now. Thanks for being here a lot, Paul, Julie. That was a very long one. It's nearly 8 hours. Scam, Mr. Parker, and all of you that I already mentioned, John, Edward, Chris, James, Michael. Like these are all I can remember, and I mentioned all of you. So see you next time. And what was his name? JHI1. Maybe next time, man, if you want to join. Maybe next time. But oh, they're still talking. James and Christ's disciple is still talking.
Oh, really? I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, you guys can hop in. Or maybe you can send a link of maybe no. Maybe like they don't want to disturb. They don't want to be disturbed. So Anyway, see you later. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yep. I hope. I hope. I don't know. I can rest my throat in one night, but I'll try. Okay. Bye bye all.
See ya.